When I fell, the sky above looked as if it were overflowing with stars, about to pour down upon me. And the emotion I felt in that moment. It wasn't a feeling of liberation or devastation, but anger. I didn't wish for death. However, death was the greatest revenge I could afford. Excuse me. It was a stranger's touch that woke me up. The noisy sounds of the city suddenly rushed into my ears. The sound of car horns, engine noises, and even the footsteps of people. Those were sounds I shouldn't have been able to hear, being a dead person. Yes. Are you okay? Are you hurt somewhere? Because you were just standing in a daze. A woman with worried look in her eyes patted my back. Oh, I'm fine. Despite the absurd situation, I offered her a smile, perhaps because the habits I had as idle were still intact. The calm tone, as if there was no problem, was an added bonus. Wow! The woman let out a strange exclamation. Since I didn't have the luxury to explore its meaning at that moment, I started racking my brain to grasp the current situation. What the hell is this situation? Is this a dream? Even though there are so many people here, no one seems to recognize me. Possibility 1. This body is not my original body. Possibility 2. This world is a world where I never existed. Possibility 3. I'm just an unknown, overly self-conscious celebrity, so it's only natural that people don't recognize me. Possibility 2 was unacceptable and possibility 3 was humiliating. When I glanced down at my arm, the tattoo I'd had inked on so boldly was nowhere to be found. Seeing that the tattoo is gone, it looks like, fortunately, it's not number 3. My hands went up to my head, and I discovered I was covered in a mask and a hood. Strangely, for an ordinary person, he has gone to great lengths to cover his face. The most recent memory I had was of my body slamming into the asphalt. As I barely managed to regain control of my disoriented mind, I looked up to see a familiar downtown Seoul. Surrounding me were tall buildings, each with several large screens showing the same news. Another heartbreaking incident has occurred. The famous idol, Seo Yutae, was found dead last night at 8:45 p.m. in front of a high-rise building in Seoul. It was me. On the screen, scenes of the police line set up to block the view of the crime scene, a white cloth, and crying fans were shown alternately. It was only then that the reality of my death truly hit me. I guess I should be thankful that it was the least bad option, number 1. As I watched the screen, I could hear passers-by stopping and talking after seeing the billboard. It feels like there's just so much bad news these days. That's really unfortunate. He was doing so well, so why on earth did he choose to die? Why, did he die because of that big scandal that broke out last time? I'd die too if I were him. His celebrity career is over. It's impossible to make a comeback after something like that. I had a huge conflict with my agency at the end of my exclusive contract. They wanted me to renew my contract, but when I didn't change my mind about leaving the agency, they started a false scandal, and I became the most criticized celebrity in Korea. If I was that rich and famous, I wouldn't die. Ha! I was used to hearing inconsiderate comments. But this time, my numb heart ached once again. It wasn't because of the devastation from a ruined career or depression that I chose death. My death was not a surrender, but a revenge. I wrote the whole truth in my suicide note, and I thought it was the best revenge I could get under the circumstances. The scandal will be cleared up when the suicide note is made public anyway. The public had no interest in the words of a controversial celebrity. The downfall of a successful life was merely part of the entertainment for them, and the guilt for that action would only truly bloom when faced with the death of the person involved. That's what I hoped for. I paid with my life as the price to ensure that the truth would not be dismissed as a mere desperate attempt. Is it because I just died and not long has passed that the story about the suicide note hasn't spread yet? I was lucky to be able to witness my revenge come to fruition with my own eyes. So, if you're interested, I'd like you to consider it. While I was lost in thought, I heard the woman's voice again. Oh, what did she say? The woman in front of me had apparently been talking to me the whole time. Of course, I hadn't heard most of it, so I had no choice but to make the obvious response. Let's just run. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm busy right now. As I showed signs of hastily moving my steps, the woman suddenly grabbed my arm. Then, she quickly shoved something into my hand. Oh. Wait, then take this. Is she a cult member? It was rare for someone to talk to a stranger so persistently. I was grateful that she was concerned about me, but I was beginning to suspect if she was a member of a cult. Yes, okay. I'll take it. I showed her that I had received it, but she was still giving me an intense glare. Then she spoke with a dignified look on her face, emphasizing each word. Please think about it carefully and be sure to contact me. Really? I meant it. I will. Finally, overwhelmed by the woman's intensity, I clutched the object in my palm. The woman bowed her head in satisfaction and moved away. With this body and in this situation, I won't be able to go back to the house I used to live in. Should I just wait for the news here? Since the person who had been talking to me in such a burdensome manner was gone, there was no need to move. I don't have anywhere to go back to. The last thing I wanted was to go to a house full of police and be arrested as a murder suspect. While sitting on a bench scattered sparsely across the street, I was warming my frozen hands with my breath when finally a new breaking news report came through. No suicide note was found, and the police have stated that they are currently conducting an investigation to determine the exact cause of death. What? No suicide note was found? What did Kang Hyuk-woo do? As I thought of the name of the person who had constantly bothered me in my past life, my head suddenly throbbed. Hiding that piece of paper was nothing. I got rid of it. The voice was familiar. I jumped to my feet and looked around, but I didn't see any familiar faces. That FING bastard, what is he getting rid of? If he was anywhere near here, I was going to beat him to a bloody pulp. Unable to hold back the anger crashing into me like a tidal wave, I began to run without direction. After running for a while, the voice ringing in my head grew louder. It's getting closer. Oh, it looks like a few people are starting to get suspicious. For now, I'll refrain from any public activities until things settle down. Please clean up the atmosphere of the company and release an official statement. And try to calm that person down. It was only after I reached an alley off the main street that my legs stopped. Then I heard a real voice, not something that flowed into my head on its own. Oh, I'm sorry. He's already dead, what can I do? I turned my head in the direction of the voice. There he was. The bastard who ruined my life. Kang Hyuk-woo. The company is on the brink of collapsing, so what? If we're going to make up for the lost revenue, we'll have to go recruit some good people. He was continuing to vent his frustration to someone on the other end of the phone. Our eyes met. Hey, hang up for a moment. I found a big fish. The guy who hurriedly hung up the phone approached me. Then, with his eyes shining, he spoke to me. It was the same eyes he had when he first met me. The eyes that had discovered a gemstone. Fragments of old memories flashed through my mind. How old are you? Look at your eyes. They're so fierce. How old are you? Do you know RH Entertainment? I'm from there. I'm the casting manager for the newly established RH Entertainment. Have you ever thought about becoming an idol? Have you ever thought about becoming an idol? My teeth chattered. I could see my foolish past, unaware of what the person in front of me would do to my future self. Would you mind taking off your mask and hood? As soon as I sensed the hand coming towards me to remove my hood without permission, my sense of reality and reasoning returned. I was no longer Seo Yutae. Even if I beat Kang Hyuk-woo now, I would only become the perpetrator of an unprovoked crime. Taking a step back, I closed my eyes tightly to show my refusal. Then, I exhaled. It looks like my plan with the suicide note failed. This bastard still seems to be living with his head held high. There was no point in looking back at failure. What I needed to find was what I could do now. As I clenched my fist, something rustled. I opened my hand and saw the business card the woman had handed me earlier. This is. I hadn't recognized her before because my memory was clouded, but now I remembered. The woman I bumped into was Lee Yuen, a casting director from SU Entertainment, whose skills were well known in the industry. Kang Hyukwoo was a trash, but at least he had good eyes. He even found me in a corner of the festival when I was young. This mask or hood probably wouldn't have hidden me from him. I was starting to get a sense of it. Why Lee Yuen from SU Entertainment had desperately clung to me. Why the arrogant Kang Hyukwoo had spoken to me. For some reason, the hood and mask feel too big. Oh, I'm sorry. I just got a casting offer from another company. Barely able to contain my laughter, I deliberately waved the business card in the air. Kang Hyukwoo frowned when he spotted the clearly printed logo of SU Entertainment. SU Entertainment was the largest and most historic entertainment company in the industry. Compared to RH Entertainment, which I barely managed to carry, it was on an entirely different level. This is such a shame, what can I do? I turned my head toward a nearby advertising screen, guiding his gaze. The news about me was also playing on that screen. I think it's better to go to a company with a promising future. I know what's in it for me too. I said it with a clear tone, filled with the intention of expressing how unlikely I was to want to go to a company where people had died. At my sneer, Kang Hyukwoo's face twisted as if he had chewed on something unpleasant. Taking my own life was the best revenge I could afford in that situation. But now, I can do it. This time, I will absolutely not fail. RH Entertainment was a company I had built from the ground up, every single part of it. So, it would be me who would bring RH Entertainment down. I had experience and talent that had been pushed to the limit, a head that knew everything about the dirty details, and a body with a clean past. At close range, the perfect revenge I had hoped for was within reach. And if my guess is correct, this body is. I took off my hood and mask. Take a good look at what you've missed. And regret it. Kang Hyukwoo's expression changed as he checked the face. Heh, this young kid is bold. If there's something you want, just say it. I'll give it to you. Should I put you in a debut group? Or perhaps you want a living allowance? Passers-by around us stopped dead in their tracks and even turned around to stare at my face. I've already made up my mind. I'll be on my way, then. Wait. Do you think I'm crazy enough to crawl back into that agency? I smiled nonchalantly and swallowed the words that came to my throat. As I left the area, leaving behind Kang Hyukwoo who kept calling out to me, I tasted blood on the tip of my chewed tongue. An ordinary high school student couldn't possibly go up against a giant in the entertainment industry like Kang Hyukwoo. Therefore, the first thing I had to do was already decided. My abilities were the same then and now. Dancing and singing. That was all I had. But it was enough. While I'm taking revenge, I'll conquer the top idol one. I'll climb to the top and step on him, becoming someone who is worthy of dealing with him. Having escaped to a place where few people were around, I stopped in front of a building with one entire wall made of mirrors. Then, I stared blankly at my reflection in the mirror. If there's something you want, just say it. What do I want? Hyung. As I raised the corners of my mouth, my neatly aligned white teeth appeared, and an unbelievably dazzling smile formed. Having spent a long time in the entertainment industry and encountered countless handsome men and beautiful women, I could confidently say this. I wish you were dead, Hyung. This body had the most beautiful appearance in the country. As I studied his features closely, I couldn't help but smile. The pupils, visible between long eyelashes, had a light pigmentation, giving them an otherworldly feeling. The combination of prominent double eyelids and slightly slanted eyes created a mysterious aura. Under the blush that spread like watercolors, the white skin shone whitely as if illuminated by a light. The features, flawless in every way, were truly unbelievable. Even the teeth were perfect. Honestly, no amount of adjectives were enough to describe it. Has he been hiding a face that looks this perfect all this time? No, perhaps it was because he was so strikingly good-looking that he chose to hide it. There were plenty of people who were introverted and avoid attention. Seeing that he didn't even use social media, I had a rough idea. Now that I think about it, what kind of person is the owner of this body? Ironically, I knew nothing about this body other than its stunning appearance. I have all the plans. Celebrities did all sorts of things to relieve boredom during the long waiting times. From knitting to yoga and even reading web novels. Since my younger brother was into them, I too, ended up reading a few web novels myself. Don't try to be an idol with such a weak mentality. What? Level up? What skills? Practice until you die. Hyung, it's just a novel. Calm down. They must have their own circumstances. My younger brother seemed to enjoy reading those web novels, but they weren't for me. Still, there were things I learned on surface level. Status window. Once my cooldown time was up, I could gather information, check other people's stats, monopolize the good items, and all that, right? I didn't plan on using the status window to increase my skills, but it would have been a huge help for understanding the situation. I called out the status window with a voice full of anticipation. Nothing came up. Status window. Nothing came up. Quickly, pop, come out. I raised my middle finger and slammed it into the air several times. Nothing came up. I'm dizzy. I felt dizzy for a moment due to frustration. As I started to feel embarrassed by flapping my hand in mid-air, I gave up on the idea of living life easily. I had always been successful, and once I convinced myself with the miraculous rationalization that I would still succeed without special skills, I became a little less angry. So what does this kid do? The problem was this body. Even if I could somehow cover up the skills with my past life experience, if I didn't even know who I was, I would be treated like a crazy person. Rabs. Even in a world where manners have gone on vacation, it wasn't like there was nothing I could do. It was okay. Let's calm down. In this modern society, human nature was easier to understand than you might think. Just by thoroughly checking their phone. Luckily, my phone wasn't locked with a password or pattern, but was set to face recognition, so I simply pointed my face at the camera to open it. I opened my contacts and saw my name, phone number, and email at the top. Han Seungbeom. It's not typical. It's pretty decent. If you're going to be a celebrity, your name better be unique. Past. The next important thing was the gallery. Let's go. This was the most nerve-wracking moment. If the owner of this body was a bad guy, all my plans would be ruined. I could feel my breath catching in my throat with nervousness. If there were pictures of me drinking green holy water 1 or eating cloud-shaped cookie 2, or bullying someone, everything would be over. These days, the society is sensitive to school violence. There weren't that many photos or videos in the gallery. Most of them were of animals, like cats, dogs, and birds, and landscapes, like the ocean. The few photos of people were of children who appeared to be friends, shoulder to shoulder in their uniforms, smiling broadly. His friends seemed to have neat appearances and good manners, and his relationships with others seemed to be fine. But there were only a few photos and videos of his friends, and none of them showed his face. Is Han Seungbeom being ostracized? Did you study hard for the exam? I did it in moderation. You said you always did it in moderation, but when I actually checked the result, your score is high. My doubts were quickly resolved after I watched a video of him talking to his friends. Another peculiar thing was that only basic applications were installed on his phone. He didn't seem to be using social media or anything similar. If I had this face, I would be on SNS3. Is he an immortal in the mask of an angel? Of course, it was a great thing for me, but I couldn't help wondering why someone with a face like an angel who had fallen to earth lived such a boring life. After conquering the gallery, I immediately started looking through his browsing history. As much as I wanted to respect this kid's privacy, I knew that if I didn't properly find out his information right now, I might end up in the hospital with a mental breakdown. Seo Building. The most recent entry was a search for the name of the building where I died. These days, information was shared freely on SNS, so no matter how hard news articles or reports tried not to give away the details, information inevitably spread. He probably saw the news that I died and became curious, so he looked it up. The child probably never imagined that the protagonist of the incident that shook the world would end up in his body. Thinking about it, I felt sorry for him. East Sea. Cat snacks. Han River. Geese. Other than that, it's ordinary. The search history looked familiar. The gallery was full of photos of oceans, rivers, and birds, so it seemed he liked places with lots of water. The judgment was made. He was a good high school student. Tuck. Rather, I find it more frightening that he seems to have no flaws, it's almost unnatural. Ugh, it's cold. Once the biggest concern was resolved, my tension eased, and I felt a shiver of cold. It was already November, yet I went out wearing only a hoodie. It was unbelievable for someone who was so sensitive to the cold. I quickly opened the Messenger app and pressed the conversation list with father that was at the top. Father, I'll go out in the evening and come back. Where to? Cheongdam-dong. I'm meeting a friend for a bit, then I'll be back. Okay, I got it. Have fun and be back not too late. I checked the text messages and searched through the wallet in my pocket. He doesn't bring an ID, or any photos. I quickly threw the wallet, which only contained a debit card and cash. It flew through the air in a parabola and landed in the trash can. I went straight to my contacts and pressed father. This is what happens when you raise a child, father. After a few rings, I heard a middle-aged man's voice. Yes, Seungbeom. What's the matter? Father, I can't go home because I lost my wallet. Can you come pick me up? The person on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment. Then he started talking again, as if nothing was wrong. Your wallet? Oh my, be careful. Okay, then tell me the nearest buildings and I'll pick you up. What is this? I called out the address, trying to ignore the strange feeling. Yes, I'm at the convenience store next to the Euro building in Cheongdam-dong. Okay, I'll be there soon, just wait a bit. After that, it was an ordinary small talk between father and son. After hanging up, I crouched down next to the convenience store. Since the setting is that I lost my wallet, I can't go inside the convenience store. I froze to death. I was about to freeze to death, not to mention I was being the center of attention because of my face, so I pulled my hood down deep and put on the mask. Honk. Honk. After sitting there for a while, I heard two soft klaxons. When I turned my head toward the sound, a middle-aged man rolled down his window and waved at me. Han Seungbeom's face was unusual, so I expected his father to have a heavenly face as well, but he only seemed to have a moderately well-groomed appearance. The only similarity was the bright color of his eyes. Seungbeom, get in quickly. It was the same voice I'd heard on the phone. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. With a quick apology, I got into the passenger seat. Based on the text history, Han Seungbeom wasn't a rebellious son, but he wasn't a sweet one either. It seemed that my guess was correct, as my bluntness didn't seem to bother him. It's better that way. What? It's all right. Dad's on the way home from work, and Mom's picking Jaewon up from his cram school. Let's go home and have dinner together. Okay. Who is Jaewon? A younger sibling? An older sibling? Judging by the name, it was obviously someone related to this body. Mom has been so busy lately, going back and forth to your younger brother's school. Dad also came out today to pick you up. Should we order delivery today? Ah, it's a younger brother. At my father's words, I was finally able to guess the identity of Jaewon. Yes, that's good. After that, there was only silence in the car. I was a person who lacked social skills. Password 763220. Okay. I waited for Han Seungbeom's father to open the front door, washed my hands and feet, and slipped into my room. When I picked up the frame from the table, a rattling sound came from the back. The frame held a family photo. There was the father with his hand on Han Seungbeom's shoulder, and a woman standing side by side with a young boy who appeared younger than Han Seungbeom, both smiling brightly. This woman must be his mother. The child she was holding in her arms must be Han Seungbeom's younger brother, Han Jaewon. They're wearing the same school uniform, just different tie colors, so he must be a year or two younger. There wasn't much I could say about the family photo at someone else's house. It's a harmonious family. If I had to express my thoughts, it would be that although Han Seungbeom had outstanding looks, his family was surprisingly ordinary. It sometimes happened, like a mutation, where one child in the family stood out with exceptionally striking looks. Ding! Ding! My phone vibrated on the table. I checked the screen and saw it was a call. Aunt. He didn't even save his younger brother's number, but he saved his aunt. I didn't want to answer, but I needed to know the identity of this seemingly important aunt. After a moment's hesitation, I tapped the call button. Hello. Han Seungbeom. You said you were coming to visit your aunt today, so why didn't you show up? Did he have such an appointment? Make it a habit to write a note when you have an appointment, Seungbeom. Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. Then come to aunt's shop tomorrow to make up for today. Anyway, there were too many customers today, so I probably wouldn't have the time. Tomorrow, there will be fewer reservations. No, I don't want to go. I'm already exhausted. Help me. Okay, I will. Even though my mind refused, my mouth obediently answered. After all, even if I avoided it right now, it's something I would have to face eventually. Wasn't there a saying that it's better to get beaten up quickly? You have the address, right? The one I texted you. Yes. I put the call on speakerphone and checked the text history, and there was one text with an address. It was a shopping street in Cheongdam-dong. I'll go there after visiting SU Entertainment. In Cheongdam-dong, entertainment agencies were lined up one after another. The reason I ran into Lee Yuen and Kang Hyukwa today must have been because it was right in the heart of Cheongdam-dong. I was planning to contact Lee Yuen later today and make an appointment for tomorrow, so it wasn't too much of a hassle to visit a nearby shop. Seungbeom, dinner. I heard my father's voice from the kitchen. It's time for dinner, so I have to go now. Yeah, okay. Enjoy your meal and see you tomorrow. Yes. After hanging up the phone and stepping out of the room, I saw a row of delivery food with their packaging removed on the table. The rest of the family, except for me, was already seated at the table, and as soon as I sat down, they picked up their chopsticks. As we calmly ate, small talk like, "How was your day today?" and "This restaurant is new, but it seems better than expected," flowed. I let all of it go in one ear and out the other while shoveling food into my mouth. It tastes awful. How was Cheongdam-dong? Mom was surprised when Dad told me you lost your wallet. The person who appeared to be my mother smiled at me as I mechanically chewed my food. The family all glanced up at me. There was a reason I hadn't spoken, just listened. I had no idea what kind of relationship the owner of this body had with his mother. There was no text history, or even call logs. I needed to say something to avoid raising suspicion, but I couldn't say anything so easily. Is it normal for him to not be in touch with his mom that much? Should I answer informally or formally? Should I respond with a blunt or friendly tone? What's the name he usually used to call her? What kind of conversation did they usually have? It would have been better to possess a prince of a faraway land instead. That would have been easier. This lowly one almost died twice upon encountering the enemy, my blood pressure soaring so high. Something like that. It would be easier if there was a way of speaking that I had to keep in mind. My head was going to explode. You're unusually quiet today. When I didn't say anything as I continued my rambling thoughts, my dad noticed and patted the back of my hand. Seungbeom. Your mom will be worried. Answer her. With all eyes on me, the time for judgment approached. It was fun. I searched for a decent answer and mouthed it. Then, I smiled. The atmosphere turned icy, as if cold water had been thrown on it. Clang! A sharp sound echoed through the room as my mother lost her grip on the spoon. Did I say something weird? It was fun. It actually wasn't a strange thing to say. Then what's the problem? I glanced at the faces of the family, and something was off. They all turned their heads away as if they had promised to avoid seeing something they shouldn't have seen. It's not something that happened just once or twice. I slowly brought my hand up and stroked my facial muscles. Was there something strange in my face? There was no abnormality. It was just a normal smile. The three family members, except for me, continued to eat, staring at their rice bowls as if they were being chased by something, and then hurriedly got up from their seats. This family, there's something wrong. I acted normal. But if the other person still reacted strangely, then it couldn't be my fault. I rubbed the corners of my eyes as a sudden wave of fatigue washed over me. Give me the status window, you bastards.
Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
I woke up early in the morning, contacted Lee Yuen, and made an appointment to visit SU Entertainment right away. My life is full of sh*t, nothing ever came easy. Yesterday's incident made me realize that Han Seungbeom's family was a real sh*tty family. I needed to get out of here as soon as possible. I couldn't figure out why this family was strange. Han Seungbeom didn't leave any clues. But it was okay. Once I signed the trainee contract and entered the dormitory, I would be able to escape this suffocating place. If only there was a status window, I could easily figure it out. After trying this and that, the status window really did not appear, no matter what. It was foolish of me to have even briefly hoped for it. However, it wasn't as if I was given nothing at all. Kang Hyuk-woo. I could hear him yesterday, despite being so far away. It was the same today. Yesterday, I saw a guy with a pretty good-looking face passing by, so I tried to bring him in, but he turned me down. It seems like SU already had him in their sights. Is our company not as attractive anymore now? Hey, after something that big happened, it's a bit too soon to be out there casting people. That's true. What about that person? The contact has been lost. He seems to be traveling around a lot these days. Ugh, those golden spoon guys are seriously awful. After enduring the hellish mealtime and experimenting alone until I was completely worn out, I discovered a special ability granted to me, the ability to hear someone else's voice. However, this ability came with certain conditions. First, I had to have the person's name and face in my head. Second, the ability to hear lasted only a few seconds and took a lot of stamina, so it was impossible to overuse it. Third, the closer you were to the other person, the louder their voice would be, and you couldn't hear them if they were too far away. I didn't realize how hard I'd pushed myself yesterday to figure out these conditions. I felt like I'd been on an international tour. I stretched my stiff body and checked the date on my phone. November 15th. Saturday. The unfortunate part was that Han Seungbeom was still in his third year of high school and had to go to school. The fortunate part was that today was Saturday. I'm lucky to be able to meet Lee Yuen right away. It bothered me that Han Seungbeom was a student preparing for CSAT-1, but there was nothing I could do about it. Seungbeom, I'm sorry. I've never studied at school. My education level was only middle school graduate. Since studying was out of the question anyway, I plan to debut as soon as possible and put Kang Hyuk-woo in his place. For this purpose, it's never too late to start training as a trainee. I folded the textbook with the foreign language neatly and tucked it away, pressed my hat on my head, and left the house. When I arrived at the front gate of SU Entertainment after taking public transportation, Lee Yuen spotted me and ran over. Seungbeom. Thank you for coming. Hello. I took off my hat and bowed my head to greet her, but Lee Yuen waved her hands frantically to stop me. She told me that there were a lot of fans of the agency's celebrities around here, so it's better for trainees to avoid showing their faces. Our new Beta Epsilon. I pulled my hat down low again, and Lee Yuen led me toward the back door. As expected, the major entertainment agency was different. There was a separate passageway for celebrities and affiliated employees to use. That F*King RH. RH Entertainment had no such back door. I gritted my teeth as I remembered being hounded by reporters every time I went to and from work after the scandal broke. I'm sorry for making you go through all this trouble on your holiday. I just couldn't get away from work. It's all right. As we emerged from the tightly concealed long corridor, a door appeared. Lee Yuen scanned her employee ID and unlocked the door. When she opened the door, we were directly led to the inside of the company. The neat interior proudly showcased its design, and the smell of money was thick in the air. Leading the way with a swift stride, Lee Yuen walked into an empty conference room and pulled out a chair. She walked to the other side and pulled out a business card. I already gave it to you, but since we were in a rush at the time, let me formally give it to you again. I'm Lee Yuen, and I work at SU Entertainment. I'm from the new artist development team, and if Seungbeom joins our company, you'll probably see me often. Thank you. Oh, I'm still a student. I took the business card and deliberately trailed off at the end of my sentence, to which Lee Yuen waved her hand dismissively. Ah, it's okay. When you work in this industry, it's quite common to give things out one-sidedly. Celebrities don't make business cards. Ha. Please sit down, Seungbeom. Lee Yuen responded brightly, mixing in a joke to avoid making me feel awkward, and gestured to the chair. As I sat down, she spread some documents in front of me and asked a few simple questions. Seungbeom, how old are you? 19 this year. My birthday is January 2nd, so I'll exactly be 19 years old soon. I didn't enroll in school early. You're a high school senior. Are your college entrance exam preparation going to be okay? Yes. I'm going to work hard and aim for debut. What about college? I'm not considering it yet. You should seriously consider it though. Among the trainees at this company, there was probably no one attending college or preparing for entrance exams. The kids aiming for a debut ran toward a single dream without ever looking back. Balancing both was close to impossible from the start. Knowing all that, I smiled faintly at her obvious attempt to test me. Isn't it difficult to balance trainee life and college life at the same time? Besides, it's a little late for me to join now, isn't it? That's true, but I'm telling you just in case, so you don't regret it later. I appreciate your concern, but I'm fine. You need to have the brains to go to college to regret it. College isn't something anyone can just go to. After hearing my polite refusal, Lee Yuen nodded and continued the conversation in a gentle tone. She explained the general details of the trainee contract, life as a trainee, and the rules. All right, we've covered the general details. Shall we move on to the main point? Lee Yuen, who had organized the documents and pushed them aside, put both arms on the table and pulled up a chair. Main point. I thought the conversation would wrap up around here, but when she mentioned main topic, my interest was piqued. I heard that you turned down a casting offer from RH Entertainment. Is that right? They even offered a living allowance, but you rejected it. You're quick to get the news. I'm not just quick with the news, I'm also quick-witted. I'm the one who found and honed the kids who are now the pillars of this company. When I look at a person, I get a sense of it. How much money they'll bring to our company, how smart they are, how scary they can be. I disliked foolish people and quite liked capable ones. From what I could see, the person in front of me seemed to be very clever and fell into the category of being quite capable. I don't think the size of the company is the only reason Seungbeom chose our company. Am I wrong? RH Entertainment was sh*thol filled with dim-witted apes. Not only could they not help me, but they also ruined things with their lack of sense, all while being greedy for money. Haha. Finally. It was finally happening. I found my perfect match, a highly intelligent person who would support me in every way. To be honest, Seungbeom's appearance is far from normal. This is the first time I've seen someone look better than celebrities, even without any photo editing or heavy makeup. Seungbeom, you realized it yourself, right? Your own value. What do you wish for? The survival debut project that starts filming next year. Please send me there. Just before I was about to die, I gathered up all the information floating around in the entertainment industry, indiscriminately. It wasn't because I had a plan, but more out of an obsession. According to the information, filming for a survival program of a project idol group would begin early next year. That was my goal. As soon as I said what I wanted, Lee Yuen gently narrowed her eyes. You're quick with the news. The media probably hasn't even dropped any hints yet, so how would an ordinary high school student know about it? Not just quick with the news, but I'm also quick-witted. When I fired back exactly what I had heard, Lee Yuen laughed out loud. Then you must know how many trainees are waiting for their chance in the basement of our company. I need an excuse. I trust Seungbeom's potential, but the company doesn't. You say that like you're going to grant me everything I wish for. I was already expecting that. But I joked about it anyway. I'm sorry, the higher-ups are a bit strict. I'll accommodate the rest. But I'm sure the quick-witted Seungbeom has a plan, right? You've got some great material, after all. Knowing it was a joke, Lee Yuen raised her eyebrows and pointed at my face playfully. Since I had a good face, it seemed like she was telling me to come up with some reason. I immediately opened my mouth. Do you know any reporters? Could you please ask them to spare some time 2 days from now? If possible, someone as capable as you, Manager Nim. And please arrange accommodations for me as well. Sure. But why a reporter? We have a big event in 2 days, don't we? No way. I nodded at Lee Yuen's words, as she laughed in disbelief. Then, Lee Yuen tightly shut her eyes. Seungbeom, you really have the face of an angel, but I don't think that's what's inside. If I do well, your evaluation will go up, Manager Nim. Seungbeom, go ahead. Do it. I'm rooting for you. Lee Yuen, who quickly changed her attitude, searched through her phone contacts with urgent movements. After my conversation with Lee Yuen, I started moving again to fulfill my promise to my aunt. The location of the shop she had texted me was not far from the SU Entertainment Building. I don't even need to take public transportation. A 20-minute walk. Considering that Cheongdam-dong is quite expensive, the fact that she runs a shop here must mean her business is doing pretty well. Turn right here, go straight past the convenience store. I checked the map and walked steadily, and it took me less time than I thought. Arriving at the address in the text, I almost turned back the way I came, thinking I was in the wrong place. This can't be his aunt's shop. In disbelief, I blankly lifted my head and stared at the sign. Sun Story Cheongdam Main Branch. I didn't expect it to be the best makeup salon in Cheongdam-dong. Sun Story was a makeup salon that was rumored to be so popular in the industry that top celebrities raced to get a reservation on this place. Rumor had it that the owner was called the Hand of God. Who would call such a large makeup salon aunt's shop? I thought it was just a small neighborhood shop based on how she talked, so I came with a light heart, but I never imagined it would turn out like this. I cautiously opened the door and walked in, and the staff greeted me with a big smile. Seungbeom is here. It's been a while. The director is in the VIP room. Just come in. Thank you. Oh. Your face is getting more and more handsome. Are you really not going to be a celebrity? I'm going to. Yes, hello. I hastily answered the flood of comments and quickly entered the VIP room. Inside the VIP room, there was a table with simple drinks prepared and one woman. Aunt? When I closed the door and called her aunt, the woman lifted her head. You're here. Sit here. So, this is his aunt. Yes. As soon as I sat down at the table, the woman set her jaw and smiled brightly. Then, she opened her mouth. So. Who are you? I'm Seungbeom. Your nephew. Don't lie to me. The woman slammed her fist on the table. It was hopeless. It looks like I'm going to be exposed in just 2 days. As expected, life isn't easy. It was a mountain beyond a mountain. As expected, life is not easy. Lie. What do you mean by that? You're not Seungbeom. I denied it at first, but the answer came right back. Could it be that my attitude was so different from Han Seungbeom's that she noticed? The strange reactions of Seungbeom's family came to mind, so I thought that might be the reason, but I knew that alone wasn't enough to make her suspect anything. Because except for this woman, Han Seungbeom's family didn't even notice that I wasn't Han Seungbeom. I suppressed my puzzlement and asked the question again, was there something strange? No. You were fine, like a normal high school student. You're a good actor. Though your facial expressions are a little blunt. The woman, resting her chin on her hand, spoke nonchalantly. When I frowned openly, she chuckled. It's so funny to see you making that bad expression with my innocent nephew's face. Why? Did someone else notice besides me? I smiled, and the atmosphere around the family got strange. As I said that, a different emotion flashed across the woman's face who had been smiling the whole time. She was sad. They probably didn't notice. There's no way they could have noticed Seungbeom's changes. It's fine if you keep acting like this. No one else will notice Seungbeom's changes except for me. Maybe even I wouldn't have noticed. Maybe even you wouldn't have noticed. As I sat waiting with a stiff posture, as if asking for an explanation, the woman, who had been fiddling with the handle of her mug, spoke again. I've made up my mind that if the day comes that Seungbeom suddenly disappears, I won't be sad. You make it sound like you had already predicted Han Seungbeom's disappearance. Something was off. There was no way an ordinary person could understand such a ridiculous resurrection at once. Do you know something? I won't tell you. Try thinking hard about it until your head hurts. Ahahaha. When I looked at her with eyes filled with disgust, the woman grabbed her stomach and laughed like a madwoman. Although she appeared to be laughing, but there was a chilling coldness in the air. This woman really did seem to know something. Although she didn't seem to have any intention of telling me. But it would be too harsh if I told you nothing. I'll tell you a little about that family. If you stayed there, you would have felt it too, right? That family is not normal. This child always wanted to run away. Run away. The woman nodded. I'm the younger sister of Seungbeom's biological mother. The woman in that house is the person Seungbeom's father remarried. I rested my chin on my hand and thought about Seungbeom's mother. So that's why. It was not common for a mother to be busy picking up the younger brother from cram school while neglecting the oldest, who was currently preparing for CSAT. Seungbeom doesn't smile. Not just smiles, he hardly shows any emotions at all. In that family, Seungbeom was just like a decoration of a happy family. He was so kind-hearted that he couldn't refuse them. To make it seem like a happy family, they kept Seungbeom close and watched over him, but didn't acknowledge his existence. He wasn't allowed to express emotions or act in ways that weren't permitted. That was the unspoken rule I had broken. Even asking how my outing was or saying they were worried were actually warnings about my violation of the rule. What kind of a dysfunctional family one is this? I was being frank. The woman burst out laughing again and took a sip of her coffee. So, unlike my nephew, you look like you would never listen to anyone. What kind of person are you? I can't tell you. I was grateful for her telling me about Han Seungbeom's troubled family history, but there was no reason to share every little detail of my story. I cut the conversation off sharply, and the woman asked the next question as if she already expected my answer. How old are you? I like wine, not milk. I don't drink alcohol though. I answered while lightly tapping the milk in front of me with my fingertips. It meant that I was an adult who had lived long enough. I suppose that's probably for the best. I have no intention of placing any restrictions on you or spreading rumors. That's a relief. Because that child was always suffering, and his situation was never going to get better. The fact that things didn't go as those people wished is exactly what I wanted. So, go ahead and do as you please. However, the woman who had been smiling the whole time stood up, the smile gone from her face. Then, she grabbed me by the collar. If you treat my nephew's body recklessly, I won't let it slide. Live your life diligently so that you can achieve the happiness that child never had. I will. Since I couldn't reply with, I don't want to, I just went along with it. Only then did the woman seem relieved. She softly whispered, "Thank you," and hid her face as if she was about to cry. Having patted down my clothes, wrinkled from being grabbed by the collar, I let out a small sigh. And then I remembered something I had forgotten. Oh, I was wondering if you could help me with something. What can I help you with? What else? You should pay the price for grabbing my collar. If there was something I wanted from a makeup artist, it was obvious. Several days had passed since I met Han Seungbeom's aunt. During that short, yet long period, I had been incredibly busy, hardly able to catch my breath. Mostly, I spent some peaceful socializing time with the trainee babies from the same company. It seems that some of our trainees haven't fully accepted Seungbeom's joining yet. I tried my best to appease, though. Honestly, it's not something that's easy for the kids to understand from their perspective. I thought to myself, kids at this age must feel the need in establishing their hierarchy, in response to Lee Yuan's words, which carried a hint of concern. It had been quite a while since I was in my teens, so I could hardly remember those days clearly. As expected, right after joining the practice room, some babies who were supposedly trainees from this big entertainment agency started picking on me. After putting up with it a few times, I couldn't take it anymore and caused a huge scene. After that, it was very peaceful. Come to think of it, I was like this when I was a trainee in my previous life. It was déjà vu. Did you hit me? Thanks for throwing the first punch, you jerk. But back then, it was a real fistfight, and this time, we resolved it through conversation, so I thought it had been settled well. After all, I was a trendy guy who knew how to follow the flow of the times. They looked at me like I was a crazy person. Seeing the kids who greeted me properly every time we crossed paths, even though I hadn't asked them to, Lee Yuan made a strange expression. Anyway, for a series of reasons, I didn't have much energy left. I was tired after all that and was about to take a nap. Now, please put everything you're holding down. The exam time is over. You did a great job. If I had to specify the location, I would say on the desk in the CSAT exam hall. When the bell for the end of the exam rang and the answer sheets were being collected, I sluggishly lifted my body from where I had been lying. Of course, my answer sheet was blank, and I had been sleeping since the first period. The supervisor's piercing gaze burned into my back. What? At least I didn't snore. I looked around and saw all of our wonderful examinees organizing their desks. You guys are awesome. Thumbs up. Aren't you leaving? You said you had to go to your part-time job. Leave me behind. I can always find another part-time job, but if I miss a handsome guy like that, I won't get another chance. There are times when a woman can't back down. And that time is now. What are you talking about? The front of the classroom was noisy. Students were trying to catch a glimpse of Han Seungbeom's face. I was genuinely curious how rumors spread in an exam room full of unfamiliar faces. Their parents must be worried, so seeing the students acting like that, this ajusi too couldn't help but feel really concerned for you kids. I grabbed my phone back and immediately started running while calling Lee Yuan. Oh, Seungbeom. Are you done? Then you can come down to the main gate now. Yes. You said it's the team with the white padded jacket and the camera set up on the tripod, right? That's right. They said that holding a reflector would make it look too staged, so they just wore white padded jackets. They'll probably approach you first. I already showed them a photo of Seungbeom, so don't worry. Okay. When the exam ended, the examinees assigned to the exam room all rushed out at once. I needed to leave before them. I quickly darted down the hallway, made it to the main entrance, and looked around. Where are they? As I'd expected, the place was packed with reporters. The school was close to the broadcasting station, so there was nothing I could do. White padding, white padding. I found them. Wow. It felt strange to claim I found them. Among the other reporters dressed in dark black padding, they were the ones glowing white. They had probably been watching me for a while, they silently sent me a signal by raising their eyebrows eagerly. I was the only one in a white puffy coat, so it was easy to spot me among all the other students who looked so similar, like kimbap rolls. Here we go. Don't do that eyebrow thing. I tried to ignore their overwhelming enthusiasm and walked toward them casually. At just the right moment, the reporter standing at the front of the group grabbed my arm. She was a woman who strangely resembled Lee Yuan. Hello, I'm reporter Lee Yusun from RBS. May I have an interview with you? Yes, of course. I pretended to be a little embarrassed, and soon replied with a big smile. And today, I went all out with a full makeup and hair styling. Even though I had just taken the college entrance exam, there was no reason for me to skip practice since I had been sleeping the whole time anyway. Some of the trainees my age had mentioned taking a break from practice today, but if I had such a weak mindset from the start, I wouldn't have even stepped foot into this company. Let's get started. AAA. The first thing I learned about this body was its vocal range. Vocal range was something that you need to be born with. I hadn't been the main vocalist in my previous life, so I prayed earnestly that Han Seungbeom would have a talent for singing, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. If I forced my voice, I could hit a 4, but it didn't sound very pleasant, and my throat became stiff. After multiple rehearsals on stage, my vocal condition would deteriorate and my body would tense up, preventing me from hitting the same notes I could during practice. Realistically, the highest note I could hit comfortably was F4, and anything above that, like G4, was a struggle. 3. This much would make it impossible to take on high-pitched ad-libs. Being the main vocalist is difficult. As expected, is God fair? It seemed like they were saying not to expect an amazing vocal just because I had an amazing face. However, while I couldn't be the main vocalist, I was still capable of handling most vocal parts. As for dancing, well, I can do it if I want to. I honestly wasn't worried about dancing. I had been the main dancer for years, so how could I not dance properly? If I couldn't do it, I would just keep practicing until I got it right. I hadn't fully adapted to the length of my limbs, the strength of my muscles, or my flexibility yet, but by the time I debuted, I would have everything adjusted. If you treat my nephew's body recklessly, I won't let it slide. The threat from the woman that I called Aunt echoed in my mind, but what could I do? Verbal contracts were never meant to be trusted. I hope you live more carefully from now on. As I cleared my throat and prepared my sheet music to start practicing in earnest, someone burst through the door. It was a trainee assigned to the same dormitory as me. Hyung. Big news. Do Yutae. You have to knock before you come in. The rumors about me had already spread throughout the company, and most trainees avoided coming near me. However, as an exception, this guy kept approaching me. I'm sorry. But I wanted to let you know quickly. With a face resembling a border collie 4, he was the type of guy who, despite getting scolded, would quickly smile and laugh it off. Yoon Nuna told me. There's a new survival program, and Hyung and I were selected to participate. Yeah. It seems like the company had already made a decision internally. Was your performance evaluation that shocking? Decision, my foot. They're just rushing to row the boat because the tide is coming in 5. Why? They usually assign dorms by the trainee's seniority, but they placed me and Hyung together. I've been a trainee for a while, so I was shocked to be assigned with Hyung, who just joined. Lee Yun probably did a quick touch-up. Are you dissatisfied? No. I like you, Hyung. It would have been understandable for him to complain that the opportunity went to someone who had only recently joined, but this guy seemed content just to have been selected as a participating trainee. Do Yutae, on the other hand, was searching through related articles, wondering what had changed our arrogant company's mind, since they would never have sent their trainees to a program like this before. What is this? I was worried because the weather was a bit cold today, but the inside of the exam hall was warm, so it was fine. My voice suddenly played from the phone that Do Yutae had been playing with. It's finally starting. I think I feel relieved the most. Everyone worked really hard. What relief. I didn't even open the textbook. I looked at the first page of the exam paper and fell asleep. The only thing weighing on me was the guilt I felt about Han Seungbeom's CSAT preparation. Wow. SNS is all filled with stories about you. You're on the news, Hyung. Do Yutae picked up the tablet and showed it to me. All sorts of SNS pages were open on the tablets, and there were news videos and screenshots of my face all over it. Did you already know about this, Hyung? I glared at the tablet and handed it back. This was nothing to fuss about. Real-time hot keywords. CSAT grade cut. CSAT answer sheet. CSAT Korean. CSAT grade. Cheongsul High School CSAT guy. CSAT handsome guy. CSAT guy news. CSAT guy survive idol. As a matter of fact, top-class celebrities have always been the ones to attract attention. What are you talking about? Of course I didn't know. They also have to be skilled at telling lies. I smiled lightly. In the blink of an eye, the first day of filming for the program arrived. I spent a month preparing for the stage evaluation, coordinating with Seo Yutae. He, who suddenly became a teen with me and couldn't leave the practice room except when sleeping, screamed when a satisfying performance was completed. Hyung, you're so scary, how are you so good? You've only been a trainee for a short time. Is this what they call natural talent? I had a decade of experience, so how could I possibly be the same as these rookies who had only been at it for a few years at most? Watching him spout nonsense about talent, it was clear that this guy was still just a kid after all. If we're talking about natural talent, it's probably this kid. I didn't expect much, but Seo Yutae was actually better than I thought. Especially his singing. His strengths were his impressive vocal range and powerful voice. On the evaluation stage, he successfully hit a D5, and when he was just playing around, he even reached an E5. To have that kind of range in his chest voice at such a young age was truly a sign that he was blessed with talent. No wonder SU Entertainment is confident to showcase him. Trainees might feel disappointed with a company that didn't debut them, but from the company's perspective, training trainees was just a business expense. It meant they wouldn't hold on to someone with no potential for years. Let's do our best tomorrow. I've been stuck here my whole life, but now I'm finally stepping out into the world. Okay. Let's do well. Without doubt, it will go well. Before showcasing it on the program, our performance had already passed the company's preliminary evaluation with flying colors. Objectively speaking, our stage was even better than those who had already debuted. Today was the last day we could practice properly. We had just finished the last round of preliminary interviews conducted with each agency. Click. Click. What are you doing? Now that I've got my makeup done, don't I look pretty decent? We should take a photo. Before heading to the interview, we were shipped away to a makeup salon at Lee Yun's insistence, and we came out looking more dazzling than ever. Apparently, these days there's makeup that looks so natural, it's like we're not wearing any at all. Capital is frightening, those meticulous SU guys. Trainees from other agencies would have been filmed without much preparation. As for us, we had already completed everything, even a skincare clinic tour, over the past month. A with ring above NBS. Okay, let's take a picture of you two, Hyung. Oh my, you're handsome. Seo Yutae, who pulled me out of my wandering thoughts and took several selfies, cheerfully packed up and opened the practice room door. Then let's go back to the dorm now, tomorrow is an important day. I stared at him in silence, smiling slyly, and his dark, round eyes started to shift nervously. Unable to withstand the prolonged silence, Seo Yutae awkwardly took a few steps back. Hyung, resting is also important. I'm going to declare a strike. This is crazy. I'm going to die from all this practice. Just kidding. We can't go into tomorrow's shoot with dark circles. Ah, Hyung. You're so humorous. Ha. Seo Yutae forced a laugh and patted his chest as if to show he was relieved. Then, in a hurry, he grabbed my bag and handed it to me. Come on, let's get out. Get out. Get out. It's fun to tease him. The next day, the two of us were all dressed in costume, hair, and makeup, and driven to the studio in a van provided by the agency. Just like the pre-interview, it seemed like we were given the last turn. That's understandable. SU Entertainment has never sent their trainee on a program like this. I'm sure they have high expectations. When we arrived at the filming studio, we were greeted by the production staff and given microphones. Name tags were lined up in the passageway before we entered the studio. Seo Entertainment / Han Seungbeom. Seo Entertainment / Seo Yutae. If I were my mom and dad, I wouldn't have named my child this. When Seo Yutae saw his name in big letters on the name tag, he pouted. Honestly, something like, do you see one or, do yuk no thiwe, or anything else would be more fun. Do you know how many times I was teased with, I didn't ask, Yudaya, Iayeo too, when I was young? Be thankful you're not Remy. Do Remy. One of the production staff, who had been listening to our conversation from the side, spewed out the water he was drinking. I've heard that one a lot too, you know. Ugh, so lame. Boom. Sound effects echoed inside the studio, followed by the murmurs of dozens of boys. It must be SU Entertainment. Wow, they're coming here too. Didn't they say that CSAT guy was from this agency? I wonder how many people will show up. I auditioned over there, but I didn't get in. When the producers decided they'd gotten enough reactions from the rest of the trainees, they signaled to us. Okay, SU Entertainment will be in shortly. Let's start the count. 3, 2, 1. The production team's outstretched fingers gradually decreased, and we slowly walked into the studio after confirming the signal to enter. As soon as we entered, the first thing that caught my eye was the pyramid-shaped seating arrangement according to rank, and since we were last, most of the seats were already taken by trainees. Wow, look at their faces. Crazy. I saw that guy on the news. Their legs are so long. The camera just keeps going up. I think both of them are around 180 centimeters. He's so handsome. I saw the news, and I think he got even more handsome in the meantime. The guy standing next to him is handsome too. That guy, that's him. The one who got first place in the SU Entertainment vocal audition. As expected, the big agency is different. Why does it feel like their face is shining? The huge screen above the studio seemed to be reflecting our faces. I turned my head to look at Do Yutae. Where do you want to sit? The production team told us, the last ones to enter, that, it doesn't matter where you sit, just take any seat. What they really meant was that we should either sit in an available seat or push another trainee aside to take theirs. Obviously, they want the latter. In the first episode, the competition for those debut ranking seats was usually the focus. But by the later parts of the program, you wouldn't even really remember who sat where. If you sat in the upper rankings, you would get everyone's attention and get a little more screen time, but if you sat in the lower rankings, you would be able to pass by quietly. No matter where we sat, we're from a big agency, so we would definitely get our fair share of screen time. At this point, I thought Do Yutae could sit wherever he wanted. Wow! Can I sit wherever I want? Yes. Chicken. Stir fry. Soup. Delicious. If delicious. Then. Eat. More. This kid was a real weirdo. He started singing while pointing with his fingers, one by one, from first place to 7th place, the last of the debut spots, while singing. As soon as he did that, the trainees sitting in the debut seat desperately avoided making eye contact with us. Dr. Chiak, guess what that I'm saying, ding, dong, dang, 3. Do Yutae's fingers stopped at 2nd place. Let's go to the 2nd and 3rd place. Okay. The trainees seated in the 2nd and 3rd places looked dejected. Do Yutae ran over excitedly and spoke to them. Hello. What do you want to compete with? Yes. Let's play a game to decide who gets the best seat. What do you like? Rock paper scissors. Cham cham cham. Dibba-dibba-dib. I like dibba-dibba-dib 4. Do Yutae pulled me aside as I stood there blankly and asked me a straightforward question. You punk. Are you going to make me do that? I don't want to do it. I'm not doing it. I don't want to do it. Seeing me panicking and resisting, Do Yutae tilted his head and said, okay, then gave a thumbs up. What's okay? Did he really understand? You two are from the same agency, right? Let's have one person represent the team. My Hyung is very shy. Hyung, just trust me. I'm a master of dibba-dibba-dib. The guy who did the dibba-dibba-dib scissors pose said dramatically. He looked strangely like an ostrich, the perfect image of a fool. Don't do that. Long story short, Do Yutae won. We ended up sitting in 2nd and 3rd place. I showed them. That broadcast must have looked cool, right, Young? No. You destroyed SU Entertainment's reputation, you idiot. I'll pretend to be asleep when the show goes on the air and Lee Yuen calls. During the intense 3 minutes of dib-a-dib-a-dib, I stood there like a borrowed sack of barley 5. I didn't want to get involved in that. I felt sorry for the 2 trainees who were being pushed out of their seats over such a ridiculous competition. Bomb! There was another loud sound effect and all the lights in the studio went out. Someone jumped onto the stage, one arm spread out horizontally. Survival Idol Project. Survive Idol Season 4. The stage lights came back on. And the slot machine on the screen rolled to 777. Out of the 77 boys, only 7 will survive. The boys' dreams are in your hands. Bet on your idols. Are you freaking kidding me? They were making a chaotic atmosphere, turning the lights off and on just to make a dramatic scene. Hello. I am actor Yang Ha-Jun who will be hosting Survive Idol. Wow. So handsome. The trainees, who were still far from becoming actual celebrities, cheered and clapped enthusiastically. As someone who wasn't really into dramas or movies, I wasn't familiar with many of the actors. I don't know him. Before we start the official grade evaluation, let me introduce the trainers who will skillfully refine and polish the trainees. Boom. 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 The trainers appeared in a row, accompanied by thumping music. I recognize all these faces. In other seasons, there were more professional dancers and vocalists, but this season, the percentage of idols has increased dramatically. Perhaps the accident of the dance trainer during filming in the previous season had an impact. Idols who are actively promoting are under the control of their agency, and since they are very conscious of the broadcasting stations, the risk of them causing accidents will be less. I recited the trainer's years of experience. Junior, junior, senior, junior, junior, senior, and... There were only 2 seniors, and they weren't idols, but singers and rappers. It was funny that I was standing here as a trainee when there were so many of my juniors. Something was familiar. The one who was last to arrive. The head trainer is Jay from the legendary boy group Prism. He was the youngest member of the idol group I had been a part of for several years in my former life. That guy, that kid. He used to get scolded by me for not being able to dance, but now he's at a level where he could teach the kids. It was almost moving. He started his solo activities after I left group. I didn't keep track of how he was doing, but I figured that if he's appearing as a trainer, he must have become pretty skilled. Jay, who entered with a coat draped over his shoulder, scanned the trainees. When our eyes met, I clenched my fist tightly. He seemed to think I was admiring him. However, I, who watched him since he was a snot-nosed kid, was directly hit and wounded. Tear the coat. Take off the beanie and use it to wipe the floor. Stitch up the damaged thigh so he can never take it off again. Don't put on airs. I'm seriously annoyed. The trainers all sat down at the judges' table, and the grade evaluation began. We're last in line again. Since we're from the SU Entertainment, a haughty entertainment company, the broadcasting station guys seemed really excited. I didn't care about the order anyway. I'll be the best. With this level of trainee experience, you should actually be doing better. But it looks like you've gotten complacent. Did the company really say it was okay to perform like this? I don't think it looks okay. It looks cheap. You need to practice again. We will announce the grade of trainee Go Gildong. Go Gildong's profile appeared on the screen, followed by a CG of a stamp with the letter D on it. Trainee Go Gildong's grade is D. Please get off the stage. Hearing the trainer's sharp criticism, Seo Yutae gasped, "Whoa, the judging is tough. The evaluation is almost over, but there are only 4 people in S-class." True. Apparently, since the trainers were mostly idols, they were evaluating the trainees more strictly. Half of it is not wanting to be looked down upon by the public, and half of it is not wanting to be looked down upon by the trainees. I thought the trainers would be a little more generous since they're all idols. Me too. My happiness circuit is broken. I heard giggles from the other seats. Baby, you can't say things like that when you have the mic on. While I was watching the Devil Editing's free source being created, the person next to me suddenly stood up. I'm surprised. It was the guy who was sitting in the first place. Judging from the production team staff gesturing from below, it seemed like he was going down to the evaluation stage. Are with tilde beta. Blonde. The back of his head was yellow. It looked too soft to be bleached, and there were no stains at all. Perhaps noticing that I was staring at the back of his head, Yutae gently pulled down both of our microphones and whispered really quietly. They say he's the son of the eldest son of Sanghwa Group and the youngest daughter of a British tycoon, born from a love affair. He's a biracial, he has blonde hair and incredibly long eyelashes. His older sister is a brunette, though. Really? He's really handsome. Even when standing next to Hyung, his face won't lose. Something was bothering me. It wasn't that I had a bad feeling about him because he was handsome, but I felt a strange, uneasy feeling. Of course, it was also irritating that someone was as good-looking as Han Seungbeom. It was his turn. Wow! The trainees exclaimed as his face appeared on the screen. He might look a little too sharp, but he was definitely handsome. Nicholas Wayung Lee. That's a killer name. The name tag, designed with the usual 3-character name in mind, seemed like it was about to burst. First of all, it may not have been intentional, but since it's already been made into an article, the production team knows, and we know, that trainee Nicholas comes from a very good family. Yes. Compared to the female vocal trainer's cautious opening, his answer was so cold. With looks like that, you'd expect his face to be the first thing people mention. He had a handsome face, but the environment he was born into was too special to pay attention to his looks. I felt a little sympathy for Lee Hwa-young. But I wonder why someone like you is appearing on this program. I came to Korea because I admired Yutae Sunbeam. I almost spit out the water I was drinking from the bottle placed under the chair. Ah. He came to Korea, admiring someone who had already passed away and was no longer in this world. It wasn't the happiest of stories. The atmosphere in the studio quickly sank, and an awkward silence filled the air. Except for me. Quickly ask him why he likes me. I'm curious. Hurry. I see. Okay. Ha, this is crazy. I'm going to go insane. They don't even bother to ask him that. The trainers, seemingly oblivious to my frustration, changed the subject and continued their questioning. Wow, what you're wearing right now is luxury brand, right? How much is everything you're wearing combined? A dance trainer named Frick asked outright. Lee Hwa-young tilted his head as if he didn't understand the intent of the question and replied bluntly. I don't know. I don't buy clothes. Whoa. It meant that there was someone employed to shop on his behalf. Setting aside the impolite way Lee Hwa-young spoke, the content was so shocking that no one pointed it out. Then, can I start the performance now? Yes, yes. Let's start. Singing, excellent. Dancing, above average. I thought he would perform terribly since he was a young master, but his skills were better than I expected. As expected of my fan. The trainers and trainees cheered and clapped. He performed alone, but it didn't look shabby at all. It's something that can only be done because his singing is exceptional. Performing solo instantly raised the stage's difficulty level. Since he had to handle all the parts by himself, it's impossible to mask any shortcomings, and it wasn't easy to highlight his strengths either. If the vocal was weak but the dancing was exceptional, it would have come across as unbalanced. Given trainee Nicholas's striking visual, I assumed he'd be a great dancer, but his singing is surprisingly impressive. Considering your stated admiration for Senior Yutae, I assumed you'd select a Stars or Prism song for your evaluation. I was quite surprised when you chose a different artist's song. That's right, I was expecting a song from our group. Jay said in a joking tone. He's a smart guy. Prism boasted the highest level of difficulty among existing idol songs. If you had attempted it carelessly at the trainee level, you would have ended up with a failed performance that would have been immortalized on the internet, haunting you for the rest of your life. What's more, since one of the original singers was sitting in the trainer's seat, in order to receive praise, you would need to either show something distinctive from the original song or deliver a flawless performance. However, he was still not at that level yet. It's true that the singer I admire is my inspiration, but I don't intend to limit all my possibilities to that. He's skilled. There's not even a hint of nervousness. Both the vocal and dance were stable and good. The balance is really nice, so even though you performed alone, it didn't feel empty. Well done. Thank you. He thanked them, but didn't bow down. His citizenship was showing. I will announce the grade of trainee Nicholas Wyoung Lee. Lee Wyoung's profile appeared on the screen, followed by a CG of a stamp with the letter S being stamped on it. Trainee Nicholas Wyoung Lee's grade is S. Please get off the stage. Hyung, we have to go down. Do Yutae waved his arm. I hadn't realized it because I was watching the screen so intently, but our turn finally came. Bomb! As we stepped onto the stage, just like when we first entered, the SU Entertainment logo appeared on the screen. Hello. We're SU Entertainment trainees. Do Yutae. I'm Han Seungbeom. Wow, you're really handsome. Han Seungbeom, could you turn to the right for a moment? Jay said into the microphone. As expected. With a face like this, of course, this appearance should be taken from different angles. Wow. There were gasps from all directions as my face was captured on the screen. To the side. I had no idea why he's making me do this, but since he asked, I blinked a few times and turned to the side. Originally, the most handsome men were the ones who was unaware of how good-looking they were, and that was what made them an unreachable kind of handsome. Whoa, that's insane. Look at the bridge of his nose. Is that the kind of person who becomes a celebrity? Another exclamation of admiration erupted. I lifted my head to the angle where my jawline looked the best on camera, then burst into a shy laugh. Han Seungbeom's laughter was refreshing, and as my eyes completely closed, the eyelashes forming a single curve. Do Yutae stood next to me, looking utterly enlightened. His expression was clearly stating, that's fake. Oh ho, what kind of expression is that while your colleague is working hard? I'm so dumbfounded by how handsome you are. No, your handsomeness is just unreal. Jay rubbed the back of his neck and laughed. JSSI, don't you like him too much? It looks like you've already decided on your favorite. That's right. I think he's my #1 bet right now, In my previous life, he said I was so scary looking that I looked intimidating, but now he said he liked my face. I clenched my fists. I think I like it more now than I did in Season 3. Everyone in the studio burst out laughing. Season 3 of Survive Idol was a girl group project. The amount of screen time is great. Our youngest child, do more. There was a high possibility that the part where people could laugh like this would be left unedited, so I would be on screen for a while. I heard that you got SU Entertainment's discipline under control just one day after joining. Who is the kid, the one who spilled the beans? I glanced to the side and Do Yutae was sweating profusely. I didn't do anything on the company's discipline, but I think they said that because I did well on the entrance evaluation. In this day and age, that kind of behavior would put me in a big problem. As a new trainee, I couldn't do that even if I wanted to either. I laughed and placed my hand on Do Yutae's shoulder. Do Yutae quickly put his hand on my back and laughed along, trying to find his own way out. Let's do well, Yutae. Yes. The guy, flustered, went to his position and stood there. I'll look forward to it. Please play the music. Tang. Whew. Whew. The gun and siren sound effects, which had been added separately to increase focus, went off. The chaotic evaluation scene was instantly organized, and the trainers straightened their postures. I closed my eyes and slowly opened them. Whether it was in the past or present, when I was on stage, I only had one thing on my mind. Kill them all. Oh. Oh. Grr. I smell something fishy. Sensed threat. I can't stand it, kill it. Stress exploding, uncontrollable adrenaline. Hold your breath and hide your claws, hide. You probably don't even know you've fallen into the trap. I'm a gangsta. Grr. The ruler of this area. It was a raw live performance with no AR, but Do Yuta performed the intense choreography without showing any signs of struggle. There wasn't a pathetic person on this stage who couldn't sing live. As we nailed the intense choreography while singing live, the production staff was in uproar. It seemed they were checking to see if they had mistakenly played the AR audio. This is a match between you and me. There is only defeat, no victory. Do Yuta placed his right hand on my left shoulder and stood facing me. It was the build-up for the upcoming dance break. The trainers didn't notice because we had closed the gap, but Do Yuta's hand movement was slightly off. Get your head straight. Do the same as in practice. I made eye contact with him and gave him a subtle nod. The slightly distraught look on Do Yuta's face quickly disappeared as he regained his composure. Good. I hadn't expected him to perform this well on his first real stage. I was very pleased with the fact that he managed to sing the song without any problems even though he missed the choreography slightly. 1, 2, 3. Fight. Woohoo. In time with the bass sound effect for changing the atmosphere, Do Yuta pushed my shoulder. I slowly tilted my upper body back, as if floating in zero gravity. All the melodies faded away and only the beat remained. Thump. 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 Following the beat, he pulled his elbow back forcefully, striking the empty air and sweeping across my body. I popped my body in sync with his movements. *T. I bent backward to the limit, and my body, relatively lacking in muscles compared to my previous life, felt the strain. I gritted my teeth and pushed through, seamlessly transitioning into the next move. Thump. Kokagugugu. Tack. Thump. Kokagugugu. Tack. I broke down the monotonous beat with fast-paced choreography. Between these movements, I inserted slow, groovy moves synchronized with the quiet finger snap sound effect to create a sense of catharsis. Hey! After a well-energized dance break, the melody line came back in. Do Yuta's part began again. Only scars will remain. But I won't stop. I followed suit, swiftly turning on my hind legs to drop to one knee. One corner of my mouth turned up, and I extended my right hand toward the camera. The main camera captured my face as it was. I'm addicted. Do Yuta took a step back, giving me space to showcase my elaborate dance moves. He would time his final move to coincide with mine, but a beat behind. While Do Yuta, with his simpler movements, sang steadily, I would harmonize with him on the final part. As if we were each other's shadows. Thump. Back on the beat, Do Yuta's hand was on my neck. Thump, thump, thump. In time with the fast beat, I grabbed Do Yuta's wrist and pulled it roughly away, as if resisting the leash. This is a match between you and me. I prove my worth without mercy. There was a reason why I handled the difficult choreography while Do Yuta only joined in for the key points. Give him strength, but also save him stamina. Most of the trainees avoided the parts of the senior songs that had high-pitched ad-libs, but I couldn't tolerate such a weak performance. Bite it. Swallow it whole. Do Yuta's clean, straight high notes filled the studio. This guy's strength isn't just his vocal range. It's the stable and powerful volume that comes from proper breathing. He dominated the scene. Jay, who had been watching the trainees' performances with a bored expression the entire time, stared at us with blank stare. Everyone in the studio was left speechless, and a brief silence followed. We are wild dogs. We don't think twice. We do what we have to survive. As soon as the whispering part of the ending was finished, cheers erupted. Woo-woo. This is legendary. Crazy. This is the greatest. After the endless applause was somewhat settled, Jay picked up the microphone. After seeing a performance like that, what more can I possibly say? There's just nothing to criticize. The dance break in the middle, you were dancing like you were possessed. Usually, it's really rare for good-looking guys to be this talented. That's right. It's really rare. What's the song? Did you make it yourself? Yes. It's a song that Seungbeom Hyung composed and choreographed. I also helped write the lyrics. Do Yutae answered brightly. You can compose songs too? That's insane. Trainee Han Seungbeom performed like a pro on stage, and trainee Do Yutae has an amazing vocal range and was so stable in live performance that I was really surprised. As expected, a big agency is a big agency. The CEO of SU Entertainment must be so proud. I enjoyed it. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of stage you'll show us in the future. At the continuous praise, Do Yutae clung to my side, beaming with a bright smile. This kid, he forgot to do the greeting. I clapped him on the back and we bowed together. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I will announce the grade. Wait a minute. I have something to say. In the warm atmosphere, just as the evaluation was about to end, the guy sitting at the very end opened his mouth. 2 months, so, you're stealing the opportunity from those who have been trainees longer. Am I the only one who feels uncomfortable with this? There are many trainees who have worked harder and longer. He was a member of the 6-year-old idol group Overture, Frick. But from what I see, since you have a good-looking face, you must have thought I'm going to debut no matter what. I think you came here with that kind of mindset. Do you think being an idol is that easy? Wow. I lived long enough to see myself getting criticized by someone who's so much junior to me. Translator's Corner. Nicholas' father's surname is Lee, and his first name is Nicholas since he's a British citizen. But as Korean descent, his Korean name is Lee Hwa-young, that's why it was Nicholas Hwa-young Lee. Even so, it's only been 2 months. If someone like you debut, imagine how much disappointment the other trainees will feel. He drew continuous lines on the paper with my profile written on it using a marker. He had his nose stuck to the profile the whole time during the performance, so I knew this was coming. He first looked at the trainee experience and had no intention of properly watching the stage. Indeed, 2 months is cute. I can't just say I've been in this industry for over 10 years, Hubinim. You should be an actor or a model. What are you doing here? The soloist Cz, who was sitting next to him, gave a look to the other trainers as if to say, what the F***ck is wrong with him? Hanol, the girl group member sitting next to her, rolled her eyes and shook her head. If you have something to say it. In this cold and tense atmosphere, to deliberately make me speak meant he was clearly trying to humiliate me. My insides were seething. It was unacceptable for a junior to argue against a senior's evaluation. It was even worse in the trainee-trainer relationship. Directly refuting a negative evaluation could result in being stuck with a stubborn, unlikable image depending on the editing. Because Korea is obsessed with Confucianism. There was also a way to shed tears and gain sympathy from the public. However, while it could immediately boost my fandom, a pitiful and fragile image could become ingrained in the public's mind. I suppose an exemplary answer would be best. I'll do my best to show you great performance next time. I spoke calmly in a gentle tone and lowered my head. The intention was clear, I understand what you're saying, now keep your mouth shut. Then Frick snorted, no, don't give me that formal answer. Answer my question. Can't you understand what I'm saying? This be asterisk starred, seriously. Do Yutae had a face that seemed to say, oh no, what is he going to, and was clasping his fingertips together. He seemed to have a pounding heart, worried about what I might do next. If it had been my previous life, I would have jumped right in and confronted him. I would have said things like, if you're unhappy with me, let's settle it with skill. But this life was different. I realized that such a response would have only led to my downfall, and Han Seungbeom also did not have the kind of appearance that would make a violent attitude effective. The angle at which I opened my eyes, the tone of my voice, the way I held the microphone, all of it had to be flawless, with not a single mistake. I swallowed my anger and opened my mouth. I don't think actors or models are professions that can be attained simply by having outstanding looks. Of course, I am truly grateful for the compliments I receive, but I understand that it's not a profession that can be taken lightly, as I am aware of the efforts that the seniors who are currently active in those fields have put in. R.A. You had the audacity to disregard the efforts and achievements of your seniors whom you face in the same industry. I had been consistently training with the goal of becoming an idol long before I became a trainee, and even now, that goal has not changed. My experience cannot be compared to the mere trainee period stated in my profile. Therefore, instead of being complacent with the praise from other trainers, I will carefully reflect on which aspects of my performance that trainer Frick might have found lacking. Among the many trainers, only you have belittled me, but there is no clear basis for your criticism. I will definitely prove it with my skills in the future. It meant I could overcome it with my own skills. Ha! Good. I'll look forward to it. After the long speech ended, before Frick could even respond, Jay laughed and clapped. Seeing this action from Jay, who had the most impressive career among the trainers, the other trainers nodded and joined in clapping. Frick's face hardened, realizing that his image had been completely ruined before he could retort. If things broadcasted this way, he would be the one who's getting caught in the devil's editing. Frick might get cursed at a lot. Don't quit weekly. I'm not done yet. I'll announce the grades. My profile and Seo Yutae's appeared on the screen. We both entered the S class. Trainee Han Seungbeom and trainee Seo Yutae's grades are S. Please come down from the stage. As I walked off the stage and up to the ranking seats, I made eye contact with Jay. Thanks, you little brat. As I lowered my head, Jay tilted his head with his eyes closed. I swallowed a chuckle. This brat, he did that on purpose. He laughed to draw everyone's attention in the studio to himself, and he clapped to give validity to my statement. Since Jay didn't add anything, Frick's words became nothing more than an argument, and a boundary was formed between the other trainers and Frick. As I glanced away, I saw Frick's face, which still seemed to be upset. You've completely fallen out of Jay's favor, dumbass. Idols who were under the spotlights were all very clever. Their hectic life left no room for leisure activities like nurturing chicks, and getting caught up in editing that squeezed out tears and snot would do more harm than good. For similar reasons, I also turned down every offers to be a judge on audition programs in the past. I could clearly see what kind of trainers were in this place. A leader who truly felt a sense of accomplishment and passion in training others. Or a loser who was pushed out from the spotlights and had no other choice. Most of the trainers, including Jay, were the former, and Frick was the latter. Plus, it seems like his group is on the verge of disbanding, with all sorts of dirty rumors going around. I bet he thought he can gain a cool and professional image by snapping at the trainees who couldn't fight back. It seemed that Jay saw through that sly intention right away. And I, too, didn't like those kinds of people. If he continued to maintain that arrogant attitude, I was planning to make him pay the suitable price. Who are you trying to act superior in front of? This Sunbeam is coming in. Make way, you disrespectful Hubinim. Once the filming of the grade evaluation was complete, the 77 trainees moved to the Lucky Center, a facility set up for the program. By the way, the trainees who performed right after us received the lowest rating. While sitting on the large bus and listening to 1 hour of calming music for the duration of the trip, my phone vibrated. Hyung, are you okay? It was sent by Seo Yutae, who was sitting next to me. Since we hadn't removed the microphone yet, it looked like he texted me for privacy. I lowered the brightness of my phone to the lowest possible level and replied. Yeah. I was really nervous earlier. I was worried that you would lose your patience and charged like a bull, Hyung. That almost happened. Still, I'm glad that Hyung endured it well and let it go smoothly. I never said anything about letting it go. Oh, Hyung. Please. You sound like a gangster. As the trivial conversation came to an end, the bus screeched to a halt. We had already arrived at the Lucky Center. We have to go to S-Class Room 1. After quickly getting off the bus, Seo Yutae looked at the accommodation floor plan and pointed to the room marked S-Class Room 1 with his finger. The rooms, divided by grade, showed a stark difference in facilities, size, and location, ranging from S-Class to D-Class. It seemed they intended to heavily discriminate between the grades to put pressure on the trainees. They're cramming 8 people into a room for D-Class. Looking at the benefits listed by grade next to the floor plans, it seemed that D-Class didn't even have beds. Huh, really? Kids who got low grades must already be struggling mentally, but they're openly being discriminated against like this. There are 3 people in one room for S-class. Hyung and I are in the same room, right? Yeah. The other one is Woo Kangwon Hyung. I don't know him. Was the stage done poorly? I couldn't remember him at all. He's the one who did the grade evaluation when you went to the bathroom. He used to be a judo athlete, but he quit, went to the military service, and then came here. He's insanely tall, and his muscles are all bulky like Superman's. Oh, military service. A trainee who has completed military service is quite rare in the idol industry. I want to be like that when I grow up, like a muscle man. Yeah. I don't think it will suit you. While we were having this silly conversation, someone came up behind us and looked at the floor plans. It was Lee Hwa-young. Lee Hwa-young is in S-class room 2. Oh, hello. We're in the room next door. I'm Do Yutae, and this Hyung is Han Seungbeom. I enjoyed your grade evaluation performance. It was impressive. Let's practice together later. I look forward to working with you during the program filming as well. Would you like to go upstairs together? The sociable Do Yutae spoke to Lee Hwa-young first, but was cleanly ignored. Lee Hwa-young let out a slight scoff at Do Yutae and swiftly turned around, disappearing toward the central elevator. HNGG. I'm embarrassed. It's okay. You did well. Seemingly embarrassed by the rejection, Do Yutae, with his eyes drooping like a scolded puppy, hid behind my back. Good boy. Good boy. If it's not for your social skills, my dorm life will be plunged into darkness. Don't get discouraged. When we moved to the room, we couldn't help but be amazed. Honestly, even though it was S-class, I expected it to be shabby since it was a temporary place for trainees to live, but it was quite nice. Unlike the rooms of other grades, the bed wasn't a bunk, and there was a TV, a microwave, and even an air purifier. They're really determined to make a broadcast concept. Sanghwa Group Electronics. Do Yutae exclaimed as he looked around the room. I wondered where they got the money to buy all this stuff, but it seemed like they were sponsored by the Sanghwa Group. Hyung, are you going to visit the other grade rooms later? No. If walked in all proudly into other grades' room wearing the S-class uniform, I would become an inconsiderate fool. I absolutely hated the idea of the broadcast airing something like, trainees in D-class swallowing their tears as they watched the appearance of Han Seungbeom and Do Yutae, S-class trainees. Then I won't go either. You must have your reasons, Hyung. I'm a fool, so I don't know a lot of things. Okay. That's smart. As I was unpacking my personal closet, I noticed something stuck to the inside. Lucky Center Trainee Life Rules/Lucky. Possession of smartphones and communication devices, SNS uploads are not allowed. Intentional damage to property is prohibited. Smoking and drinking alcohol are prohibited. Late arrival and absence from classes are prohibited. Entry of outsiders and animals is prohibited, butlers are not allowed to enter. Excessive physical contact is prohibited. Cooking with open flames is prohibited. Violation of Rule 1 will result in immediate disqualification from the program. Accumulated violations of other rules will also result in disqualification. What's with the no butler rule? It's obvious that it's because of the young master Lee Hwa-young. A black limousine followed all the way to Lucky Center and then turned back. The rest of the rules were pretty normal. Haha. Seeing these outdated, human rights violating rules still being enforced in today's world, I finally realized that I had become a trainee again. How many years has it been since I've dealt with this nonsense? Phew. Even if you're lacking in skill or not fully prepared, if you gain popularity with the public, you debut. That was the nature of Idol Survival Project. But I had no plan of debuting with a bunch of unqualified people. Here's my plan. I'll choose the members however IF *** king ** want. National votes and all that were none of my business. I'll push the ones I like until they debut, and the ones I don't like, I'll push them off a cliff. Let's start. If you want to, then just, do it. There's no other way. You know what I mean. A voice that I couldn't tell was real or a dream echoed in my ears. As I fell into a daze and started to forget the words, a loud noise assaulted my eardrums. Beep 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 bum badada bam 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 bam. It was a wake-up alarm scheduled for 5 a.m. These crazy people. If only there weren't cameras, I would have cursed already. They set some kind of military bugle call as the morning alarm. I wasn't the type to set alarms, so I wasn't happy to be woken up forcibly. As I sat there dazed, Woo Kong-won suddenly stood up and approached me. Let's get up. I woke up, but my eyes weren't open. Last night, Woo Kong-won returned to the room late. He apologized for being delayed because he had been working out, then had a brief chat with us, his roommates. Despite looking like someone who wouldn't say a word, he was surprisingly gentle and had a thoughtful personality. No. We have to go to practice. They said the official song will be announced today. Among the trainees, Woo Kong-won and I were closer in age, so it wasn't hard to get along comfortably, and we quickly became familiar with each other. Although, of course, Woo Kong-won treated me like an older brother humoring someone younger. XXXXXX. Aren't you tired? I'm fine, I woke up later than usual today. Even after we chatted, he stayed up late to work out, so I couldn't believe he got up so early. This is killing me. Crash. Seo Yutae, who was sleeping on the bed right next to mine, rolled off onto the floor. Staggering up, I grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him into the small bathroom. His just woken up face was definitely not fit for broadcast. Following the guidance of the production team, we moved to the auditorium inside the Lucky Center, where we stood side by side in a seat marked with blue tape like a checkerboard. Cameras were everywhere, but the drowsy children couldn't afford to care about it. Boom! The giant screen in the center of the auditorium lit up with sound effects. Seo Yutae, who hadn't even opened his eyes yet, was startled awake by the loud noise. Survive Idol official theme song Reborn to be Idol, revealed /survive. A colorful subtitle appeared on a black background and cut directly to a video of dancers standing in formation. A voice filled with echo resonated loudly without any instrumental backing. I'll win, my shining dream. Born to be idol. That's me. The dancers began the choreography with a prelude that heightened the tension. It was a choreography that would showcase the basics of most of the trainees. Are with diaresis nu yes. I will devote all my potential. Set your worries aside. They'll only bring fear. Born to be idol. That's me. Bet on me. Jackpot. Born to be idol. That's me. I've been waiting for the rising tension. I'll show you my dream. Passion that never misses an opportunity. Make me shine. I've been waiting for you. You who will look at me. I won't make you regret it. For believing in me. Born to be idol. That's me. The song had a refreshing vibe, but the guide vocal sounded like an older brother about to enjoy a glass of Macchiali 1 with some Pagean 2. The choreography wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. It had a familiar touch, so it seemed like it was choreography that Jay had made. I'll give you all my passion. Let go of regrets, those will only cause hesitation. Born to be idol. That's me. Bet on me. Jackpot. Born to be idol. That's me. The mood of the song intensified, and with a slightly trot-like beat, the dancer in the center suddenly lifted his head and flashed a grin. Then, like a deflating balloon, they danced a crazy fast and difficult breakdance. They did that again this season. The choreography was not very efficient compared to the effort put into it. It was difficult to learn and required a lot of time to perfect the details, but the spectacularness of the dance break didn't feel like it was proportional to the effort. I bet my neck that choreography will never make it into a group performance, and only the skilled ones will get close-ups of their upper bodies. It seemed that the choreography was intentionally twisted so that the trainees would freak out for the broadcast. What's that? Do we have to do that? I could hear the freaked-out trainees muttering. Kick it. Kick it. Look it. Look it. I'm shining. Shining. Sing it. Sing it. Look it. Look it. I'm shining. Shining. Nicholas Wyung Lee, a British citizen, made a subtle expression after hearing the lyrics. He seemed to be wondering what on earth those English lyrics meant. Welcome to K-pop, you little brat. English was just something to be exploited, and the meaning and grammar weren't that important. If it sticks to your mouth, then that's all that matters. Especially for programs targeting the entire nation, even if it sounded silly, the most important thing was having an addictive quality that took over the brain. That's pretty decent, I guess. Bet on me. Jackpot. I'm sexy. I'm cute. I'm cool. 'Cause I was born to be an idol. I took it back. My dear little brother, K-pop is finished. You tell me to do that. I'm sexy, I'm cute, I'm cool. I didn't intend to blame the lyricist. When clients ask for something catchy, lyricists had no choice but to write it that way. As someone who wrote lyrics and composed songs, I couldn't say I didn't understand their position. But the thought of me having to sing those lyrics drove me insane. After the video ended, before my mental state could even recover, the trainers came in. The trainees greeted them with applause. Woo! Hello! First came Jay, the choreographer, and then two more idols whose main focus was dance. Sure enough, this included Frick. It was quite a sight to see the trainees with bird's nest hairstyle standing side by side with the fully styled trainers. Hello, trainees. I'm Jay, the choreographer of the official theme song, Born to be Idol. Today, I'm here to teach you the choreography. The dance is so hard. Huh, that's true. But it can't be helped. Everyone, if you become an idol, you have to do it anyway. After laughing at the trainees whining, Jay spoke a bit sternly. I will only show the choreography once. After that, I won't take any questions. If you can't copy it now, you will have to watch the choreography video and follow it on your own. Even for active idols, if they were slow at learning the choreography, the choreographer would show it to them multiple times. This was because if they didn't learn the choreography as intended by the choreographer, a situation where major revisions to the details had to be made later might happen. They're resorting to ineffective tactics like this to intimidate and put pressure on the trainees. Jay probably didn't want to do this, but I couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Or rather, they hoped that the trainees wouldn't be able to keep up. The grade reevaluation will be based on how well you have mastered this song and choreography, so trainees, please practice to the best of your ability. In order to make the program provocative, they needed to see the trainees fail rather than just keep up with the class. They gave us an impossible task, and the few geniuses who could handle it became the standard. This industry, which I love with all my heart, is really the same as always. But objectively speaking, it was actually only difficult for the trainees, not for me. I slowly loosened my body, where there was no trace of tension. Okay, let's get started. 1, 2, 3, 4. Following Jay's count, the 77 trainees began to follow the choreography in the large auditorium. Can't you do it straight? While Jay was performing the choreography on the high stage, there was a guy wandering around the D-class trainees, picking on them. It was Frick, the guy who argued with me on the grade evaluation. Since the S-class trainees were following along quite well, it seemed like there was nothing to criticize, so he didn't approach us. I want to hit him. Seeing that tiny bean-sized thing wearing a trainer's hat and acting cocky, I just wanted to strip him of everything and kick him out. That guy always had this rotten, lifeless look in his eyes, but they would suddenly brighten up whenever he was bullying the trainees. I'll gouge your eyes out. But what was a modern intellectual? Even if there's a desire to hit someone, isn't it about holding it in and refining that murderous intent? If you threw the first punch based on your temper, you'd have to retire from the entertainment industry before even debuting and return to the world where only the strong survive. As I was continuing my serious contemplation, I made eye contact with Woo Kong-won, who had been standing in front of me. He was so quiet that I didn't even realize he had been watching me. What? Woo Kong-won shook his head. He didn't just shake his head, he closed his eyes tightly and shook his head slowly. He seemed to tell me not to do it. What do you mean by no? Do you know what I'm going to do? After facing each other in silence, I put the fist I had clenched into my pocket, and only then did Wukong-won nod. It meant, don't lose. You caught on like a ghost. I really didn't intend to hit him. Who in their right mind would throw the first punch? Feeling a bit awkward, I smiled lightly, and Wukong-won's stern face softened a little. After all, compared to Wukong-won, my punch would probably feel like a soft slap. I looked at the back of Wukong-won's back as he started practicing the choreography again. He has the physique that's too good to be wasted as an idol. I heard that Wukong-won was eliminated from the national judo team selection and immediately chose to enlist, bringing his career as an athlete to an end. The official reason given was due to injury, but looking at how he used his body, somehow there was no sign of injury. As of now, Wukong-won is the second most likely to make the debut lineup. Above all, he had good physique, so when placed among several members, he had the effect of making the entire group appear mature and complete. He was quick at learning the choreography, and his body control was so refined that even with his long limbs, he didn't look clumsy at all. Plus, his deep, low voice added a nice variety to the group's songs, so it would have been nice to have someone like him. He's in a similar position to me in my previous life. Currently, my voice tone was higher than in my previous life, and my height had also shrunk. So I was lucky to find a trainee who gave off a similar vibe. Awesome. Even though it must have been a long time since he stopped his intense athlete training, his body still looked like a weapon. His short black hair and slightly tanned skin made him look like a hunting dog. That, whatever it was. That handsome dog. With his well-defined muscles popping through the thin t-shirt, he looked like a badass Doberman standing guard. A true role model for men. Since I'm not nervous at all, I have all sorts of random thoughts while learning the choreography. It was common for active idols to have to prepare a perfect stage within a few hours. Learning choreography like this was nothing. As soon as Jade demonstrated, I finished copying all the choreography. Okay, now that I've taught you all the choreography, I should go in. No. Don't go. I still don't know a single thing. Jay slightly raised the ends of his eyebrows at the trainee's cries and cast a pitiful glance at the main PD, but it didn't work. Everyone, I can't help it either. Hoo hoo. Then I'll do the ending comment and leave. No. The official theme song stage is your first time presenting this program to the public, so please do your best. Prove yourself worthy. Stop talking and go home quickly. You have 1 day until the midterm check and the grade re-evaluation. All you have to do is finish everything up to the second verse. Okay. I can do it. I already memorized the choreography. And you have to sing along with the choreography. You have to memorize all the lyrics by tomorrow. Fighting. I'm not okay. This damned world. Hyuk, cough. After receiving the absurd instruction from the production team to finish all the practices in 1 day, we returned to the practice room and had individual practice time. Since we had returned from the auditorium at 7 a.m., we had 31 hours left until the midterm check at 2 p.m. the following day. Huff. I was worried about memorizing the lyrics, but they had a lot of repetitive sections that made it easy to stuck in my head, so I was able to memorize them easier than I expected. With lines like, I'm sexy, I'm cute, how could I possibly not memorize them? There was another problem. Stop following me. I already taught you. At this moment, I was being relentlessly chased by little brats who were far younger than me. Hyung, can you teach me the dance too? Me too. Please do the dance break part one more time. Teach me how to sing. Singing wasn't even my main position, so why would they come to me for singing too? They're driving me crazy. Go to someone who sings well. The Hyungs who sing well are busy learning the choreography right now. The choreography is so difficult that everyone got stuck. I showed my refusal to the kid who asked me to teach them the song, but it didn't have any effect. These puppies were really tireless and persistent in following me. It seemed like they were planning to chase me until I taught them. While the other trainees were struggling, I finished all my practices. The reason I was being chased was because I got caught red-handed while teaching my roommates, Du Yutae and Woo Kangwon. Why are you only teaching Kangwon Hyung and Yutae Hyung? The S-Class Room 1 is having favoritism clique. I can't help it. Du Yutae was the best singer among the trainees here, and Woo Kangwon had the best physique. These two, who had practically become the top two in my mind for debut members, were ones I was determined to get into the debut lineup no matter what. This is driving me crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, that's not right. I never told you to raise your shoulders, so why are you doing that? Why did this happen? When I came to my sense, I found myself in front of a mirror. After being chased and pursued by the chicks, I ended up giving them a group choreography lesson in front of the mirror. I could have just said I didn't want to, but seeing the pitiful faces of these newly hatched chicks made my ancient conscience sting with guilt. Oh yes. Hyung, how about this? If you're going to swing your arm, you should also pull it back properly until the end. Because you're only focused on hitting hard, it looks like you're flapping. Hey, Hyung, don't interrupt while we're making progress. You're slowing down the lesson. Ask Seungbeom Hyung later if you have questions. One of the A-class trainees spoke coldly to the trainee who asked the question, like a military disciplinary leader. What do you mean ask me later? I'm not even the trainer. Don't fight, guys. Yes, Hyung. The A-class trainee, with his eyes sparkling brightly, answered right away. I couldn't figure out where things had gone wrong at all. Ha. I put my hands on my waist and let out a long sigh. Our little chicks are saying they'll work hard, so what can I do? Since I had already started teaching, I had no intention of doing it half-heartedly. I couldn't stand the thought of someone who learned from me being told they sucked at dancing. Yeah, let's do it until we die. Sleep is a luxury, right? Du Yutae's complexion turned pale when he recognized the madness in my eyes. The chicks, who still hadn't caught on to the situation yet, answered cheerfully. Yees. I'll go again. 5, 6, 7, 8. Born to be idle. That's me. No, you're wrong. Again. The kids who relentlessly asked to be taught were often already in the right mindset to learn, and those kids usually had good skills. When I demonstrated, they were quick to follow. But if I was going to be satisfied with that level, I wouldn't have even started. Again. I didn't teach you that. Ah. Again. Ah. Again. Ah. From the beginning. Hyung, can we take a break? Huh. Who's whining? Come over here. You'll practice next to me. This is refreshing. After all the other chicks collapsed from exhaustion, I was the only one left standing, looking fresh and energetic. I dragged Du Yutae, who was lying sprawled out on the floor, and shoved him into the vocal practice room. Unlike the other trainees, we had to perfect our singing if we wanted to maintain our S-class status. There's no time to lie around. You need to practice. If your throat hurts, practice dancing. If your muscles are tired, practice singing. Hyung, please save me. I closed the door to the vocal practice room. I could hear his screams through the soundproof walls. Nice voice. Your throat seemed to be in good shape, so let's practice. Finally gaining some freedom, I sat next to Woo Kangwon, who was leaning against the practice room wall, and drank some water. Woo Kangwon, who covered his mouth with his fist to stifle his laughter, straightened up his posture. You've worked hard. And thank you for teaching me too. Hyung, I already taught you separately, so why did you join in with the kids? Well, it doesn't hurt to learn one more time. It was so overwhelming, but I think everyone will be able to do well thanks to your clear explanation. Well. No matter how much I taught them, one day was far too short. These weren't already debuted idols, and the time was nowhere near enough for the trainees to be fully prepared. Most of them would probably be swallowing their tears during tomorrow's evaluation. While taking a sip of water, I glanced at Woo Kangwon and noticed he had a troubled expression. It looked like he had something he wanted to say but was keeping to himself. Is he anxious about the grade re-evaluation? Why does your expression look so bad? If you're so worried, then I guess I'll just have to make you practice until you collapse. I asked the question, expecting that kind of response. Wu Kongwon hesitated before finally speaking up. Remember they said that the final members who will debut will be decided based on the results of the text vote on the last live broadcast? Yeah. There won't be any ranking manipulation or anything like that, right? Ha. Ranking manipulation. All of a sudden, he mentioned something about ranking manipulation. When I looked up with a puzzled gaze, not fully grasping the meaning of his question, Wu Kongwon shook his head. Nothing. I was just talking nonsense. Just as the atmosphere between Wu Kongwon and me became awkward, someone ran over and started talking to me. Hyung. Let's practice together. It was chick number 1, who had led the chick trainees earlier. He was lying down with the other kids earlier, but has he already recovered? Were kids around that age always this energetic? It's been so long that I couldn't even remember. Why? Is there something you don't understand? No. I just want to get better, so I want to practice with you, Hyung. I'll do my best. Ha. Such a wonderful child. I'll make you practice until you die. I got up and headed towards the mirror with the baby chick number 1, but stopped halfway to glance back at Wu Kongwon. Why are you just watching, Hyung? Follow me. Ha. If you have useless thoughts, you should practice. That way, your worries will disappear. If you have many worries, just practice. If you don't have any worries, just practice. Ha. I was tired as hell. I practiced until dawn with chick number 1 and Wu Kongwon, then caught up on some sleep. After that, I got up early in the morning and practiced individually. This was because I still hadn't fully figured out how to handle this body. I thought this mission would be a breeze, but it's even harder than the grade evaluation stage. After moving for the midterm check and grade reevaluation, I rested my eyes until it was my turn, but I was still tired. Teaching others consumed more energy than I expected. As the teacher, I couldn't afford to make mistakes so that the learners wouldn't get confused. On top of that, I repeated the lyrics until they came naturally, so I was completely exhausted. Chick number 1 was more impressive than I expected. Chick number 1's exhaustion was clearly visible, but he gritted his teeth and tried to keep practicing. His arms and legs were trembling, so I forced him to stop, fearing it might affect his grade evaluation. And then there was something else that made me even more tired. Ugh, he's staring at me again. Hide me. He is staring at you again. I'm starting to get scared of that Hyung. It was Lee Hwa-young, who was staring at me intently. It really felt like my face was about to be pierced by his gaze. This guy ignored the other trainees as if they were bugs, but kept staring at me in such a bothersome way. He had been acting strange ever since we did the grade evaluation stage, but when I was teaching the chicks to dance, he would just lean against the practice room wall and watch me openly. He kept staring like that, and whenever our eyes met, he would flash a sly smile, like a snake eyeing its prey. Everyone else seemed fine with it, but his smile made me uncomfortable. Ugh. He should have been busy socializing with the other trainees, so I didn't know why he kept staring at me. Does he have no friends? Oh, he doesn't. Poor kid. I peeked out from behind Du Yuda and then chuckled sympathetically, which caused a strange look to cross Lee Hwa-young's face. I won. Why are you laughing again, Hyung? This Hyung is out of his mind too. And it wasn't just his gaze that bothered me. I had felt it during the grade evaluation, but there was something familiar about him. I feel like I've seen him before. Lee Hwa-young would join the debut lineup. He had the skills, the character, and the charm. Since we would be working together in the group anyway, it would be best to get along, but I never imagined our relationship would end up so ambiguous. It's just my luck. The door to the evaluation room opened wide and a member of the production staff walked out. The next trainee, Han Seungbeom, please come in. Yes. Finally, it was my turn. When I responded to the staff's call and entered the evaluation room, what I saw was quite a sight. The stage was set up like a scene from a musical monologue, with all the background covered in black and the lights focused solely on the trainee being evaluated. In front of the stage, trainers holding clipboards were seated in a row. The floor creaked with each step, resonating throughout the room. If they set it up like this, even the kids who are good won't be able to perform well. It was an environment that blatantly created pressure. Hello. I'm trainee Han Seungbeom from SU Entertainment. Welcome, Seungbeom. As I stood in the center of the stage and greeted the trainers, Cece, who was holding the microphone, smiled and greeted me back. Her tone was soft, as if she was trying to ease the trainees' nerves. I wasn't nervous, though. We actually thought the trainees wouldn't be prepared at all, but surprisingly, many of them came ready. Especially with their dancing. I was really surprised. I'm looking forward to seeing how far our S-class, trainee Han Seungbeom, has gotten. Please tell us what percentage you've completed first. What do you mean how far? I completed everything. Something felt ominous. 100%. There was silence. Hey, don't lie. One of the trainers laughed in disbelief. Did I sound like I was lying? This situation was the one that felt like a lie. I'm not lying. Ha. The trainers let out a bewildered laugh. Did you really complete all of that? We intentionally gave an impossible mission to see how determined and skilled the trainees were. Then was it Seungbeom who taught the rest of the trainees the dance? Yes. It seems that geniuses really do exist. Even I wouldn't be able to do that in one day. How can a trainee do this? Can you do it? No, I can't. The trainers, hunched over, talked in hushed tones. No matter how much they tried to lower their voices, the evaluation room was so quiet that I could hear everything. This is ridiculous, seriously. The one who you called ridiculous is me, you adorable Hubinim. It's a completely unexpected and ridiculous ending. That night, after all the evaluations were completed, we were able to open the re-evaluation report cards in our respective lockers. As expected, Du Yuda, Woo Kong-won, and I maintained our S-class status. I also heard that Lee Hwa-young kept his grade. In fact, the S-class trainees weren't particularly happy about the results. For us, getting an S was a given, so the only thing we felt was relief. Unlike the frequent grade changes in the A to D grades, there was only one dropout from the S-class. The trainee, who had been staying in S-class room 2, was staring blankly as all his belongings were moved to the B-class room. Also, the number of people in S-class was set at 7 from the start, and only 7 blue S-class uniforms were made. As a result, the trainee had to hand over his clothes to the new S-class trainee who immediately took his place. The camera captured the entire moment of despair, and after taking all the footage, it left without any regrets. We, who were in the next room, watched the whole thing from start to finish. Gone were the bright spirits of the first day, and in a somber atmosphere, preparations for the official theme song stage continued. Alright, everyone, have you been practicing well? As the sun rose, 7 trainees were practicing choreography in the S-class practice room when the head trainer, Jae, entered. I've just finished classes with other grades as well, and as expected, there is a noticeable difference. Our S-classes are already so far advanced that I'm not worried about the stage at all. If there's something you guys have to do, what would it be? Here came what I was expecting. We have to decide the center for the official theme song. At Jae's words, the trainees nodded with solemn looks in their eyes. But why is the atmosphere like this? Why is everyone so stiff? You've all prepared the stage the best, but the atmosphere here is a mess. A slightly embarrassed Jae chuckled and made a joke. Why do you think? People revealed their true colors in dangerous and stressful situations. Even the parts of themselves they usually tried to hide came out when their brains were exhausted, as they could no longer maintain the act. Yes. Contestants who act selfishly or have a bad attitude on TV programs are not doing it intentionally. They just can't control themselves. This harsh environment was set up for that. The trainees are already on edge. As for me, I had been through all sorts of challenges, so I was fine, but the mental fatigue the trainees were feeling had already reached its limit. Now, the only ones still smiling here were the fool Du Yuda, who smiled out of habit, and the weirdo Lee Hwa-young. Come on, fighting. Cheer up. We have to do what we need to do, right? The center will be chosen through an anonymous vote within the S-class trainees. Of course, the cameras will capture who everyone votes for. From now on, vote for one person, excluding yourself. You have 5 minutes to discuss. Let's start. Because Lee Hwa-young was not the kind of person who would come just because someone asked, as soon as Jay pressed the timer, the trainees quickly gathered around him. We had only been together for a few days, but he already seemed more like a foe than a friend. Oh. Seeing 6 people rushing towards him, Lee Hwa-young let out an exclamation. His snobbish attitude was infuriating. What's the criteria for picking? I hates votes with the intention to block others one. After all, the one chosen will be the face of our program, and I want to show the best performance possible. I agree. You can't purposely choose someone who lacks skill. I am counting on you all. Please, don't disappoint me with an ugly performance. Lee Hwa-young smiled brightly and warned. When we watch the video footage later, he probably won't leave the person who made a spiteful vote alone. If you mess up the performance while being in charge of the center position, you're on your own, got it? Of course, I shared the same sentiment. As I spoke with a bright smile to support Lee Hwa-young, the other trainees, whose faces had turned pale, quickly put their heads together and began to discuss. Who is the most desperate? Everyone here worked hard. We all know that. What about the ones who sing well? But the public stage is not live, it's lip-syncing. Then maybe we should prioritize the dancing. On the day of the performance, we're going to wear microphones for appearance, but the song would be done by AR track. It's impossible to manage 77 people of varying singing abilities singing at the same time. Then someone with outstanding looks who can captivate the public. Or someone who can become a hot topic. Let's consider all of these criteria together, and we'll each vote for who we think is the best fit. Okay. I agree. The 5 minutes are up, and one by one, the trainees dropped their ballots into the ballot box. After the last person finished voting, Jay picked up the ballot box, shook it, and then dumped the inside all at once onto the table. He opened it one by one. Okay, the first ballot is for Trainee Han Seungbeom. Oh, wow, Hyung. You're the best. Yutae said playfully, nudging me. I'll open the second one. Jay, who smiled at us, opened the second ballot. His eyes widened. It's Trainee Han Seungbeom. The third one is. After opening the third ballot, Jay hesitated for a moment, then opened all the ballots by himself without saying a word. Then, with a look of disbelief on his face, he showed us the ballots. Except for one vote, it's all for Trainee Han Seungbeom. The center has been decided to be Trainee Han Seungbeom. Of course, obviously. Han Seungbeom was incredibly handsome, and I was the best dancer. I was already pretty famous as well. I wasn't surprised by the outcome, as it was pretty much expected. Hyung, please make the payment by tomorrow. I want drinks. What do you mean? The trainees who voted for me made a joke. It was an unreasonable comment, but I was relieved to hear it, as it seemed to lighten the depressed atmosphere. Then who's the other one? After chirping with another trainees for a while, Yutae asked playfully. It felt ominous. Jay grinned and picked up the microphone. And no. Trainee Han Seungbeom chose Trainee Nicholas. Before I could even say no, that bastard Jay spilled it. I stiffened like a stone, my hands outstretched in vain. Really? Lee Hwa-young, with a faint shocked expression, smiled and looked at me. XX. I simply thought, with a rational judgment, that it would be helpful for the program. However, it was pointless to say that to Lee Hwa-young. And there's something else I need to tell you. Jay, who had drawn everyone's attention by clapping his hands, spoke, perhaps deciding it was time to leave me, who had been completely drained, alone. The S-class trainees, who relatively have more free time, will be paired up one by one with the trainers to perform a collaboration stage. After finishing the scheduled lessons, tonight, each trainer will select one trainee. The selected trainee will then prepare the stage with their trainer. This was something that didn't exist last year. They're seriously not hiding the fact that they increased the number of idol trainers just to boost the program's ratings. Of course, we plan to use hit songs, so don't stress too much about learning the choreography or song. After all, majority part of the performance will be filled by the trainer. Just think of it as a special appearance. Who will the stylish trainer Jay collaborate with on stage? Please look forward to it, everyone. Ah. Jay crossed his arms and gave himself a self-hug, acting cute. Seriously, he did all sort of random things. That's interesting. As the silence continued, only Lee Wei-young's voice, as if he had seen something fascinating, echoed. When Jay left for another schedule, all the cameras and equipment were gone. Perhaps they were going to film how the other grades struggled to master the choreography. Even without the camera, we couldn't cancel the scheduled class, so the S-class dance lesson began. Today's trainer was Frick. He's not coming. Did today's class get cancelled? After waiting for about 20 minutes, the S-class trainees started to murmur when Frick didn't arrive. But then, Frick strode in with a sullen look on his face. Hello. The guy who nodded at the trainees' greeting stood in front of the mirror. Come on, let's get started. Yes. First of all, Trainer Jay asked me to teach you the choreography again. I'll show you once. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kick with your right foot. The choreography replay followed, and I frowned as I watched Frick's dance. It was completely wrong. Geez, so you were criticizing the trainee's mistake so much, but you didn't even copy the choreography correctly? Seo Yutae, who had also spotted the error in the dance move, hesitated, his lips moving. The other trainees looked equally confused. Be quiet. Who's talking during class? Oh, I. Shut up. I told you to be quiet. Seo Yutae, who was dispirited by Frick's threatening tone, bit his lip and then closed his mouth. Seeing him angry without even realizing he was wrong, it seemed this lesson was hopeless. I held back my anger and opened my mouth. Trainer Nim, you did the moves wrong. You skipped the arm movement. I was ignored. 5, 6, 7, 8. Anyone who couldn't memorize up to here. The movement just now was with the right foot, not the left foot. But once I bite, I never let go. I pointed it out again without backing down. Now, you should hit your elbow first and then lift your left foot. Ha! When I pointed it out for the third time, the guy openly sighed, cracked his neck, and walked over to me with a clipboard. He flipped through a few pages before opening my profile. Then, he started tapping me with the edge of the clipboard. Ah, you. The 2-month-old. What's your name again? Han Seungbeom. Hey, if you're so dissatisfied, you teach. Don't just flap your mouth over there. Do you think this is easy? Ah, this be asterisk starred. He's getting nastier and nastier. If you were wrong, you should just apologize and teach again, but instead of doing that, he got angry at me for correcting him. Why aren't you coming out quickly? What, you can't do it? If you think you can do it better, come out and show me. Frick snickered while provoking me. I quickly walked forward and stood right beside him. Shall I? Thank you for the opportunity. You mean I should learn while teaching others, right? I will do my best. What? I've tried it once, so why wouldn't I be able to do it twice? I raised both hands politely towards the corner of the practice room. I have to stand in the center to teach. Get out of the way. Among the other trainees who were anxiously watching the situation, Lee Wei-young, who had been crossing his arms, raised one arm to cover his mouth as he laughed. Ha ha ha, ah, I'm going crazy. Are you laughing? Which be asterisk starred. Frick, who had been glaring at me, turned around at the sound of laughter coming from behind. Then, Lee Wei-young, who made eye contact with Frick, made a serious face and tilted his head to one side. Who would rudely look at someone else during a conversation? Frick shifted his gaze back to me. He probably didn't expect that the person who had laughed was Lee Wei-young. Fortunately, it seemed he still had the rational judgment to realize that if he treated Lee Hwa-young carelessly, his livelihood would be cut off. Seeing that, Lee Hwa-young held his stomach and laughed so hard that tears were forming in the corners of his eyes. Aha, aha ha ha ha. This was the first time I'd ever seen him laugh like that. The Sanghwa group was a company that completely out of Frick's league. Even putting the Sanghwa group aside, Lee Hwa-young's maternal family was an even bigger issue. Frick, reddened with anger, bit his lip and left the room. He left. Then the teacher who kicked him out should take responsibility and teach the class. Lee Hwa-young spoke up, wiping away his tears. But don't you all know how to do it? I've already taught you everything. Please teach us one more time, Teacher Nim. We don't have anything else to do. Okay. At Lee Hwa-young's forced joke, I casually began conducting the class. Perhaps, we're more compatible than I expected. After dinner, the S-class trainees, including myself, followed the production crew to a large room. When we opened the door, the cameras and lights were already set up, and the trainers were standing in a row. Hello. We greeted the trainers and walked in, each of us standing in front of a cardboard sign with our name printed on it. From now on, the trainers will pick the trainees. We'll start at the same time and the first one to reach them will get them, so hurry and grab them. Fighting. Jay, holding the microphone, read from the script and quickly joined the line. Next to him, Frick was glaring at me as if he wanted to kill me. To be fair, if he was going to get angry, he should be directing it at Lee Hwa-young first, but it seemed like he was blaming only me. He's going to pick me. A boring guy. He's just playing it safe. A trainer teaching an arrogant trainee a lesson. I had already known that kind of scene was what he hoped for. Sea of hope. I didn't care which trainee the other trainers chose. I was only going after one. Let's show the public the rare sight of a trainer losing to a trainee in terms of skill. I waited quietly for Frick. 3, 2, 1. Please catch a trainee. Trainee Do Yuta. Our Danby. Kangwana. In response to the main PD's shout, the trainers screamed and ran to the trainees they wanted. And in front of me was trainee Han Seungbeom. Yoo-hoo. There was Jay with his arms open and a huge smile on his face. It was the development I wanted least. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded anyone else coming, I just wanted to avoid this guy. I'm screwed. Trainer Jay's choice is trainee Han Seungbeom. Seeing Jay cheerfully running toward me, Frick turned away. He had no choice. After all, Jay was much more senior. Frick, who had his first choice taken by Jay and was too late, ended up going to Lee Hwa-young, who all the trainers were afraid of until the end. With his arms crossed, Lee Hwa-young looked down at Frick and smiled coldly. Being on time is a must. Frick's face hardened. The bully is getting bullied. Wah. Jay, who hugged me tightly, smiled brightly despite the atmosphere around us. He says it's great. Meanwhile, I'm dying with this headache. Why the preparations for the official theme song stage were accelerating, and it was time to start preparing in earnest for the upcoming performance. This also meant it was time to begin recording. The S-class trainees were packed into a van and driven to the recording studio. It seemed that transportation and recording would be divided by grade. As we opened the door to the recording studio, there were several staff members and the camera was filming a man. When he spotted us, he stood up and shook our hands. The man, who looked to be in his 40s, had a friendly and approachable demeanor. Hello, I'm Zebra, the composer of the official theme song. Hello. Hello. After shaking hands with each of the trainees, the composer sat back in his chair, flipped through his papers, and smiled when he saw my face. Trainee Han Seungbeom will be the first to enter the recording room. Yes. The other trainees were buzzing with excitement as this was the first time they visited a recording studio, but from my perspective as a composer, it all just looked like delays. Recording with 77 people was by no means an easy task. I quickly entered the room, put on my headset, and stood in front of the microphone. The composer smiled with satisfaction. Seungbeom, are you ready? Can you hear my voice well? Yes, I can. I spoke into the mic, and the composer gave me the OK sign with his finger. You'll sing all the parts like the rest of your friends. Since the official song doesn't have any individual parts, all 77 voices will be included. However, Seungbeom is the center, so you'll be singing the part before the intro on your own. You received this information, right? He asked me if I had practiced my solo part well. I smiled slightly and answered obediently. Yes, I've been practicing hard for it. Oh boy, you look even more handsome when you smile. Okay, great. Let's get started. Smiling fondly, the composer took the pen in his hand. Bet on me. Jackpot. Born to be idle. That's me. Okay. Very good. The composer clapped with great satisfaction. What is this, one shot one kill? What's your position? I heard from the production team that center is not from the vocal position, so I didn't have high expectations. The composer, his hands wrapped around the back of his neck in disbelief, asked me. I'm not, I'm in dance position. If it's not vocal, then it must be dance, obviously. Wow, you're in the dance position but can sing this well. And you're really good looking too. Isn't this totally unfair? Thank you. It's a piece of cake. Idols who composed their own music were typically multi-talented in various areas. As you started to see the overall picture, that singing like this would make the vocals sound amateurish, and dancing like this wouldn't do the song justice. Your perspective took a 180-degree turn, from just being a performer to someone who was truly analyzing the song. In other words, it was no different from solving a problem by accurately understanding the intention of the person who asked the question. I might not be naturally gifted in singing, but I knew best how to bring the song to life. The face isn't mine, it's Han Seungbeom's that's good looking. I fixed my headset for the next recording. My head was so small that it kept slipping off. The recording is over. The composer, who saw me getting ready to record again, urgently spoke up. I looked at him like a fool. Yes. I told you it was one shot one kill. Everything you sang will be included. Come out quickly. Come out quickly. All right. Thank you. At the joking composer's words, I awkwardly took off my headset and walked out of the recording room in a daze. If it were me, I wouldn't have given the OK sign at this point. The composer is being really lenient. Maybe it's because I'm a trainee, so the expectations are low. It was completely different from me, who kept making my members do it again and again until they were in tears and begging me to let them out. Next in line, Lee Hwa-young entered the recording studio, and since I had to wait for the other S-class trainees, I sat down on the soft sofa outside the recording studio. It was cozy. Finishing the recording early is more convenient than I thought. Guys, I'm sorry. I would like to express my deepest apologies to the former members. A truly sincere apology. Do you like it that much? Yes. It was fun. Recording, I wasn't as nervous as I thought. When I asked Seo Yutae, who was giggling the whole time, he replied quickly. Throughout our vocal classes for the official theme song, Seo Yutae often received various corrections from vocal trainer Cz. The correction proved to be effective, as the composer showered him with praise at the end of the recording. The official theme song will likely be finished with this guy's voice as the centerpiece. In fact, the vocalist Cz never once criticized me. She always gave me positive comments like, "You're flawless" and "You're so skilled." However, it was different for Seo Yutae. Cz pointed out every detail, from pronunciation to the range of vibrato, and provided feedback on everything. I think she recognized his talent and got greedy. Artists naturally become greedy when they see natural geniuses in their field. They would have a desire to nurture that young prodigy's talent. It seemed like Cz was trying to raise Seo Yutae properly. And Seo Yutae might be a fool, but he was wise enough to repay someone who recognized his worth with the utmost enthusiasm. Your collaboration trainer was also Cz Nim. We were on our way to the practice room to practice with our assigned trainers, so the conversation naturally shifted to that. That's right. I was really startled when she came running at me so quickly during the choosing time back then. That's because you're so good. Hyung, you're with trainer Jay, right? He grinned widely when I patted his head and complimented him, then excitedly asked. Yeah. How is it? Do you think it'll be okay? Anyway, since we have to perform with the trainer's song, yours must be something like a Prism song. Ugh, if it were me, I think I'd be really scared. Their songs are so difficult. It's the song I made, you little brat. Well, since the trainers are doing most of the performance, the public will probably be more interested in their stage than ours. We'll probably just show our face as featured artists. That's probably true. The guy, looking sullen, spoke with the corners of his mouth down. Still, it's not like you won't get anything out of it, so do your best. Opportunities to share the stage with those seniors don't come easily. Yes. I'm going to do my best. Good. You're on that side, right? I'm going now. Bye, Hyung. I greeted him in front of practice room 1 and parted ways with Seo Yutae. The practice room he had to go to was a bit farther away, the practice room 5, which had excellent soundproofing. As I opened the practice room door and walked in, Jay, with his makeup and hair fully done, greeted me. Why did he come all dressed up like that again? If Han Seungbeom didn't have such a crazy visual, things might have gotten dangerous. Trainee Han Seungbeom, hello. Welcome. Hello. I bowed to greet him, trying to suppress the goosebumps. Yes, yes. Then, the guy who kept nodding and grinning softly tapped my back. He had been our youngest for so long, so it was funny seeing him try so hard to act like a senior. Don't be nervous. Just think of it as practicing for your debut in advance. Yes. To hell with debut practice. I already debuted, you brat. How much did you practice? Did you practice well after watching the dance video I sent you? I've practiced it for the company evaluation before, so I had no trouble memorizing it. I still remember the lyrics as well. It wasn't a lie. The day after I joined the agency, they suddenly told me there would be a performance evaluation, so it was true that I chose Prism's song that I could perform right away. Wow, you performed our group's song for the performance evaluation. That's pretty amazing. I was worried because the practice period was so short, but I'm glad to hear that. Since you didn't learn the choreography directly, there might be some mistakes, so I'll review it for you. Come stand in front of the mirror. Okay. It was a choreography I created, so there was no way I had learned it wrong. Still, for the sake of appearances, I decided to go along with Jay's suggestion. Before starting the actual practice, I bit the left side of the hoodie I was wearing over my practice uniform and unzipped it. After taking it off and throwing it on the floor, I turned around and made eye contact with Jay, who was staring at me. Is there something wrong? How can this kid be zoning out in front of his junior? We're in a situation where every second counts, but he still can't come to his senses. I was itching to give him a smack on the head, but I barely held myself back. Right now, I am Han Seungbeom. I couldn't act like Seo Yutae. Trainer Nim. I called out again, and Jay, who had finally regained his senses, waved frantically. Ah. Sorry. We don't have much time, so shall we start practicing right away? We finished practicing the choreography and movement at an unusually fast pace, and were about to start the vocal practice when he called out to me. Seungbeom, why don't we go outside and talk for a while? I'm thirsty, so let's get some drinks. This kid, he's making excuses about being thirsty again. Since his trainee days, Jay would always talk about drinks whenever practice got boring. I almost frowned out of habit, but with the rationality I barely managed to hold on to, I nodded quietly. Let's not forget. I am Han Seungbeom, a 20-year-old trainee. Yes. That would be nice. Seungbeom, what do you want to eat? I'm not very hungry, so I'm fine. Oh, drop the camera, we'll just rest a bit and come back. Stopping the camera director who was about to follow, Jay grabbed my wrist and led the way out. Despite wearing a coat, the winter of January was really cold. Since I have a hard time with the cold, I couldn't help but huddle up immediately. Jay glanced at me briefly and then walked on in silence. Is he trying to freeze me to death? He didn't let go of my wrist until we were far enough away from the center that I couldn't even see any cameras. Trainer Nim, it hurts. There was no answer. Kid, what's wrong? Trainer J Nim. When I called him again, the guy who gave me no answer the whole time stopped. Then, he turned around. You're not that tall, but it seems like you're used to looking down on people. As if you used to be taller. You're really sensitive to the cold. You bite your clothes when you unzip them. You don't even touch snacks. You practice like crazy without resting. You use your shoulders flexibly, but your lower body doesn't wobble. When you concentrate, your right eye twitches. You're like that, and that person was the same too. I heard the sound of teeth grinding, and that guy grabbed my wrist tightly. His eyes, which always carried a sense of playfulness and composure, were now wide open with a murderous glare. Even the parts that are unknown to the public are all creepily identical. Damn. The situation I was worried about happened. You, what are you? I tried to take a step back, but he wouldn't let go of my arm. This is why I didn't want to do a collaboration stage with this guy. Please let go of me. Answer me properly. Don't try to dodge my question. Are you trying to cosplay as Seo Yutae? Given his personality, if he thought I was just a cheap imitation, he would have openly humiliated me in front of the camera. From the moment this attention seeker left the camera behind on purpose, I already knew. We had known each other for too long. I was really surprised when Han Seungbeom's aunt noticed, but this guy was different. He knew me too well. From the moment he chose me for this collaboration, I had already mentally prepared myself to some extent. What the hell is habit of unzipping? I don't even know. Jay was the one who took care of me the most even among the members, so he knew so much about me during our time together, such as my personality and preferences. Especially my small habits, Jay probably knew them better than I do since he was always following me around like crazy. Or, are you really young? Are you a ghost or something like that? Tears welled up in Jay's eyes. The hand that held me tightly was trembling. Han Seungbeom's aunt strangely had complete certainty that I wasn't Han Seungbeom. But this guy was different. He was clinging to me, as if he wanted to grab onto something as hopeless as a rotten rope. I stared at Jay, who was desperately clinging to me, and then hesitated for a moment. Should I ignore him and make up an excuse to get out of this situation, or should I tell him the truth? Hyung. I sighed softly as I looked at this kid, who couldn't stop crying and was staring at me with anxious eyes. Then, I opened my mouth. Let it go. What? If you figured it all out, then let it go. Stop glaring at your Hyung so rudely. A real man doesn't make excuses. You're telling me to believe that? You died and suddenly you're in the body of a high school student you don't even know. Jay squeezed his eyes shut as he listened to the rough description of what had happened to me since my death. If you don't believe me, then what? Didn't you drag me here because it's too convincing to be untrue? You even left the camera you loved so much. When I smirked and calmly retorted, that guy pouted his lips. Cigarette name. That guy suddenly spoke. It seemed like he was trying to have a trial of truth. He's obviously in shock, so let's just humor him. 07 Blue. Name the alcohol you drank often. Don't play tricks. I don't have a history of drinking often. Why you don't drink? Because I want to stay sober for work. Password to your old house. 10140721. Your computer password. I'm the best. After hearing my smooth answer, he let out a sigh as if he was about to give up and wiped his face with both hands. I was the one who should have sighed. If he had doubted me one more time, I would have left this guy here and gone back to the practice room. Hyung, you're really not a ghost, right? Am I going to die today? Cut the nonsense. From the way you're talking, you're really my Hyung. I thought it was strange that a kid who hasn't even debuted was so comfortable talking in front of a camera. You must have toned down your temper a lot. So what? He didn't seem to mind my blunt answer and took out a blue cigarette pack from his pocket. Then he offered it to me. His gesture was telling me to take one. I shook my head to refuse. I wanted to avoid anything harmful to someone else's precious body as much as possible. It's definitely not because I cared about what Han Seungbeom's aunt requested. He looked down at me as if he was disappointed by my refusal, and then naturally lit the fire. You said you wouldn't smoke to protect your throat, but it looks like you ended up starting. It just sort of happened. Jay, who smiled faintly, crouched down next to the tree. He didn't ask me why I made that choice or if I had been struggling. It was as if he wasn't curious about anything. As if he didn't expect an answer. ROEPSLNS. If he's going to be this fine, I should just pretend not to know until the end. When he questioned me about my identity, he was whimpering like a drenched puppy, so I quickly confessed. But after that, he seemed quite fine. In fact, he even looked more stable than when we were practicing together. The two of us sat for a long time without saying anything. Just when the time flowing aimlessly started to feel like a waste, I spoke up playfully. Why did you pick me and make things so difficult? If we hadn't practiced together, you could have easily ignored me and gone on with your life. I was just trying to look after you because something about you kept bothering me. It was obvious you'd do well, so if I got close to you before you made it big, who knows what I might gain from it. And Frick keeps causing trouble, it's annoying. What, is there a problem? It's not like I'm going to tell anyone about this. Scratching the back of his head, this guy grumbled. Yeah, there is. If you hadn't picked me, I would have done the collaboration stage with Frick. No way, did I get in your way? After hearing my answer, Jay, who had been staring blankly for a moment, took a deep breath and raised his head. It seemed that he had just now realized that I had been waiting for Frick's choice. How dense. He was quick to notice strangest things, but slow on the obvious. It was ridiculous to be suspected by someone like him, but there was nothing I could do about what had already happened. What kind of neighborhood drum situation is this, my secret one? I wondered if it was okay to be exposed like this. Anyway, Han Seungbeom's aunt would keep her mouth shut for Han Seungbeom's sake, and Jay was someone who would do anything I said, so it was fine. You're not getting in my way. We're bound to run into each other sooner or later while doing the program anyway. There's no guarantee. If your head is full of crap, no matter how hard you try to hide it, it's bound to leak out. What are you going to do? Well, I don't know. Fine. If you don't want to tell me, don't. I'm too petty to even listen. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I haven't been able to figure out the best way to handle this yet. It all would depend on how Frick acts. This guy seemed to think I was some kind of omnipotent god. Well, I've been resurrected, so there's some similarity to Jesus. You know, Hyung. Frick has a bit of a bad reputation. The production team probably knew that and cast him on purpose. He's not really cut out to be a trainer. The trainees have to shed some tears to boost the show's ratings, and Frick is the only one among the trainers who's stupid enough to ruin his own reputation by hurting the kids. I knew that. Frick was actually less experienced and less skilled than the other trainers. He probably knew that already, so there was a high possibility that he would continue to act in such a manner. He's been in the industry long enough to understand the task assigned to him by the production team. Although it's true that he might be jealous of me, someone who's much younger and less experienced, but more successful. Of course, aside from the matter of screen time, his underlying inferiority complex was clearly evident in his hostility. Hyung, if you want, I can give him a warning. He wouldn't dare talk back to his seniors or the production team. What do you think? I'm not letting him get away with just that. That sounded like trouble. Even if Frick got a warning from Jay, he could still continue to bully the trainees behind his back. In that case, it would be better for me to deal with him myself. Jay, who was facing me directly, turned his head away. He forced a smile on his lips as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. Okay. You're still as temperamental as ever. At this rate, someone's going to get hurt. Behave yourself. I dismissed the sarcasm with a cold glare, my fist tightening. The guy flinched and jumped to his feet. Ah! My Hyung will surely know what to do. I have no idea. No idea. I don't know. That's right. Ignorance is bliss. Following Jay, I stood up and the guy who'd just put out his cigarette scanned my body from top to bottom. Oh my, Hyung Nim. You need to drink more milk. You're smaller than me now. You've gotten smaller. Come to think of it, Han Seungbeom's body was slightly shorter than Jay's. The subtle way he looked down at me was infuriating. Aok. So, I punched him in the side. I couldn't stand it. Jay, who curled up his body and screamed, glared at me as if asking what I was doing. You're smaller than me now. Hyung. Watch your temper. I won't put up with this. It really hurts. You need to take responsibility if I get a bruise from this. At the end of the day, I won. Why are the lights? When I returned to the dorm, all the lights were out. Everyone had finished their lessons and should be back in their dorms, but it was too early for bed. What is this? As soon as I turned on the light, I saw Du Yuda lying on the floor, unable to even get to the bed, with Woo Kangwon holding the straw of the water bottle in his mouth. It was a sight to behold. What are you two doing? Ho, Hyung, you're back. Du Yuda greeted me in an extremely dry voice, sounding like he was speaking some kind of devil's language. Woo Kangwon, feeling sorry for him, kept patting Du Yuda's head as if he were petting a dog. I doubt that's actually helping. What the, are you even human? Why is your condition like this? I'm not a human. I am. Human wreck. Kohuk. Apparently, CZ had trained him harshly. I spread out the snacks I bought at the convenience store on my way here in front of Du Yuda. If you're already this exhausted now, how are you going to handle it when you get even busier after debuting? Really? Busier? Du Yuda opened a snack bag as naturally as breathing and started munching away. His once dull eyes regained their shine, like polished ghost stones. Of course. You won't be able to sleep much, right? Sure, there would be a difference after the psychological pressure of being eliminated disappeared, but once he debuted, he would seriously face the limits of his physical strength. It was too soon to complain. I should have built up some muscle too. Look at Kangwon Hyung. He worked out earlier too. Seriously, he's a crazy muscle man. When I saw you, Hyung, I realized that I have to work out that much to truly deserve those muscles. You must exercise so that you won't be tired. Woo Kangwon tilted his head and spoke. It seemed like he couldn't understand the vicious cycle of not having stamina because you didn't exercise, and not being able to exercise because you lacked the stamina. If you feel it's unfair, then you should exercise too. Save me. These Hyungs are trying to kill me. Seungbeom Hyung isn't even a muscle man, but he keeps telling me to exercise. When I backed up Woo Kangwon's words, Du Yuda whined. Then you should follow me to practice every morning. I was wrong. Then go to sleep quickly. Tomorrow is the recording day for the official theme song. That's right, Yudaya. You have to sleep quickly and do well in tomorrow's filming. There was no answer. All I could see was the back of Du Yuda's head, which had collapsed. Is he dead? No. He just fell asleep. I quickly dismissed Woo Kangwon's serious hypothesis. He was more slow-witted and had a strange way of thinking than I expected. I see. Woo Kangwon, who quickly regained his composure, swiftly grabbed Du Yuda and placed him on the bed. The day arrived, and it was finally the day of the official theme song stage. We were once again packed into a van, dropped off at the broadcasting station, and rushed onto the set in a group, just like a retreat. Since we had worn our school look outfits from the dorm, we didn't have to change outfits and went straight to do the makeup and hair. Alright, trainees, let's move quickly. If you've got your makeup done, please don't hang around and get out of the way immediately. Have you gotten your makeup done? With this large group of 77 people, it's surprising they didn't hire more makeup artists. Instead, fewer than 10 makeup artists were gasping for breath as they applying makeup to the trainees in a factory-like assembly line. The makeup artists are exhausted, and they're barely doing a decent job. It was a disaster to watch. Instead of proper makeup, they were just dabbing a bit of red on lips, covering up big scars, and filling in the eyebrows a little. But given the environment, it would be unfair to say the makeup artists were incompetent. That's just how things were on set. I'll do it. Please leave as soon as you're done. Yes. The makeup artist, who had just finished applying another trainee's makeup, stood in front of me. Then, she looked up and saw my face. Hugh. What more, how should I do this? Your face looks like this. Miss, hurry up. There's still so many left. I'm dying. The young makeup artist, obviously inexperienced, just stared at my face with a brush in her hand. Then, another makeup artist behind us yelled at her to hurry up. I think it will be fine to do it in the same way as everyone else. You have to look like everyone else to get the same makeup as them. Your natural lip color is pretty, so I'll just put on some lip balm for you. So it doesn't get dry. Okay. I bent down to let her touch my face, and got hit with reality check. I see. Han Seungbeom's face is like that. I forgot for a moment because I didn't look in the mirror often. But Han Seungbeom's aunt did a lot of things. The number one in the industry was indeed different. I immediately put on the microphone to relieve my disappointment. Prepared trainees, please stand by. Where is the center? Trainee Han Seungbeom. I'm here. Please go up to the stage. Rehearsal will begin soon. It had been a long time since I had performed on stage. My tension seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a pleasant fluttering feeling. As I stood at the very front of the stage shaped like a triangle, I saw cameras and lights pointed at me, along with the busy staffs moving around. Today, I returned to the stage that I had deeply missed. Please take care of me. We moved to the auditorium to shoot the reaction video for the official theme song in the second episode, after the editing was finished. Why are we filming reactions for the second episode and not for the first? I couldn't understand the production team. The only possible reason was that they skipped the first episode because it was the great evaluation that everyone had already watched. We gathered in front of the huge screen set up in the auditorium. We were already informed that the public had already gone crazy over the pre-release stage, so we waited for the video with anticipation. Hey, you. Did you see the real-time hot keywords? They're all just filled with Lee Hwa-young and Han Seungbeom. Really? I wonder if people will even notice us. The trainee sitting nearby whispered. Then, Seo Yutae, who overheard the conversation, quickly took out a tablet. You brought that all the way here. It's not mine, the production staff gave it to me. It has a camera lock app installed, so the risk of leaks is reduced. Okay, that's fine then. Wow, it's true. From 1st to 10th place, it's all filled with stories about our Hyungs. People are already so interested in the program, so there's no way we'll fail. After operating the tablet a few times, Seo Yutae's eyes lit up. Really? Yup. I think you already have a bunch of fan accounts now. You know those people who came to the production presentation with Canon cameras? There are those fans too. Give it to me. I had no idea what I had done to earn fans already. When I looked at the tablet that Seo Yutae handed me, the real-time trending was full of keywords about us. Sanghwa Group Idol. SU Entertainment. Survive Idol. Survive Idol CSAT Guy. Chaebol Man Light Source Man 1. Nicholas Hwa-young Lee. Athlete Wukong 1. Han Seungbeom of Troy 2. Third Generation Chaebol Idol. Born to be Idol Light Source Man. It's more popular than I thought. The keywords are still dominating the internet. Oh, it's true. It's all about us. See? Hyung is the center, and Nicholas Hyung's family situation is so shocking. I knew it was natural that Lee Hwa-young and I would be the ones to draw attention first, especially since Lee Hwa-young was the third generation of a conglomerate, something that had never happened in idol history. A with diaresis NB. When I glanced at the back of Lee Hwa-young's head, that kid, as if he had a sixth sense, turned around. He smiled faintly, and waved his hand. Ugh. That's scary. How can he be so perceptive? He was still creepy. Did all conglomerates have that same insanity? I quickly averted my eyes and looked at the hot keywords again. What the hell is light source man? There was something odd sandwiched between all the keywords I had predicted. Just as I was questioning it, the screen lit up. Tada! As the sound echoed through the room, the trainees who had been chit-chatting sat up and looked at the screen. A survival idol project where only 7 out of 77 trainees survive idol. The official theme song will be revealed right now. With a dramatic entrance accompanied by sound effects, MC Yang Hajun took the stage to introduce the official theme song. Then, the sound of a slot machine spinning slowly flowed. Put a bet on your idol. I'll win, my shining dream. Born to be idol. That's me. My voice, with reverb added and no backing track, echoed out immediately. Then, close-ups of me and the other trainees staring straight into the camera appeared. I will devote all my potential. Set your worries aside. They'll only bring fear. Born to be idol. That's me. As it was the theme song of the program, there were no more individual voices after that. The singing of all the trainees resonated in my ears like a choir. Of course, there were some voices that stood out from the rest. As expected, the song centered around Do Yutae's fresh and steady voice, mixed with my own, Lee Wei-aung's, and the other vocally skilled trainees' voices. Do Yutae was already overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. Hoo hoo hoo. We look so cool. Yeah. Not bad. It felt a bit cheap, but since it was a song clearly made to be addictive, it stuck in my head really well. It was satisfying enough for me. After the song ended, before we even had a chance to clap, the ending shot began. The trainees appearing in the ending shot were mostly those with striking visuals and those who seemed likely to have a lot of screen time, such as Woo Kangwon, Lee Hwa-young, and Do Yutae. Did I get excluded from the ending fairy lineup? I was getting flustered as my face didn't appear until several trainees had passed, but just then, a close-up of my face appeared. It seemed like I was last in line. Why do I look so odd? Something felt strange. As I stared at my face intently, I figured out the reason. While the other trainees were sweating, out of breath, and their chests were rising and falling from exhaustion, I alone appeared as if I were some transcendent being, looking flawless and breathing steadily. Oh, and of course, Woo Kangwon, with his monstrous stamina, was fine too. The choreography doesn't make me out of breath, so what can I do? I should have forced myself to pant a bit to make it look like I worked hard. Hee. Whoa. So handsome. The trainees cheered and clapped when they saw my face. Is he the ending fairy? He's a real fairy. He's seriously so handsome. I'm so jealous. Not stopping there, but the camera zoomed in on my face, filling the entire screen. Then, as the lights shone directly on my face, I squinted from the brightness before bursting into laughter. Light source man was me. It really wasn't anything special. I was just laughing because the light was too bright. If there's anything unique about it, maybe it's just that my face was too good-looking. If it had been another trainee, it probably would have been classified as a NG and edited out. He looks like an angel. Do you have to look like that to be a celebrity? That explains why Light Source Man is on the hot topic. As soon as the video ended, the auditorium quickly became noisy like a marketplace as the trainees chattered. I should visit to the S-class practice room too. I want to see the real thing. Where is he? Isn't he still here with us? The trainees who had been whispering among themselves lifted their heads like pigeons, trying to find me. Don't. Soon after, the main PD's voice came through the speaker. Yes, we've seen the official theme song video, and now we will begin filming the reactions for episode 2 which has not yet aired. The screen lit up again and the Lucky Center appeared. DKDK, the first morning at Lucky Center. With captions, Woo Kangwon who quickly got up to the sound of the alarm, and I, who unable to even open my eyes, appeared in a split screen. Military service veteran Hyung baby/military. Are they crazy? They captioned me as a baby. While my mouth was open in shock, I suddenly heard a loud crashing sound. Crash. Oh, that's when Do Yuta rolled off the bed. A caption appeared above Do Yuta, who was sprawled with only his lower body on the bed. Baby 2. And then there's a scene of me, still half asleep, walking over and helping him up. But I'm the older brother, so I have to take care of you. Oh, Hyung, did you take care of me back then? Ha. This is so embarrassing. Do Yuta scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed, and then slapped my back. Stay still. I'm in a huge shock right now. After that, scenes of other classes waking up and funny moments passed by, and then our scene of learning the theme song in the auditorium appeared. I wasn't interested in the scenes I wasn't in. You have 1 day until the midterm check and the grade re-evaluation. All you have to do is finish everything up to the second verse. Ah, I was so surprised at the time. I never imagined it was real. I should have at least pretended to try harder, even if it was a setup. At Jay's words, the trainees who remembered the nightmare from that day grabbed their heads. Trainees in crisis. But there's someone who's relaxing all by himself. The scene showed the trainees stumbling and dancing in the practice room, followed by my image, smoothly checking the choreography with my face covered by a black circle and a question mark. Then, the scene shifted to me grabbing Do Yuta and Woo Kangwon, and dragged them away to teach them the choreography. Hyung, can't we rest a little, just a little? My face was revealed along with Do Yuta's screams. Han Seungbeom, 20/honorary trainer, specialty, finished the choreography in 30 minutes. Those 3 good-looking guys always stick together, so I was a bit annoyed. Please clear the deep-rooted evils of S-Class Room 1. The trainees couldn't help but burst out laughing at the interview of a B-class trainee, whose face was so barely pixelated to the point everyone still could recognize him. I didn't expect the broadcast to go out like that. It's not a bad thing, so I decided to just let it slide. Wow, look at that Hyung. He already got the choreography done. Should I ask him to teach me? Then, the scene continued with younger trainees, who had come to visit the S-Class practice room, gathered together whispering. When I returned after shoving Do Yuta into the vocal practice room, an instructor's red hat appeared as CGI 3 on my head. Chick number 1, who had swallowed nervously, approached me. Hyung. Let's practice together. Why? Is there something you don't understand? No. I just want to get better, so I want to practice with you, Hyung. I'll do my best. It was admirable. He was willing to work hard. So, I made him practice like crazy. I taught him, so I can't stand the thought of him getting bad review. No, I won't tolerate it. It's so scary. A CG of black smoke rising appeared behind me during the interview, and there was a shot of my eyeballs menacingly rolling, accompanied by a sound effect straight out of a horror movie. I was looking forward to a prince-like character, but it seemed to be going in a strange direction. I don't approve of this. This was the evil editing. I was being used. Wow, the production team really understood his character. Seungbeom does have that kind of side to him. Scary. Goblin. Stop scolding me. Do Yuta clapped and cheered, while the other trainees nodded, tears in their eyes from too much laughing. You have to do more, that thing. You just didn't get it. The camera director filmed the trainees hiding under their chairs and me, who was glaring at the screen alone, and then disappeared. I had no idea what they planned to use this footage for. Soon after, a scene of me teaching Woo Kangwon and Chick number 1 followed. Mad trainer and 2 victims. All the other trainees who had chased after me asking to be taught were edited out, and only Chick number 1 was featured intensively on the broadcast. It seemed like they were trying to create a narrative for Chick number 1, who had risen it to the S-Class. And the ensuing grade re-evaluation. After the time-lapse of all the practice rooms passed, the video transitioned straight to the grade re-evaluation day. And seeing that the trainers' banters came out for quite a long time, it seemed like they were trying to make the most of having chosen idols as trainers. I was the first to appear in the evaluation. Please tell us what percentage you've completed first. 100%. Question marks popped up above the trainers and my head. People who intentionally gave out impossible assignment, the person who actually completed the impossible /the people. And with a space background composited and our bodies spun around. It was poorly done CGI. Then let's get started. The trainer gestured in disbelief, and soon after, scenes of me flawlessly performing the song and choreography followed, while the trainers were left speechless, hands on their necks. I was confident. If I hadn't done it perfectly, I don't think I would have been able to forgive myself. I hate a less than perfect performance. Were you practicing in your sleep? No. I think it's fine since I'm not dead yet. Along with the interview, another cut of me smiling fiercely was inserted. Ah, why do they keep using that? Next up was chick number 1, though it differed from the actual evaluation order, likely rearranged to make it more fun. A scene showed chick number 1 looking back anxiously before entering the evaluation room, with me nodding reassuringly. That was my response to Do Yutae. Those broadcasting station guys edited in all sorts of random stuff. Soon after, scenes of me practicing together with him and the evaluation scenes were interwoven, followed by heartwarming shots of the trainers looking satisfied. Then, with a chirping sound effect, an interview with chick number 1 played. I think I was able to do well because Seungbeom Hyung helped me a lot. Thank you so much. Okay. Considering he managed to get to S-class that way, I'd say it was quite a decent outcome. I nodded in satisfaction, and the camera director took another shot of me. But most of the trainees but. The evaluation stage, which was almost at a comedy show level of failure, featured trainees messing up and trainers bursting into laughter for quite a long time. In the midst of that, suddenly, a serious BGM started playing. Then appeared a trembling trainee, shaking like a newborn weasel, alongside Frick. Trainee Baek Kiryang. Yes. Are you not going to greet properly? The viewers will all be watching, you know. The trainee, who had been staring straight into the camera, frozen like a statue, suddenly flinched at the unexpected shout and finally bowed his head. If I'm not wrong, he came in as a vocalist, so he's relatively weak in dancing. He was so nervous he even forgot to greet properly. His compatibility with Frick is the worst. I knew that he was the S-class trainee who was demoted, but I never imagined he'd be on that state during the evaluation stage. Ah. I'm sorry. The trainee, who was clearly nervous, replied one beat slower in a small voice. Are you going to apologize to the public like that? You have no manners. You're just not prepared. Just go home. The public probably didn't think anything of it. If the editing was done in a cute way, it could have been framed as a gag point, showing a trainee who forgot to greet due to nervousness. It was obvious that he was just offended that he wasn't greeted properly, but he was trying to make it seem like he was doing it for the sake of the people. That was not a justified anger. It was a display for the camera, to show just how scary he could be when he got angry, and to demonstrate how he crushed those who dare to disregard his authority. The problem is that there are people who fall for this stupid play. They really put some thought into this. It's easier than you might think to entrust your ego to a trainer, who held an absolute advantage over the trainees facing daily challenges. It was a simple way to feel superior without much emotional investment. If the fools who agreed with him appear, Frick would have won the battle of public opinion. Most viewers would sympathize with Baek Kiryang, but they wouldn't completely turn their backs on Frick. I'm sorry. Baek Kiryang bowed his back while offering a sincere apology, once again. His face had already turned pale. It seems like his mentality has collapsed. It will be difficult for him to show his true skills. As expected, Baek Kiryang delivered a performance far below his grade evaluation, with his body stiff from nervousness. See? I knew this would happen. Someone who can't even do a basic greeting is terrible at everything else. Get out knowing that your grade will go down. Since you did so well, right? As soon as the scene of Frick mocking him passed, the next scene showed Baek Kiryang unfolding his grade B paper and moving to a different room in the dorm. I'm lacking a lot. I think trainer Frick was really angry. I'm really sorry. I made a huge mistake, but I don't know how to apologize. Baek Kiryang eventually couldn't hold it in anymore and started crying during the interview. He took off his glasses and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Meanwhile, which trainee's grade has risen? Then, the second episode ended with the dramatic moment when chick number 1 opened his grade evaluation result paper, accompanied with the shocked expressions of his fellow trainees. Even after the video ended, there were hardly any trainees who loosened their stiff expressions. Even Lee Hwa-young was showing clear signs of displeasure. Baek Kiri-yang, who was originally a soft-hearted person, was shedding tears again in the cold, chilled air. The camera was filming him, but he didn't seem to pay attention. Interesting. My head went cold. It finally made sense. Why the production team wanted to film the reactions of the second episode. Through the second episode, Frick managed to overshadow the image of being beaten by Jae and me in the first episode, and instantly became the object of fear among the trainees. All the more so because his anger was unjustified. From now on, all the trainees would be on high alert to avoid upsetting Frick. It seemed like the production team intentionally showed this to the trainees, who had been feeling somewhat relaxed, in order to put psychological pressure on them. When I moved my stiff neck, a cracking sound was heard. SOSO career, low influence, small fanbase, upper intermediate skills. Judging by his actions, it seems like he's not very bright, and he can't control his anger either. He seems pretty good at getting people riled up, but he's been showing off so much from the beginning that there's nothing left for him to do now. There was no value in Frick anymore. A bastard who continues to act aggressively will just be a nuisance. If he gets in my way, he should be eliminated. Next, we're going to announce the trainee who took the first place. Episode 1 aired, and the next thing we knew, we were filming the first ranking ceremony. I was already exhausted from the tedious and unnecessarily long ranking announcement ceremony, and I ended up staying with Lee Hwa-young until the end. The trainees I had my eye on were already seated in the top-ranking positions, and I, without feeling any nervousness, was waiting for the announcement of the first-place winner from a metal chair below the stage. This trainee has been a hot topic even before appearing on the program, garnering an enormous number of articles written about him. He not only generated a lot of buzz, but also showcased outstanding skills during the grade evaluation performance, confidently securing his S-class spot. I have no idea who that is from that description. The trainees seated in the back whispered among themselves. That was exactly what I meant. It was a remark that applied to both Lee Hwa-young and me, so it held no significance as a clue. It was probably just a filler comment. This rascal, acting so haughty. I glanced over and saw Lee Hwa-young leaning lazily against the backrest with his legs crossed, watching the MC. After the first episode had been aired, it seemed there were many hate comments criticizing his arrogant attitude, but he wasn't intimidated in the slightest. When asked by the other trainees if he was okay, he replied with this exact words. I don't listen to vulgar language. His remarks were later posted on the station's channel on NeoTube, and apparently caused quite a sensation on SNS. Lee Hwa-young's overly confident attitude drew a lot of criticism, but it also won over a significant portion of the public, making him immensely popular. He was the ultimate celebrity who drove both fans and haters wild. The first place of the first ranking announcement ceremony is trainee Han Seungbeom. While I was analyzing Lee Hwa-young, my name was called. First place. Absolutely. I swear I wasn't nervous at all. I wasn't analyzing Lee Hwa-young to keep myself sane. And the second place is trainee Lee Hwa-young. Trainee Han Seungbeom and trainee Lee Hwa-young, please come up on stage. There are no defeats in my life. Especially when it comes to stardom. My hands were a little sweaty, but I believed it was because the hot temperature. But it would be problematic if someone who hadn't even debuted acting so arrogant, so I slowly got up from my seat and covered my mouth with both hands as if I were happy. My face felt hot. It seemed like the production team had turned the heater on full blast. Really? As if unable to believe it, I placed my hand on my forehead once and hugged the trainees whose names I couldn't even remember. Then, Seo Yutae, who had already been called as the third place, clapped with lifeless eyes. Oh dear. Seungbeom, congratulations. Woo Kong-won, sitting in sixth place, was just smiling happily. Trainee Han Seungbeom first gained attention with the nicknames CSAT Guy, and light source man, thanks to his outstanding looks. Not only did he possess outstanding beauty, but he also took on the role of the center for 77 trainees with his perfect skills and leadership, and he even showed how well he could lead the trainees, earning him the nickname, Captain Han. As I walked up to the stage, the MC recited the lines written in the script. When I reached the stage, he handed me the microphone. Trainee Han Seungbeom, who has risen to the glorious first place, please share a few words about how you're feeling. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank those who placed their bets on me. Ever since I first became a hot topic, I've felt that I've been receiving undeserved love, and every day, I'm spending joyful moments filled with happiness. After grabbing the microphone and clearing my throat, I began with the obligatory thank you. And I also want to express my sincere gratitude to my fellow trainees who believed in my abilities and trusted me with the center position. It made me so happy because it felt like a validation of all my hard work. I also took a subtle jab at Frick for bashing my skills. I will continue to work hard and show you great performances so that I don't disappoint the public who placed their bets on me. Once again, thank you. Anyway, since it would get edited if I talked too long, I kept it brief. I tried to squeeze out some tears, but they wouldn't come. Alright, next, let's hear from the second place trainee, Lee Hwa-young. How are you feeling right now? I want to stand on stage with trainee Han Seungbeom. Lee Hwa-young, who was waiting next to me, took the microphone and said something out of the blue. What the hell is he talking about? He was asked to give a thank you speech, but he really just talked about his own feelings. Young Ha-juan, who looked a bit flustered, quickly stepped in to fix the situation. Aha, I see. Since you both are the top 2 trainees of Survive Idol, I'm really looking forward to it. And is there anything you would like to say to the public who voted for you? Thank you. Love you all. Seeing that he could say things like that and still be fine, I started envying his nationality. After the ranking announcement ceremony, the rest of the trainees went to the auditorium to film mini-events such as sports competitions, while the S-Class trainees arrived at the broadcasting station for the scheduled trainer collaboration stage. The trainer collaboration stage was scheduled to be held live, unlike the official theme song stage. It wasn't a large group of 77 people, and the decision seemed to have been made because the S-Class trainees were skilled enough to debut. Of course, it's likely that there were ulterior motives involved, such as boosting the ratings of their own live music show. After finishing the rehearsal, I was drinking the warm yuzu tea that Jay had forcefully handed me and was about to take a nap. Wake up, Seungbeom. I opened my eyes to Jay's hand shaking my shoulder. I was paired up with Jay, the head trainer, so I was last in line again. Fine, fine. I'm last in every lifetime. I had always been the last one to perform, whether it was during year-end stages in my past life or on this current program. I really couldn't get used to this long waiting time. I usually never sleep deeply like this outside, but maybe the training was so exhausting that I was able to sleep soundly. I was actually glad that I could at least sleep during the waiting time. Ugh, yuck, As soon as I wake up, the first thing I noticed was Seo Yutae, who was feeling nauseous from the relief of the tension after finishing the stage as the first performer. How long has it been since the stage ended, and you're still in such a state? I told you not to eat snacks before going on stage. While I was scolding him with my salty eyes, Woo Kang-won came into the waiting room after finishing his performance. Good job. How is it? Is it okay? Oh, your outfit looks good on you. I gave a thumbs up towards Woo Kang-won, who was wearing a suit. The trainer who paired up with Woo Kang-won was determined to catch him because his hit song was a noir concept track. If he had been paired with a fool like Seo Yutae, a terrible hybrid would have been born. Why is Yutae like that? He's loosening up. It seems like Yutae, who has already finished, is having a harder time than you, who's about to go on stage, With a dignified smile, Woo Kang-won picked up Seo Yutae, who was crawling on the sofa, and threw him over his shoulder. Can a human really be carried like that? I'll take Yutae to the bathroom and be right back. When his face turns this pale, he usually throws up soon. Oh, fighting. At my lukewarm response, Woo Kang-won nodded and, as he was about to open the door, turned around and gestured towards my body. Your outfit looks great too. It suits you well. Thank you. After confirming that Wukongwon had left, I glanced at the mirror. The outfits prepared by Jay's coordinators were perfectly in line with Prism's concept. Wearing these outfits, which centered around leather and black colors with a wild concept, brought back memories of those days. I'm not getting that vibe. Unlike me, Han Seungbeom had a tall and skinny model body, so he gave off a chic vibe rather than a wild one. HAA. As I stood in front of the mirror and sighed softly, Jay came up behind me and whispered in my ear. If you want to feel like you were back in the old days, you need to be much taller. Right now, you're still a baby, a baby. Look at how small your chest is. Compared to Jay's body, my chest certainly looked smaller. I smiled brightly and gestured for him to come closer. Then, I grabbed his ear and whispered. Stay still before I tear your ribs off and attach them to my body. Yes, Hyung. The loser, hearing the threatening warning, slumped on the sofa. Seeing him intentionally make hoo-hoo-hoo sounds with his mouth, it seemed like he still hadn't snapped out of it. Jae Nim, Han Seungbeom Nim, please stand by. As soon as he heard the staff's voice, the guy who was putting up an act immediately jumped up and walked away cheerfully. Whatever wrong with him? I felt strange because he looked strangely excited. He seemed way too eager, even though this wasn't his first or second time on stage. I got up on stage and stood behind him like we had practiced. Then he made an ah sound, pushed me forward, moved to my side, and stood there. It was completely different from the formation we had practiced. What's up with him today? Wait. I hurriedly raised my hand to correct the starting pose, which was different from what we had practiced. In that moment, Jay grabbed my hand and pressed it down firmly, stopping me from moving. Jay gave an okay sign, and the production team made another gesture to show that they understood. What the hell, what are you doing? I glanced back at Jay, my eyes wide in shock. He remained calm, even as he saw my flustered expression. Before I could figure out what the hell was going on, the MR started to play. Huh. As soon as I heard the MR, my rapidly beating heart felt like it plummeted. And the blood in my whole body turned cold. This isn't the instrumental. It was the MR of a different title track, not the one we had been practicing all along. At this point, it was a major disaster. But the live broadcast was already running, and none of the staff showed any sign of panic. The stage would continue as it was. Why? We clearly did the rehearsal properly, and Jay said he double-checked everything. Now that I thought about it, the formation we were standing in right now completely matched the special stage that Jay and I had prepared for the year-end special stage. The song was the same too. What if we weren't standing in the wrong position? In an instant, everything around me went quiet, and time seemed to slow down. I slowly turned my head, trying to ignore the goosebumps on my skin. I couldn't understand the reason. For some reason, I felt like I had to check Jay's face. With my slowly shifting vision, Jay came into view. He was smiling. He didn't even look at the camera, his gaze was fixed solely on me. As if the live broadcast was the least of his concerns. The moment my eyes locked with his, I instinctively knew. This was something he had planned. To confirm on stage if I was indeed the real Seo Yutae. Damn it, no wonder things were going too smoothly. From the beginning, he never truly believed in the words that were just talk, but he continued to smile slyly and play along. He was waiting for this day to come. This was why he didn't ask anything about why I died. Because he didn't need to hear what someone, whose identity he hadn't confirmed with his own eyes, had to say. This crazy bastard. As the MR played, I hurriedly grabbed the microphone in a completely defenseless state, and smoothly covered the part one was originally in charge of. I couldn't afford to cause a live broadcast accident. And then, his lips formed a chilling smile. The shape of his mouth said. Are you real? In the end, the performance was a success. Just as Jay had wanted. Although it wasn't quite the song we'd been practicing the whole time, no one seemed to notice. Hyung. Hyung. The reaction is awesome. The reactions Seo Yutae excitedly showed after the live broadcast were even more explosive. Like the previous official theme song stage, this performance also made it onto the real-time trending keywords. It seemed that many fan accounts had already been created, as reactions from accounts with my face set as their profile picture flooded in, and edited GIFs were uploaded in no time. I keep tearing up right now. Today, Jay danced just like he did in his prime, but now, he's a fully grown man. It brought back so many memories, and seeing the passion still shining in his eyes made me cry. Was it because he was in front of his junior? I've become a Jay fan. Is it okay to start standing an idol who's been active for over 10 years? It feels like it'll be a long wait before I get to see his solo activities. Welcome to the bottomless pit. There's over 10 years worth of activities you need to catch up on. Who is that beauty? His chemistry with Jay is insane. Please debut. He's the center of Survive Idol. He dances so well that he doesn't seem like a trainee, lol. Surely he's not some kind of second-hand rookie, right? Visual main dancer. He will do. I'm going to vote. Since I couldn't ignore the reactions Seo Yutae had gathered with so much effort, I responded appropriately and sent the other trainees off to the Lucky Center first. I had something more important to deal with right now. After the staff dispersed, I waited for Jay in the empty waiting room. He came in later, and it seemed his manager had gone to bring the car. Explain. It was an order to take us to a place where there were no cameras or people. Jay and I needed to talk. Let's go to my house. Sure. Following Jay's suggestion, we headed straight to his house. The manager driving the car looked at me with suspicion the whole time because he was taking a trainee home after work, but I didn't have time to care about that. As soon as we got inside the house, I grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him. Are you crazy? How could you do something like that? I had no choice. The rascal tilted his head in a defiant manner, and replied indifferently. As if he didn't give a damn about the accident that could have happened if I wasn't Seo Yutae. What? I needed reassurance. You could just be a copycat imitating my Hyung. It's not like you're just moderately popular, Hyung. I've seen so many copycats to the point I'm already getting sick of them, Ranopes. Jay swatted my hand away and staggered into the house. Anger rising to the top of my head, I stomped after him into his bedroom. You're doing all this just to get a little reassurance. Are you out of your mind right now? It's a live broadcast. If you messed up, your career could have been ruined. Jay, who couldn't walk properly, seemed to struggle even standing still, barely managing to steady himself by leaning against the desk. There was something strange about the way he kept staggering, as if his limbs didn't have enough strength. Look at the response to today's performance. It was the best in the past few years. Jay pulled out his phone from his pocket, tapped it a few times, and let out a hollow laugh. What are you talking about? Answer my question properly. Is it because Hyung is with me? Haha, why is it that when my Hyung starts over from the beginning, the reaction is so much hotter? Then, he violently threw his phone onto the floor. The phone, which hit the hard marble floor, shattered into pieces. The only means of communication in this house is broken now. So, if you want to ask for help, you'll have to shout, Hyung. But this house is well soundproofed. If you're going to do it, you'd need to shout with all your strength, so it would be better if you don't provoke me. What kind of nonsense is this? Clang. Before I could even process what the hell he was talking about, he suddenly slammed the vase on the table against the wall. F***K, why are you like this? I panicked and took a step back from the shattered vase. Jay, holding the largest and sharpest shard, lifted his head. He was crying while forcing out a smile. Then, in a barely audible voice, he asked. Hyung, why did you leave us behind? I was at a loss for words. Ever since I left the group, I ignored all contacts from former members. Even when they came to my door and begged me, I didn't even open the door for them and coldly sent them away. Because Kang Hyuk threatened that if I gave them any false ideas, he would make sure they were all buried in the entertainment industry. Since I couldn't tell them the whole truth about my situation, I figured it would be better to cut ties coldly so they wouldn't have any lingering feelings. Hyung, you didn't tell us anything, and Hyuk is also keeping his mouth shut. He doesn't even care about what we have to say. What the hell are we supposed to know? As a result, I had no idea what kind of personalities those guys who couldn't break free from Kang Hyuk-woo's grip had developed, or what kind of influence they had been under since my death. It was greedy of me to wish that they were living well and bravely. It was careless of me to assume that the child who had lost someone he trusted and followed, and who had been living under pressure from the agency, would be fine. Calm down for now. And then, you just died. Without answering any calls. Without leaving any message. You just died alone. Haha, I haven't been in my right mind since that day. He pretended to be fine on the outside, but when the trigger was pulled, he was a ticking bomb that could crumble in an instant. That was the current Jae. Hyuk, ugh, I want to die. Everything is meaningless. Hyuk. Either stab me or stab yourself, please just do one of the two. For goodness sake, which one is it? I couldn't grasp his way of thinking at all. His condition was strange, as if he had taken some strange drug. His breathing was ragged, as if he could pass out at any moment. What the hell exactly had I done to make this kid lose his mind? I quickly scanned the room and found a drawer slightly open, filled with packets of medicine. Thankfully, they didn't seem to be illegal substances, they appeared to be properly prescribed medications. He had been prescribed these medications, and yet I hadn't seen him take a single one during the entire time we've been preparing the performance together. Is this a withdrawal symptom? I noticed from the moment he did that kind of shit on the live broadcast. In addition, Jay was originally impulsive and easily anxious, so I had to constantly calm him down during our activities. There was no way his condition could be normal after he abruptly stopped taking his medication. Where are you looking? As soon as he realized that I glanced at the medication bag, his crying intensified and he lunged at me, grabbing my neck. Ugh. Did you get tired of us? Was it because we couldn't live up to what you expected? Is that why you left us behind? That's what everyone says. They say Seo Yutae abandoned us because we weren't good enough for him. They asked if Hyung left any last words for us before he died. I had nothing to say after hearing those words. That's why. No. Calm down. Was it because I wasn't dependable, so you died without saying anything? Because you thought I wouldn't be of any help? Regardless of whether blood was flowing from the hand clutching the sharp vase shard, he stubbornly stared at me. His eyes that had been filled with longing and despair began to frost over with hatred. They said things like, "You're nothing without Seo Yutae, a former member has died, what the hell are you doing? Everything went downhill after you disappeared, Hyung." But I was okay. Even when they called me a leech who was sucking the blood out of Seo Yutae, I was fine with it. But if you just leave us like that, what am I supposed to do? Huh? He's completely lost his mind. This is F***ked up. It seemed like he had searched for all the malicious comments directed at him after I died. To take those cruel words seriously, he was definitely out of his mind. Cold sweat broke out on my back. First, I had to calm down this guy who was completely agitated. If I provoked him even a little, he might swing the weapon he was holding. When I stared at him with a rigid, wavering gaze, he screamed at me like it was a contest. If you have something to say, then say it. Please. Please, just say something. Hyung, it drives me crazy every time you act like that. First, calm down. You need to calm down before we can talk. I'm calm. There's nothing wrong with me. Hyung, are you looking at me like I'm weird too? I didn't trust his words at all, especially while he was swinging a weapon. I mentally wrote the character for patience once more and spoke slowly, as if soothing a child. There's nothing weird about you at all. Let's just put that down first. His vision seemed to waver, and he let out a sniffle. He tightly closed his eyes and grabbed his head. Your hand is bleeding, so let's put that down and talk. It hurts, doesn't it? If you don't put it down, I won't talk to you. Jay, who was standing there in a daze, silently looked down at the shard of vase in his hand. He seemed to be in such an extreme state of agitation that his mind wasn't working properly. This is the time. While the guy was momentarily distracted, I rushed forward, grabbed a blanket and threw it over him. While he was floundering around with his vision blocked, I knocked him backwards and stepped on his wrist. As soon as his grip loosened, I snatched the shard and threw it far away. Stay still. You lied again. To me. In an instant, Jay, who had been subdued by me, thrashed around like a 5-year-old, kicking his feet. Whether he resisted or not, I slowly put my weight on him and held him down firmly. Then, I took a handkerchief from the drawer and began to stop the bleeding. We stayed like that for a while, and when I quietly looked down at Jay's face, I could see that the intense emotions he had been unable to control had started to wane. I didn't lie. I told you to put it down and let's talk. Are you not going to answer me? I am going to. Are you ready to talk? Yes. Then compose yourself from now on. Okay. After confirming that Jay's eyes had regained focus, I asked. Did you take your medicine or not? I didn't take it. Did you talk to your doctor about it? I didn't. Because they wouldn't allow it. I figured as much, you little shit. Why did you do something like this? I don't know. I told you not to act impulsively, but to think about it for at least a day before doing anything. I planned it for a week. This crazy bastard. Ha. In short, he dug a hole by himself, went berserk, and impulsively caused this mess. Only then did I take a breath and lie down near him, just in case he got agitated and grabbed something to swing at again. You bastard, I'm exhausted. What the hell is all this chaos at this hour? I'm sorry. The guy, curled up into a ball, slowly crawled toward me. I grabbed his head in my hand and held it tightly. He went from raging and crying like a madman to being depressed in the blink of an eye. I was totally confused. I wasn't a psychiatrist, after all. If you pull this crap one more time, I'll strip you naked and kick you out. This is my house. I slammed my fist down on his head. I didn't care if it's the right way to handle it or not. I just couldn't take it anymore. AA. Stop being cocky. Aren't you treating me too harsh? You should treat me with care. Why would I treat a guy who caused such ruckus while holding a weapon with care? What's there to cherish? That's right. Seeing him respond with such a downcast attitude made the earlier situation felt like a lie. He pressed his cheek against the cold marble floor, his eyes fluttering open and closed. So listen carefully. Go to the hospital, take your medicine properly. Go take one now. Okay. He crawled over, tore open the medicine packet and shoved it into his mouth, swallowing it. After confirming that he took the medicine, I turned my head and saw that the sky outside the window had already turned dark. It was only then that I remembered an important fact. I had a group mission filming tonight. I told the production team that you couldn't make it. I said I'd take you to the hospital because you're not feeling well and then send you back. Such a meticulous bastard. Did you plan everything out so carefully just to bring me home and do this kind of shit? So what happens to my group then? I guess you'll just go into the remaining group. Group selection was so important, yet he messed it up. I really wanted to hit him, but I was too tired and lacked the strength. You crazy brat. That guy turned on his laptop. In the midst of all this, he still had time to think about his laptop. You, what are you doing? I'm going to open the messenger on my computer and check the group. You said that your phone was the only means of communication in this house. I lied. I really won't leave you alone. Actually, I was so worked up that my head wasn't working properly, and I thought if my phone broke, you wouldn't be able to call the police. What kind of celebrity would call the police? I absolutely hated the idea of turning this situation into a news. I'm proud of you, you little punk. Hoo-hoo. That guy, sniffing loudly once, wiped his tears with his sleeve and checked his messenger. There are 3 C-class and 2 D-class. Each class has 1 Japanese trainee. At least there's 1 S-class. But even that one is a baby. I'm doomed. You can support this translation through Buy Me a Coffee. Translator's Corner. Second-hand rookie, someone who already made their professional debut and spent several years without success, before suddenly hitting the jackpot. In survival show, this usually used to call the so-called failed idols, who actually already debuted, but their career wasn't successful so they joined a survival show to re-debut. I did this chapter while listening to Tion, time-lapse on repeat, and my feeling is not okay at all. You know, a few days ago I saw the International Emmy Awards put Daily Dose of Sunshine, a Korean drama released this year, in comedy nomination. It was so astronomical. Anyway, it was a good drama if you can stand the trigger warning. I think I cried every episode. And that's exactly what I felt when I saw this got grouped into comedy genre in NU, crying face. I was like, DJHKJDSHFSDJK, I already removed it. Anyway, it's not exactly wrong because from the start until the end this story full of funny moments that will make you laugh, but if you consider the main plot, just look at the first chapter and this chapter, saying it's comedy genre is like upsellings on coffee shop. Anyway, I picked this up for my healing project. I love healing genre, because my SSS grade cafe is coming to end, only 4 chapters left to translate. It shares the same quality that I adore with SSS grade cafe, aka it might look just daily life, but there's so much healing to be done. Let's heal together. I scrambled to my feet and ran to Jay. Now was not the time to lie down sprawled out. Give it to me. Ack. I snatched the laptop out of Jay's hand and looked at the names written in the messenger, and something about them felt familiar. In an ominous way. Forest Girl Group B, Han Seungbeom, Lee Danby, Kim Sang-jung, Park Jae-won, Kim Hojin, Nagi Zen, Yamada Hayato. These guys, no way. Yeah, there are a few of those chicks that Hyung taught. You probably don't know the Japanese trainees because they didn't join the practice very often, Hyung. The S-class is Lee Danby. He's the chick number 1. Among the names on the list, the only one whose face I remembered clearly was the 17-year-old Lee Danby. My temples throbbed with pain. If the only skilled person is Lee Danby, we're in a bit of a tight spot. Even though Lee Danby had been promoted to S-class, it was more due to his rapid growth and dramatic narrative being highly praised. In terms of actual skills, he was only in the upper ranks of A-class. From what I observed, Baek Kiriang, who was demoted from the S-class, had better skills. Baek Kiriang is too timid to be of any use on stage, though. Although it was truly admirable that he danced until his body was about to break and worked hard, Lee Danby showed signs of being young and inexperienced in his physical abilities and singing skill. This a big problem. You keep quiet. I firmly pushed down Jay, who had suddenly poked his head out to speak. Seeing the root cause of all this trouble acting so thoughtlessly gave me a headache. Have they decided on the song? Forest Girl. It's a song by a girl group famous for their dreamy concept. Ha. It was obstacle after obstacle. I had no idea how to handle a dreamy concept with those inexperienced kids. Still, it was fortunate that I didn't have to do a sexy concept with a bunch of babies. I carefully folded the paper and slipped it into my pocket. Then, I quickly put on my coat. Every second was precious in this situation. What are you looking at? Huh. Go out and get a taxi quickly. I don't want to ride in the car you're driving right now. And give me your laptop. For what? I'm going to learn all the choreography and try to figure out any means until we get to the Lucky Center. You said you were going to talk to me. Jay stood towering over me, glaring at me. Honestly, I was just trying to coax him to calm down, but there was nothing I could say to him. All this time, Kang Hyuk-woo had been holding you as hostages and threatening me, so I couldn't say anything. I'm sorry. If I told him this, he wouldn't just stay quiet. I'd rather be stabbed to death than have Jay find out the truth and go after Kang Hyuk-woo. Let's just brush it off. If you hadn't caused this mess, we would have time to talk. Now that my group selection is ruined, I'm going to be too busy with practice, there's no way we can have a long conversation. Jay glared at me with all his might. But what could he do? It was something he brought upon himself, so he had nothing to say. If anything, the person who should be glaring was me. He's going to cause a scene again. I held out both hands in front of me, as if dealing with a wild animal, and maintained a safe distance. Then, I began to gently comfort him. The reason I didn't say anything wasn't because I was tired of you, but because there were some circumstances. And that hasn't changed. I've never once thought of you as a burden. How could I think that way about you? Are you saying that even now, you still can't tell me because of those circumstances? Yeah. If I do, it'll make things harder for me. You're purposely saying it like that, because you know I can't be tough if you talk to me in that way. That's right. Just let me control you. That guy, who had been thinking for a while at my words about how it would make things harder for me, frowned in displeasure. Then he muttered quietly. Now that I know it wasn't because you hated us. I'll wait until you can talk about it. I'm used to waiting. Thank you. For understanding. Phew. Only after passing the crisis was I able to breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, stay by my side. As long as you're alive, I can endure anything. But if you disappear again like last time, I'll turn everything upside down and I'll die too. Just as I was beginning to feel relieved, the guy with his eyes wide open spoke at a rapid pace. What do you mean by turn everything upside down? A chill ran down my spine. I had no idea what this crazy guy meant by saying he would turn everything upside down. Okay, I promise. After I made a soulless promise, he grabbed his wallet and led the way. Because Han Seungbeom, being a trainee, didn't even have a credit card. I hurried into the practice room after getting into the taxi that Jay called, and it was no joke. The situation was truly a mess. It's quite a sight. The other teams were smoothly progressing with their practice, centered around the S-class trainees, while only my team was sitting on the floor with a stagnant atmosphere. When they saw me enter the practice room, they got up with joy. Seungbeom Hyung. I heard you were sick. Are you feeling better? We were worried. I'm feeling better now. I'm sorry I'm late. After observing the members' mood, I roughly got the sense of what was going on. Hello. The Japanese trainee B, Nagi Zen, suddenly stood up and approached me. He then smiled with his eyes over his black mask and greeted me. I paused for a moment when I saw his face. My honest impression was this. Hey, you look kinda shady. I took back everything I said about Lee Hwa-young having a snake-like smile. In reality, Lee Hwa-young was closer to a surreal being, like an elf or a dragon. The real snake was this guy. If I'm sleeping in the practice room, it feels like he's going to hit me in the head with a stone while my back is turned. His hair was strange too. It wasn't the typical lemon yellow that idols often have, nor was it the natural blonde like Lee Hwa-young's. It was more like a gangster's yellow. Why the hell is he dyeing his hair in such a color? His pitch-black eyes were lifeless, lacking any shine. I nodded roughly and turned my gaze away from the guy who was staring at me without moving. It felt like I shouldn't maintain eye contact for too long. Our only hope is you, Hyung. We haven't made any progress yet. The Korean chicks, who surrounded me, chirped non-stop at the right time. What did they say about the setup? The arrangement is up to us. If we have any preferences for costumes or stage props, they asked us to organize them in advance and pass them on to the production team later. What if we don't submit anything? They said the production team will prepare the stage as closely as possible to the original singer's stage. Also, the team that wins the on-site voting will receive benefit votes. For now, they told us to decide on our positions and submit them, so we've roughly written them down among ourselves. After hearing Lee Danby's neat summary, I nodded and held out my hand. Show me. Yes. Leader, Han Seungbeom. Center, Han Seungbeom. Main vocal 1, Han Seungbeom. Main vocal 2, Park Jae-won. Sub vocal 1, Lee Danby. Sub vocal 2, Nagi Zen. Sub vocal 3, Yamada Hayato. Rapper 1, Kim Sang-jung. What? This is just Han Seungbeom and friends. When I received the position paper, it turned out I was the leader, the main vocalist, and the center. There was nothing written about the dance position, but I would probably be the main dancer as well. I got a lot. Quite a lot. I recommended it. I did well, right? Lee Danby answered with shining eyes. You didn't. If I did it all by myself like this, the viewers would criticize me for being greedy. Since I wasn't there to watch the position selection process, I had no idea how it would be edited. Did the other members agree? Yes. And since you're the oldest, being the leader was really unavoidable, Hyung. Are the Japanese trainees okay with their positions? I made an O shape with my finger and asked, and the two Japanese trainees roughly understood and nodded. I clapped my hands once and said solemnly. Okay. Let's start with singing. The positions were ridiculous, but I knew it was the best option in this current situation, so what we had to do was start practicing as quickly as possible. Flowers are running to the ski. Again. It's not ski. Notice that your mouth is not made into a round circle, but slightly parted sideways, showing your lower teeth, making it look horizontally elongated. Ski. Yes. It sounds much better. After gathering together and practicing for a while, I began to see the general issues began. First of all, the two Japanese trainees had so many things to fix, starting with their vocal technique. I couldn't even tell what they had been listening to and learning from. Their singing made me questioning the authenticity of all the J-pop songs I had heard. Among other problems, the most serious one was the Japanese A's pronunciation. Maybe. Maybe. No. Don't move your tongue. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. The trainer's mid-evaluation is in 4 days. I, in reality, had to correct every single pronunciation, down to the shape of his mouth. I wasn't sure if it was due to a lack of pronunciation training from his agency or his own lack of effort, but his pronunciation of vowels and consonants, especially those that didn't exist in Japanese language, was quite inaccurate. This wasn't a problem in everyday conversation, but it became a significant issue when singing. Since I had already braced myself for providing pronunciation guidance when I heard there would be a Japanese member, I was more than happy to correct him whenever necessary. However, aside from his skills, there was a crucial problem. Can't we take a break? I'm tired. We don't have the time. Unlike Japanese trainee B, who followed the practice more willingly than expected, Japanese trainee A unexpectedly showed an insincere attitude. I'm so tired. He keeps finding fault with everything. Do we really have to work this hard? I just want to finish this program and go back to Japan. Don't you feel the same way? Well. Perhaps thinking that I wouldn't understand if he spoke in Japanese, Japanese trainee A blatantly revealed his true intentions. What was unfortunate was that Japanese trainee B didn't respond at all, and that I could understand Japanese because I had worked in Japan. Let's concentrate. We're busy right now. Stop chatting. That's right, this is not the time for us to do this. After I firmly gave a warning, the members, who had been anxiously watching the other groups start preparing their choreography, joined in. Then, Japanese trainee A, as if trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere, grinned and said, "We're not bad. This is good enough. If we don't enjoy it, the fans won't enjoy it either, so let's take it easy. The important thing is the smile. It's all about showing charm. That's how it is in our country." The person who caused the delay tried to miraculously rationalize the situation, but he only made things worse. He's pretentious. Despair washed over the faces of the team members as they realized that this guy was a lost cause. At this point, the team's morale would be negatively affected. As someone who joined the practice late, I didn't want to criticize him, but I realized that staying silent would only hinder our practice progress. "Hey, if you're not going to dance or sing properly, why are you even on stage?" But before I could even open my mouth, a young voice blasted out from next to me. There was something stuck to my side. "Oh, Hyung. Don't mind me." A boy with curly hair, long eyelashes, soft cheeks that hadn't lost their baby fat, and a cute appearance that perfectly matched his pink t-shirt. He was the youngest among my team members, Lee Danby. "You're sticking to my body right now, so it's hard not to mind. There are many hardworking and talented people in J-pop too. Don't blame the culture just because Yamato Hyung has no skills and is bringing shame to your country." Hearing the phrase, "bringing shame to your country," Japanese trainee briefly thought about its meaning, then startled and shook his head noisily. "No. I just think charm appeal is important. You're saying it's all about appeal, but let's be real, you're just making excuses because you can't dance or sing. But what can we do? From what I see, I don't think you can even do that appeal either. Whoa. It's the mouth of terror. If this was a game, it would have been a critical mental attack. Aren't you being too harsh? Japanese A jumped to his feet in anger, and Lee Danby followed suit. I'm just stating the facts, but if you feel it's too harsh, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. You look like a rabbit biting a giraffe. His face looked as harmless as a rabbit, but his temper was like a tiger. The unexpected side of Lee Danby made me regain my composure. Seeing that it seemed like a fight might break out between the two of us, I wrapped my arm around the relatively smaller Lee Danby's shoulder, and stepped back a little. Can you see? The kids, whose elimination or survival is based on just the benefit, are practicing until they bleed their noses. If you want to keep up that lazy attitude, don't ruin the lives of those who are desperate and just leave. Go to a place where you can succeed just by being charming. Go and flash your happy smile as much as you want. But does such a place even exist? Hee hee. If you have something to say, say it. If you can refute what I'm saying, even in Japanese, go ahead. I'm willing to listen. But I'm pretty sure you can't, Hyung. Lee Danby glared with wide eyes, veins bulging on his neck, and kept snapping until the end. Then, Japanese A, seemingly at a loss for words, mumbled incoherently and stormed out of the room. Lee Danby, who had been watching Yamada's back with an indifferent expression, looked up at me with a bashful smile. I don't think I said anything wrong. Right, Hyung? Wow. It was a well-known fact that pretty flowers often hide thorns. But this adorable boy had those thorns hidden in his tongue. But why is he sticking close to my side while swinging his thorn? Japanese trainee A, who left the practice room without saying a word, never returned. Since we were running out of time, we had no choice but to continue practicing until he returned. However, when he didn't return for more than 2 hours, the members started to feel anxious and wanted to leave the practice room. Is he crying on the stairs? Should we go comfort him? He's still our member. I don't think we should leave him alone. Let's go find him. No, don't go. Let him come back on his own. Lee Danby firmly stopped the members from going to find Japanese trainee A. I just gave him a reality check. If he can't pull himself together after that, it'd be better if he doesn't come back. We're not only teammates who need to create a stage together on equal footing, but we're also rivals competing for the same debut spot. Lee Danby was right. If we went to bring him back, the one offering help would end up being the one bowing one. I also thought it would be best if Japanese trainee A could manage his emotions on his own and return to practice. That's true, but it's a problem that he's staying away for so long. However, no matter the circumstances, taking 2 hours to calm down was far too excessive. We were in a situation where every minute and second mattered, and having the least skilled trainee absent like this was far from efficient. Creak. Just as I was wondering what to do with Japanese trainee A's behavior, the door to the practice room opened. Ah, Yamada Hyung. The rest of the group cheered and dashed toward the practice room door. But it wasn't Hayato Yamada we were seeing, it was the main PD. Everyone, I'm here because I have something I need to tell you. Yes. Trainee Hayato Yamada has informed us that he would like to withdraw from the program. Is that true? So, did he leave just now? The members, startled, asked the main PD again. Seeing Lee Danby flinch, it seemed that he had been secretly worried about pushing Japanese trainee A away so harshly. Yes, it seems there was some trouble during practice, but he refused to listen to the production team's persuasion and immediately started packing his things. He didn't seem particularly attached to this program, but I never imagined it would be to this extent. To think he left without saying a word, not even to Japanese trainee B, who he had pretended to be close with. Japanese trainee B was simply watching the situation unfold, looking completely disinterested. What should we do? He's really not coming back. From the production team's standpoint, there was no need to keep a trainee who didn't have the will to continue in the program, so we immediately proceeded with the withdrawal process. The problem is that you guys are about to have a group performance, but one member is quitting. A with ring above NBS. So, does that mean we have to prepare the performance with one less member? In a normal situation, a change in the number of members would be a critical blow. Especially since arranging the formation would become quite a headache when there's an even number of people. Since this happened after a significant portion of the practice had already been completed, I believe there will be some drawbacks. However, it is also your responsibility for not properly resolving the conflicts within the team, so please bear with it. With that cold rebuke, the main PD turned around and walked out of the practice room. Are you serious about that group project responsibility nonsense? A member like Yamada Hayato, who had neither a sense of responsibility nor skills, was close to a disaster. There was no one to blame, we were just unlucky. Perhaps feeling a sense of guilt about the current situation, Lee Danby grabbed my sleeve and lowered his head deeply. Why? Hyung, it's because of me that things turned out like this. Hayato Yamada most likely dropped out of the program in order to create an uncomfortable situation for Lee Danby. He probably did it to shift the blame for this situation to Lee Danby. But I refuse to fall for that kind of trick. It's okay. If he was going to leave over this, something like this would have happened sooner or later. I offered a few simple words of comfort and ruffled Lee Danby's fluffy hair. In response, the child, without knowing what was going on in my mind, lowered his head to rest it on me. The members seemed completely disheartened, but I thought differently. Actually, this is better. The remaining members, although their average skill level was lower than that of other teams, were passionate and motivated young chicks. Most importantly, they listened to me well. To be honest, the uncooperative Japanese trainee A was just a nuisance. We hadn't even started practicing the choreography properly yet, so there was no need to rearrange the moves. It's okay. I'll make sure you get the benefit. As soon as I said those words, the camera director took a close-up of my face. Fine. Shoot me. In order to prevent Lee Danby from being the target of evil editing, a more dramatic narrative was needed. Really, Hyung? Yes, let's give it a try. We can do it. With Lee Wyoung and I neck and neck for the first place, I couldn't afford to miss out on the benefit ticket. And I had absolutely no intention of making excuses like, I have bad luck with teammates. Instead, you're going to practice until you die, just as I say. Without complaining. When I said that with a bright smile, the members gasped in fear. What are you scared of already? I haven't done anything. The public was strange. A performance practiced for just a week sometimes got a better reaction than one practiced for 3 months straight. There were artists who, even if they were lacking in skill, were loved by the public. What, then, played a decisive role in winning the public's applause? It's the production. It's true that when the performer's skills were lacking, there were clear restrictions on the kind of stage that could have been created. However, no matter how outstanding the members' skills might be, if they meet a shitty producer, they would inevitably flop. If there was a producer with a deep understanding of the public's psychology and the individual characteristics of the members, along with outstanding producing skills, these limitations could have been overcome. And I was the one who led Prism to become the best group in South Korea. This level of trial didn't even make me itch. That team is the weakest. Even if Han Seungbeom joins now, it won't make any difference. As the trainees from the other group passed near our team, they whispered. And unfortunately, Han Seungbeom had very good hearing. My team is the most behind. The weakest? Me. This me. Defeat? Seo Yutae is behind. So I listened to the whole conversation. Ha, he. Ha 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 ha. Practice, shall we practice? Ha, ha ha ha. I'm going to show you that with enough producing skill, I can hide any flaws. Of course, by stripping the souls of my teammates. The members were shaking in fear, clinging to each other, but they were invisible to me. I will kill them all. For days after that, the practice was so intense that even the trainers who dropped by to check on us were so astonished that they couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. Jay even looked at the kids with sympathy. He said something about it reminding him of the past. Still, the kids are doing better than I expected. We're nearly done with the choreography. The kids lacked skill, but they didn't have any unnecessary stubbornness, so they absorbed everything I taught like sponges. On days when the practice was especially intense, there were occasional runaways, but I made sure to catch every single one of them and shove them back into the practice room. Seungbeom, drink this. As I dragged a stray chick back into the practice room, a C-class trainee quickly approached me and handed me a drink. Yuk, you. Hyung, I was wrong. I heard some noise from below, but I couldn't quite make it out. Rubbing the tip of my nose, I accepted the drink with a warm heart. I will never escape without permission again. Oh, thank you. Is this drink for me? Yeah, you haven't eaten anything during practice, so. I was worried. Since I wasn't really fond of eating anything during practice, I didn't eat anything, and it seemed like that made him worry. I couldn't ignore such a considerate gesture. Give me that. My throat hurts. Nagi Zen, the Japanese trainee B, appeared out of nowhere and pointed at the drink in my hand with his finger. Are you very thirsty? This? Yes. Give me that. The guy who smiled like a snake slyly placed his hand on top of the drink. This little kid, he seemed pretty thirsty, probably because he was in his growing phase. Sure. Seungbeom, is it okay if I share the drink? But. The C-class trainee trailed off in his words. The guy, who had been looking straight down at me the whole time, grabbed the drink from my hand without even listening for an answer. What's with this attitude? Thank you for the drink. The C-class trainee's face was already turning red and pale, and his expression had hardened. It looks like a fight is going to break out over just one drink. I stood there dazed, like a raccoon that had lost its cotton candy too. I thought he would take a few sips and give it back. People often said the Japanese were usually very perceptive, but as I watched that kid, I began to doubt that stereotype. I was quite irritated, but I didn't want to antagonize the only remaining Japanese trainee, so I decided to let it slide. I'm going to the bathroom. Nagi Zen, who had slipped the drink into his pocket, suddenly said. What? It's urgent. I have to go. Then, he left. What can I say? Hey, you little brat, I can't exactly tell you to wet your pants in the practice room because you have no manners, can I? Zen, you have to be back in 5 minutes. I yelled at the back of his head and clapped my hands. Now, shall we start practicing again? Get up. I wasn't worried about Zen, because I had a special ability. The ability to hear other people's voices. I'd gotten more use out of it than I originally thought. Mostly to monitor the runaways chicks. Nagi Zen. I didn't think the heavens gave me this ability for this purpose, but what could I do? It's convenient. The voice in my head echoed. It seemed that he really went to the bathroom like he told me. But there was something off with what he said. I felt like confirmation was necessary. I'll be out for a minute. Just keep practicing the moves we went over earlier, over and over again. Where are you going? I'm going to get you guys some drinks. You didn't get any earlier. Oh, really? Then I'll come with you. There are 6 of us, it would be heavy to carry. No. Who stopped practicing? Without blinking an eye, I stared at them, and the chicks, who had become as stiff as stone, hurriedly stood in front of the mirror again. Then, they forced a laugh, glancing at me. Okay. Let's start practicing again, shall we? Ha. Good. After making sure the kids had resumed their practice, I rushed out of the practice room and into the bathroom. It seemed that Nagi Zen and I had missed each other, as we didn't end up meeting. I couldn't help but frown as I entered the bathroom. The air was reeking with the smell of drink. As expected, is physiognomy 3 a science? I opened the door to every bathroom stall and found a plastic bottle, cleanly emptied and discarded. It looked like the inside had all been poured into the toilet. He's just doing something pointless. Watching him play around with his colleagues like that makes me sick. It seemed I hadn't misheard after all. What's this unheard of personality? Have you ever heard of a thing called I-1? I had heard that it was becoming a serious social problem in Japan. As a native Korean who was born and raised in Korea, I was recently indirectly experiencing ijime, something that wasn't supposed to be part of my fate. It's gone. Not again, my snack. The series of nightmares began after the drink incident. Every day, after the production team took away all the cameras and microphones, something bad kept happening to me. Things like my favorite coat disappearing and being replaced by a ridiculous outfit, the password changing every time so I couldn't use my tablet, or my share of snacks from the PPL mysteriously vanishing. Hyung. You didn't get a walnut pie. Should I talk to the staff and get you some more? Lee Danby asked as I just stood there, drawing the sign of patience in my mind. No. I'm allergic to nuts anyway. I can't eat them. Oh, I see. Then make sure to eat something else. Okay, you go ahead and eat plenty. This is getting ridiculously frustrating. I didn't really enjoy snacks anyway, but I felt annoyed every time this happened. If he had hit me, I would have been able to take definitive action, such as hitting him back or kicking him out or having him removed of the program. But he didn't seem that stupid. I kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to start trouble over this, but it was getting worse day by day, and it became concerning. At this rate, am I going to be pushed off a cliff? When I asked the other trainees who had been around to identify the culprit, they all said the same thing: Nagi Zen was there. It was obvious that Nagi Zen was responsible for all of this. But it was a bit difficult to suspect him outright. He really acts so respectfully and politely in front of other people. He also worked diligently in practice. He even came to me separately to ask for corrections on his shortcomings and bowed respectfully. It seemed like the only time he acted in a shady manner was when no one was watching. Well, if he performs well on stage, I can tolerate this much. The situation was different now compared to when Japanese trainee A left. With the trainer's mid-evaluation approaching, we had already finished practicing the movements, so it was essential to maintain the current members no matter what. Zen Hyung. Did you get your snack? Yeah. Lida, are you feeling unwell, too? You actually speak Korean well. The whole thing about being not good is just a deceit. What is a deceit? No matter how much this jerk irritates me, I can endure it. No, I must endure it. Don't you think you'd be pretty offended if you were the original singer? Even if it's a girl group dance, you shouldn't prepare so half-heartedly like this. I'm truly disappointed. This is like throwing away your opportunity. You need guys to pull yourself together. The rehearsal is the day after tomorrow, and this is what you're going to do. This team seems beyond improvement. Even if you start now, how much better can kids who've only managed to prepare this much so far actually get? After another hellish day with Nagi Zen, the day of the midterm trainer evaluation arrived. Forest Girl Group A, who had just been evaluated, was already crushed by the harsh criticism from the trainers. In the chilled atmosphere created by the series of scathing remarks, Jay called out to us. Alright, shall we take a look at Forest Girl Group B next? Yes. One might think it's better to be evaluated in a positive atmosphere, but I felt differently. If the atmosphere was harmonious, it likely meant the previous teams had prepared well enough to satisfy the trainers. It's okay. Get up. You can do it. Don't be scared. I reassured the kids, who were visibly tense after hearing Group A's evaluation, and helped them stand up. Nagi Zen, however, didn't need to be comforted and he jumped to his feet on his own. The kids nodded solemnly as I urged them forward and stood up. We walked to the corner and began putting on the outfits we had prepared. What are they doing? What are you wearing? The trainers asked, wide-eyed, as we got ready in the corner. We're doing a reinterpretation of the song for our performance, but we don't have the costumes yet, so we're preparing something that looks similar. The actual costumes were scheduled to arrive just before the show. Even so, if we had performed in just our regular practice clothes, we would have to explain the concept to the trainers in detail. So, although the quality might be a bit lower, we prepared a substitute to showcase our concept. Pow! It was an animal pajama that reached my knees, and had animal ears and a tail. What are you wearing? Animal pajamas? How cute. Ahaha. That's so unique. Totally different concept from Group A. Whether the trainers laughed or not, I tried to give the production team an okay sign with my fingers. But the glove part of the pajamas was so puffy that the shape of my fingers was completely indistinguishable. Ugh, this is driving me crazy. Let's get started. Please play the song. I've never done a cute concept in my entire life. But sometimes, bending your beliefs is the way of a man. As the accompaniment played, I caught a glimpse of Jay's face desperately trying to hold back laughter, and I tightly closed my eyes. We are animals. Yeah. The cat ears on the top of my head fluttered as I leapt forward, holding my teammates' hands tightly. MMPH. Humph. Cough. Kilichum. Jay, who covered his mouth with his hand, coughed violently when he ended up choking in his effort to stifle a laugh. Ahahahaha. Ha 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 ha. And as soon as the coughing stopped, he grabbed his stomach and laughed uncontrollably. I didn't understand why he held it back and even choked if he was just going to act like that. I'll kill you when I finish this. It seemed like he was having a lot of fun watching his eldest brother acting cute. Ah. What is this? Is this the concept? Ah, did you change the fairies into animals? Ahahaha. These kids are going crazy, seriously. Oh, this is so funny. The female trainers, their faces covered with evaluation sheets, screamed. Okay, the atmosphere has improved. They're looking at this in a positive light. Let me tell you. My precious treasures. The fresh scent of grass. The cool breeze. And the warm sunshine. They're all treasures that protect me. The sky, fluttering sky. If I run endlessly, will I be able to reach that sky? If I swim endlessly, will I be able to reach that sun? Contrary to popular belief, it's actually more difficult to synchronize delicate, groovy movements than choreography with large and powerful movements. However, since Forest Girl's concept was a fairy, there were many dreamlike and elegant dance moves. I swear, these guys will never be able to pull it off perfectly. So, inevitably, I had to change the concept a little bit. Thank goodness the song was about the forest. Indeed. We're not going to be dreamy forest fairies, but animals running energetically in the woods. The sky, fluttering sky. Swimming along the wind. Running along the trees. Free to wander this forest. The sky, fluttering sky. Our point was this. Keep the original choreo intact, but make it bright and energetic with movements like stretching arms and legs, like a rhythmic dance. I transformed the whole choreography, maintaining the sharp angles of 90s dance moves, while adding a cute touch to make bouncy feeling. To create a more dynamic performance, I designed the choreography with frequent formation changes, making it as flashy as an amusement park parade. Anyone can do the movements if they practice hard enough. The advantage was that it could drastically improve the stage quality just by completing the synchronized choreography in a short amount of time. However, on the downside, it was incredibly taxing on the performers, and if the competing team, performing the same song, matched the choreography quality to the level of the original artist, the trick would be ruined. But Group A sucks. I could tell from the moment they started joking about performing a girl group song. Foolish idiots. They got terrible reviews from the trainers, and they're definitely going to get bashed by the original singer's fans when the show airs. Knock knock. Tack. Knock. The sound of feet stomping, the friction of sneakers against the practice room floor, all matched perfectly. Of course, it had to be that way. The ones who messed up the rhythm had spent some quality 1:1 time with me. Oh. You've been practicing hard. The perfectly synchronized choreography made the trainers exclaim in admiration. Let me tell you. Why I love this place. The gentle streams. The sweet fruits. The peaceful moments. They're all my dearest treasures. La 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 la. La 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 la. One more time. La 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 la. Holding hands with the members, I stomped my feet and moved forward cheerfully like the final bow of a circus performance. Because there wasn't enough time to prepare for the intense choreography for the climax. In order to include a dance break, we had to perform tight choreography. However, among the members, only Lee Danby and I were capable of that. Still, I couldn't give up on the splendor of dance break. The kids lacked the dance skills to perform the intricate footwork and hand movements together. So, I only included the flashy footwork from the original choreography, and to make it look like we were intentionally only highlighting the dynamic footwork, we imitated a circus finale pose. Happy happy forest. I'm happy. I was born in this beautiful forest. Because we are animals. Yeah. Thank you. After the performance, I grabbed the kids' shoulders, bowed deeply, and we did the greeting together. Woo! You did great. So cute ee. Then, the trainers and trainees gave thunderous cheers. Soon after, the trainers hurriedly grabbed the microphones and began giving their official reviews. Look at the kid sweating. Well done, well done. You made the stage really intense. There's no time to rest. Actually, this team is the one I was most worried about because they're a little unbalanced. But after seeing them today, their performance is really well done. Seungbeom, you worked hard. You worked hard. Seungbeom was known for his charismatic image. Are you sure it's okay if this is shown on TV? The trainer, who had been laughing for a while and fanning his reddened face, asked me. It's fine. It's not fine. Of course, the choreography details are a bit lacking compared to the original, but that's the case with not just this team, but all the trainees here. You've covered it well with the concept, so it doesn't show. You've done a good job of hiding it. This team should be able to achieve good results if they continue practicing like this and have a good rehearsal. Great job, everyone. After receiving praise from the trainers, Lee Danby, with his cheeks flushed, pulled me into a hug. And then, I smiled heartily like Buddha, accepting the chicks that came running towards me one after another. Extremely crappy stage. Trash quality. Horrible details. A cheap imitation that compromises with reality. Needless to say, I wasn't satisfied. Ho ho hung. You. Ho ho ha ho hung, he ha hung. Overture's main dancer, Frick, makes another controversial remark on broadcast. Will he apologize this time? Overture's Frick makes personal attacks on a Survive Idol trainee. I'm going to quit everything, tens of thousands of followers, what's the point of it all? Every time he causes trouble, my followers drop. Where is everyone going, leaving me alone, hoo hoo hoo. Kim Hae-yeon, a woman in her 20s who was now in tears, had been a die-hard fan of Frick, a member of Overture. Her fan journey that began 6 years ago with a fateful encounter with Frick shortly after his debut had somehow continued up to now, as he became a mid-tier idol. I cared for you so much, how could you do this, Huhuhyuk? It had already been 5 years since she started running a fan site, worried that her child might feel disheartened due to the ridiculously fewer fan cams and high-quality photos compared to the top-tier idols. The legendary fan cams she had taken played a significant role in making Frick, who was somewhat lacking in recognition, become more popular. Having discovered an unexpected talent, she even pursued a photography-related major in college, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she devoted the prime years of her life to Frick. He's still bashed, go F***K yourselves, you crazy bastards. This is all the broadcasting station's manipulation. When she heard that he was joining as a trainer for Survive Idol as a trainer, she was truly happy because she thought her child had finally been recognized for his skills. But once the broadcast started, it was nothing but hellish days that followed. Ugh, Frick is so annoying, I can't stand watching him. Someone please kick him off the show, lol. He doesn't even match the level of the other trainers, yet all he does is make personal attacks on the kids. Is this real, a celebrity getting destroyed by a trainee's verbal skills? Han Seungbeom is so strong already lol. How can Frick have been on TV for 6 years and still act so careless? I knew he'd ruin himself with his mouth haha. The MC, top actor Yang Ha-juan is watching, but then he just straight up belittles the actor in front of him. His attitude is insane. I'm sure he didn't mean it like that. She had been avoiding watching it in real time because it was too scary, but when her acquaintances started freaking out, saying Frick was getting a lot of hate, she hurriedly searched for the video clip, and holy, it was a disaster. But from what I see, since you have a good-looking face, you must have thought I'm going to debut no matter what. I think you came here with that kind of mindset. Do you think being an idol is that easy? He already had a tendency to speak a bit recklessly, so there were often times when she would feel anxious every time he opened his mouth. But she never imagined he would speak the same way in front of the camera as he did in front of his fans. You should be an actor or a model. What are you doing here? Why did you do that? Seriously, why did you do that? Every time Frick was caught on camera, her heart would sink. For a moment, she was just thankful that the trainee, who was talking to Frick, didn't get hurt and cry, but I understand that it's not a profession that can be taken lightly, as I am aware of the efforts that the seniors who are currently active in those fields have put in. At the trainee's calm and composed response, she immediately realized. We're doomed. The trainee maintained proper respect toward his senior, but immediately lowered the credibility of Frick's evaluation, and even provoked the fans of the actors and models to hold him accountable. It was a perfect 100 response. Beta. Your face is really handsome, don't you want to be an actor? Isn't this the kind of thing everyone says without thinking? If he hadn't pointed it out like that, it would have just passed. How can a trainee be so good at playing politics? Maybe it was because of the bond formed over 6 years, but even though she knew Frick was in the wrong, it wasn't easy to admit it. She kept resenting the trainee who retorted to each and every one of his every slip-up. He has a handsome face. She started to think that with that level of beauty, she would hardly need to do any retouching even if high-quality photos were taken. Occupational disease. Even though it had been a long time since she last opened a photo editing program, her years of experience as a fansite master couldn't be stopped. She was naturally estimating the edits that would be needed. I have to see for myself exactly what kind of person he is. If I just get a chance, I'll turn the tables on him. She swallowed her saliva and decided to watch the show she had been putting off. It's definitely not an excuse to see his face. When she came to her senses, she had watched all the episodes of Survive Idol and replayed the preview of the latest episode 50 times. He's an invasive species. I like handsome men. I only just realized that. She had come to like Frick because of his pride in his skills and his straightforward personality, but seeing a kid who was not only insanely talented but also ridiculously good-looking felt like getting hit in the back of the head. Crazy, wasn't that animal pajamas that showed up in the preview just now? Kim Hae-yeon grabbed her head and recalled Han Seungbeom, who had briefly appeared in the preview. Even though it was a tiny detail in the full shot, she could tell right away. The dull curves and soft fabric were definitely animal pajamas. No, in the close-up he was wearing a normal practice outfit, so why is he suddenly in animal pajamas in the full shot? Could that really be his outfit for the first mission? Hastily checking the broadcast station's social media accounts, she saw that the application for the on-site evaluation audience for the first mission closed today. Without any hesitation, she clicked to apply. But I'm definitely not switching teams. I'm applying to show my support so the program where a Frick is appearing will be a hit. She had already been looking up Han Seungbeom on SNS and habitually refreshing the page, but she firmly believed that she wasn't changing her favorite. Jay seems to care a lot about Han Seungbeom, haha, I can relate. If a trainee was so determined and worked so hard, and they're so talented on top of that, I'd want to support them too. It's really annoying to see a mere trainee acting so arrogant in front of the trainers. Honestly, the rumor that he's got the SU Entertainment kids under control just shows that he enjoys acting like a diet actor. How dare a kid who hasn't even served in the military try to discipline others, lol. No need for your made-up theories. If he was just a mere trainee, he would have been pushed out by the more experienced kids and wouldn't have even made it onto the show, right? Except for Frick, all the other trainers are falling head over heels for Han Seungbeom, so why are you making a fuss over something that has nothing to do with you? Are you a Frick fan? Did your head malfunction after getting knocked out by a baby? Han Seungbeom fans' fighting spirit is insane. You become like the one you love indeed. When I saw him, he was totally a baby. What kind of military discipline? Despite the Frick fandom getting attacked, strangely, she wasn't as angry as before. On the contrary, when she saw the absurd hate comments directed at Han Seungbeom, she felt heartbroken and ended up liking the reply that defended him. Ha! No, no. I shouldn't lose my mind. I am a Fricks fan. I am a Fricks fan. Hello everyone, thank you for coming to participate in the on-site voting. I'm actor Yang Ha-jeon, and I'll be your MC for Survive Idol. I really didn't think I'd be chosen. She'd won the on-site evaluation she'd signed up for. In fact, her mind still couldn't believe that she had won, but her body had already arrived at the gym where the competition was being held. The competition happening from now is none other than the first mission of Survive Idol. The cover song group battle. Wah! At the comment of MC Yang Ha-jeon, the live audience cheered and waved their banners. A quick look at the banners showed that Han Seungbeom had the most, followed by Lee Hwa-young. The third most was probably Seo Yutae. The rankings and the number of banners are almost the same. They said the recognition of individuals in a group could be seen from the number of banners at a concert. True to that saying, at the venue, the number of banners was almost in line with the strength of each fandom. Compared to other seasons, the trainees of this season had such strong characters, it makes the fan bases formed really fast. This mission is a competition to cover hit songs from currently active idol groups. 2 groups will be assigned to each song, and the performances will take place in turn. A screen on the stage displayed the songs selected for the mission and the trainees assigned to each. The total votes for each member will be summed up, and the team with the higher total will win the competition. The winning team will be given the benefit of the number of on-site votes multiplied by 1,000. Since the on-site audiences were probably already well versed in the format of Survive Idol, it seemed like the script was just to fill in the formalities for the broadcast. The first stage to be revealed is the song, Forest Girl, which is very famous for its dreamy concept, performed by Group A and Group B. Waya. With applause, the trainees assigned to the Forest Girl song came up on stage. We have animal friends in Group B. Everyone, please introduce yourselves according to the animal you are in charge of. Yang Ha-jeon, who had experience as an MC on music shows, made a lively comment. It seemed like an impromptu remark, as Han Seungbeom's eyes widened even more, resembling 2 big marbles. Come to think of it, when I watched the first episode, he didn't seem to be the type who can do EGO1. A kid wearing a red instructor's cap, always glaring with a fierce look in his eyes, was going to show EGO. This was something she couldn't miss. Kim Hae-yeon clenched her fists tightly and waited for Han Seungbeom's turn. I am the hopping bunny, Danby. I'm the woof woof puppy, Jiwon. I'm the chirp chirp chick, Hojin. I am SSSSH snake, Zen. I'm the rar rar lion, Sangjung. While the members smoothly finished their introductions with cute poses, Han Seungbeom, who had been fidgeting nervously alone, suddenly stood up with his fist raised high boldly, as if he had made up his mind. I am Meow Cat, Seungbeom. Perhaps due to a lump in the throat, his voice cracked uncertainly. Han Seungbeom quietly covered his bright red face with his big, paw-like hands. Cover him. Cover our leader. Let's hide him. Ugh, so embarrassing. So embarrassing. Let's protect him. As the other members surrounded and hugged Han Seungbeom, the on-site audience clapped and burst into laughter. It's okay. You're cute. Ah, our poor cat has turned bright red. It's pitiful, but it's cute. Yang Ha-jeon commented playfully. Hyung, your face looks like it's about to burst. Do you have a fever? I don't. Seungbeom. Inside the relatively quiet gymnasium, where they were trying to hear the children's conversation, a loud fan's shout echoed. It was a fan holding a placard that read, Han Seungbeom's beauty could ruin the country. Beautiful. I love you. I would even sacrifice the country for you. The on-site audience burst into laughter at the loud voice that sounded like a megaphone. Thank you. When Han Seungbeom bowed his head in gratitude, the fluffy cat ears filled with cotton flopped forward. The audience started screaming like a flock of crows when they saw that. Han Seungbeom paused for a moment, dumbfounded by the screams, then, as if deep in thought, he rested his chin on his hand. Shortly after, he tilted his head to the side, as if he finally understood. Following Han Seungbeom's behavior, the fluffy cat's ears naturally flopped to the side. Aya. So cute. Seeing that unbelievably cute appearance, she couldn't resist to scream, and as she did, her eyes met Han Seungbeom's. Then, he waved his cat paw gently. Me. 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 When she asked if he was greeting her like a parrot, Han Seungbeom nodded and pointed his finger at the banner Kim Hae-yeon was holding. She looked down at her arm and saw the banner she had hastily made yesterday. Sungbom, wave at me. Kim Hae-yeon sucked in a breath as she realized that the bright, blossoming beautifully like a flower, smile was directed entirely at her. She seemed to hear something about the stage introduction, and the introduction of Forest Group A followed, but it didn't register in her mind. Now, the reactions from the on-site audience are very enthusiastic. The trainees will now move to prepare for the stage. Thank you. Thank you. Even as the trainees moved back to the backstage after their greeting, she remained frozen like a stone, as if she had forgotten how to breathe. Her friend who had come with her grabbed her arm and shook her. Are you okay? Yeah. Your face is so red. Are you sick? No, I'm okay. I'll just go to the restroom for a minute. After running into the restroom, Kim Hae-yeon took out her phone, took a deep breath, and tapped on the keyboard. Who? And then, she posted a notice on her Frick's fansite account. Rest. Love always comes when you least expect it. It hit her like a hurricane. Bleh, you. Huey. It's okay. Don't be nervous. You're fine. It's over. Hyung, thank you. Yes. The trainees who had already finished their performance, or who hadn't gotten their turn yet, all sat in a large waiting room and watched the screen that projected the stage. Ugh. But I was mechanically patting Do Yutae on the back, without even having time to focus on the other team's performance. Why is it that this kid is always so energetic before the performance, but as soon as it's over, he's completely wiped out? This wasn't the first time he'd done this, so I wasn't surprised. Do Yutae had already finished his performance flawlessly, without missing a note, but just like last time, he was still feeling nauseous from the tensions. Please don't throw up. Normally, Woo Kang-won would have handled him appropriately, but since he was performing on stage right now, I was the only one who could manage this situation. My heart is shining. Shining brightly. Sweet dreaming. Ugh, is Kang Won-hyung doing well? In fact, the trainees shared a large practice room, and we had already seen the rehearsal stage, so there was nothing new there. But Do Yutae still poked his head out curiously and asked me. Yeah, the performance is great. It's not great at all. Since there were cameras, I gave a moderately positive answer, but the performance of Heart Boom Group B, where Woo Kang-won was terrible to watch. Anobis. Group A will win. I felt sorry for Woo Kang-won, but anyone could see that the performance by B Group was odd. There were no untalented kids. Everyone had worked hard on the choreography, and the pitch and beat were all correct. Even the trainers couldn't find anything to criticize about Heart Boom Group B because they were not in the wrong. How can you criticize them when you can clearly see how hard they've practiced? Let's just say they were unlucky. Push your heart, push boom. I won't miss it. Chew. Boom. It was truly unlucky that a muscular 190 cm athlete was assigned to a song where he had to wear white knee-high socks and hug a stuffed animal. Kang Won-hyung also looks cute hugging that rabbit doll, At least say those words when the nausea stops. It's rude to Kang Won-hyung. I'm just not feeling well right now. It's definitely not because Kang Won-hyung looks disgusting. Shoo. Yes. Bam. As I was covering Do Yutae's mouth, the door to the waiting room suddenly slammed open. And one by one, the members of Lee Wei-young's group entered. How could this happen? What's the point of all our efforts? There's nothing we can do. The results are already out. Some of them were upset, and a few were in tears. What's wrong with them? Did something happen? It seemed that Lee Hwa-young was accustomed to commanding people, as he had displayed exceptional ability in producing the stage. Although the performance had focused heavily on one person, there didn't appear to have been any major issues. Sitting nervously in a chair in the waiting room, one of Lee Hwa-young's group members buried his face in his hands. You. In the tense atmosphere, where everyone was carefully watching them closely, only Do Yutae's retching sounds echoed pitifully. Did something happen? Hey, what's wrong with you guys? You all did well. The trainees, who were exceptionally nosy and super curious, quietly approached them and asked. And then, as if waiting for that question, one of them opened their mouth. Nicholas took 100 votes. What? Nicholas monopolized 100 out of the total 250 votes from the on-site evaluation audience. What the hell? To make such a big fuss over something like that. Feeling completely drained by the meaninglessness, I immediately slumped onto Do Yutae's back. Hyung, you're heavy. No way. How is that even possible? He practically took half of it for himself. So, does that mean the remaining 12 members from Group A and B only shared the remaining 150 votes? This was bound to happen. He designed the stage to make only himself stand out. How many times has that guy stepped out of the center? It's true that Lee Hwa-young took on a lot of parts. However, it's not like it was a wrong choice. Well, if Lee Hwa-young was someone who cared about his image, he would have helped out the other members too. Although the performance was heavily centered around Lee Hwa-young, it's not uncommon in this industry for one member to have such an unrivaled star quality that they overshadowed the others. Once you stepped into the professional world, there was no room for complaining about unfairness. This industry was not a kindergarten talent show for the sake of friendship. He creates such results and doesn't even care. They didn't hide their hostility toward him, as if to put the blame on Lee Hwa-young. Meanwhile, that guy simply observed, seemingly uninterested, as his teammate was going berserk. If you have a mouth, say something. You talk too much. Lee Hwa-young finally opened his mouth. Shouldn't you at least say thank you? What? Didn't you get 5 votes? At Lee Hwa-young's question, the trainee, with his fist tightly clenched, couldn't say anything and just glared at him. Wow, 5 votes. I didn't show it, but I was really shocked by the number. At that level, it's understandable if their mental state collapsed. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have won with your skills alone. Thanks to me, you got those 5,000 votes, you should be grateful. I completely agreed. But I just didn't understand why he said such things so recklessly, especially when it could make him look bad on the broadcast. Unlike Lee Hwa-young, I have a polite and gentle image, so I'll just stay still. What do you think? As soon as I thought about it, Lee Hwa-young turned the arrow toward me. Why are you mentioning me here all of a sudden? I didn't understand why he would ask me. It's not like they were some kind of students who came holding hands to ask me who was at fault after a fight. I'm not sure. I replied, clearly. I'm not sure. That was my answer. But Lee Hwa-young and the others kept staring at me, as if they expected me to say something more. What? Why? They seemed to be waiting for me to add something more. Even the PD, who was probably hoping for a broadcast-worthy moment, rubbed his palms together anxiously. I should speak in a gentler tone. The image of the military captain was dead to me. I tilted my head and stared at the kids who had caused this commotion. If you had so many complaints, you should have actively participated in the producing. It's not fair to blame others now. A silence fell, and the kids who had caused the commotion all returned to their places and quietly sat down. Ha, ha ha ha. After a brief moment of silence, Lee Hwa-young covered his mouth with the back of his hand and burst out laughing. I'd never seen him laugh so gleefully before. Who would dare say something so stupid in front of this young, ugh, that's scary. I'm scared. I could hear Do Yutae mumbling something next to me. What did I do wrong? I tilted my head in confusion at the children's incomprehensible reactions, then the production team staff opened the waiting room door and came in. Forest Girl Group A and B, please go up to the stage for your introductions. Group A, please be ready for the stage immediately after the introduction. It was our turn. Let's go, boys. While I was trying to get the stiff and frozen members to stand up and leave, Lee Hwa-young extended his fist toward me. Good luck. Why is he acting like we're close? Thank you. I couldn't ignore him, so I bumped his fist with his and nodded. We have animal friends in Group B. Everyone, please introduce yourselves according to the animal you are in charge of. As we stood side by side on stage, Yang Ha-juan suddenly uttered a comment that wasn't in the script. Ah. It wasn't in the script, so of course I wasn't prepared for it. I am the hopping bunny, Danby. I'm the woof woof puppy, Jaiwan. I'm the chirp chirp chick, Hojin. Following Lee Danby, who started off without any hesitation, the team members each named their assigned animals and posed. My turn was approaching. Zen probably can't do it. What Egyo, he looks like a gangster. At least I had a teammate whom I didn't think could do Egyo either. It was a godsend that Zen's turn came before mine. He was supposed to go next, but that guy, who'd been standing still, finally moved forward, a little too slowly. Then, placing his palms together, Zen lifted them up and formed a pointed head, shaking his body dynamically like a snake. I am SSSSH snake, Zen. You traitorous bastard. A snake. Zen. So cute. The on-site audience burst into laughter at his slightly fourth-dimensional appearance. I'm the rar lion, Sang-jung. It was my turn next. Do, re mi fa sol. I had to sound cute in the most pleasing note. I can do it. I can do this. I am Meow Cat, Seungbeom. I raised my fist and shouted bravely, but my voice awkwardly faltered. I covered my face with my hands quietly. Cover him. Cover our leader. Let's hide him. Ugh, so embarrassing. So embarrassing. Let's protect him. As the remaining members surrounded me and hugged me, the on-site audience clapped and burst into laughter. I could hear some people saying things like, "It's okay," and, "You're cute." There was no concept that idols couldn't do. I absolutely despised those who refused to try anything other than cool concepts just because they were embarrassed. Before I died, I only did strong and wild concepts constantly, but since I had obtained a cute appearance, I was thinking of trying various things. I just made a mistake because I wasn't used to it. It wasn't that I was uncertain whether I'd be looked down upon for acting this way at my age. I swore, I wasn't embarrassed. If they had written it in the script beforehand, I would have practiced in front of the mirror for an hour. This wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault. It was the production team's fault for not letting me know in advance. Ah, our poor cat has turned bright red. It's pitiful, but it's cute. Yang Ha-juan commented slyly. Leave me alone. Lee Danby carefully looked at my face before placing his hand on my cheeks. His hand was as cold as ice. This kid must be nervous about going on stage soon. I'll have to reassure him. Hyung, your face looks like it's about to burst. Do you have a fever? I don't. It seemed like he was seriously mistaken. I was fine. After the predictably mediocre Group A performance, it was our turn. While the instrumental was playing, I could hear a few fans cheering. Weya. Seungbeom. Danbia. You're the cutest in the world. Zen, fighting. I had intentionally requested the production team to make a forest background using foam boards to make it look like a school festival play. I also passed along the comment that I wanted them to move around cutely. But I didn't expect this to happen. I had no idea that my request would lead to a scene of human rights violations. The production staffs, presumed to be the youngest members, wore black full-body spandex suits and glared at me with resentful eyes while sweating profusely. The on-site audience might not have known at all, but it was all too blatantly clear in our view. The production staffs, struggling to crawl on the floor while holding onto the giant foam board. Do 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 do. The drums, which were added to create a circus-like atmosphere, built up the anticipation. Clang. The red curtain was pulled open with the sound of cymbals. We are animals. Yeah. I jumped up and down with a bright smile, leaving the production staffs behind. I am a carefree animal. I don't know anything about human affairs. I absolutely should never make eye contact with them. I'm sorry. Please exit through the door at the back of the gymnasium, and we would like to remind you that any leakage of data from today's performance may result in disadvantages for future audience applications for programs conducted by the broadcasting station. We sincerely thank you for your cooperation as on-site evaluators for the first round of the competition. Forest Groups A and B are the last to perform, so we'll skip filming the reactions to the group voting results and wait until the stage is cleared. We'll proceed directly to checking the overall voting results. After Yang Hajuan's goodbye speech, the production staff stopped us as we were moving away. The other groups checked their group vote results as soon as they left the stage, but our group had been skipped. What do you mean skip it just because it's the last? The production team most likely put Forest Group B's performance as the very last on purpose. After all, the main focus of the first competition was to see who would win the first place between Lee Wai-young and me. Since Lee Wai-young's votes were already shared among the trainees, they probably decided that it would be better to not reveal my votes until the end in order to heighten the tension. I feel dizzy. Broadcast-worthy moment or not, I was starting to feel faint. I felt like grabbing the producers by their pants, demanding my vote count right now, and passing out, but I barely managed to hold it in. The fans are leaving. I want them to stay. They should eat too. As I waited in the corner as the production staff instructed, everyone left the hall, and the trainees from the waiting room came in. Alright, thank you for your hard work on the stage, everyone. This mission must have been a learning experience for some and an opportunity for growth for others. I hope that you will not settle for with the current situation and will continue to strive forward. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work. The trainees clapped and congratulated each other in response to Yang Hajuan's words. We'll announce the overall voting results right after this. As if on cue, the screen on the stage began to display the trainees' votes. There's my name. I'm ranked higher than I thought. Looks like the S-class guys make it into the top 7. I don't see their names here. The positions from 1st to 7th were blank. That's obvious. In other words, Lee Wai-young, Seo Yutae, and I, whose names were not visible right now, were in the top 7. As mentioned before the competition began, the winning team of this mission will receive a benefit of their individual vote count multiplied by 1,000. Additionally, trainees who rank from 1st to 7th place will be awarded a benefit of 100,000 votes, with diaresis nu epsilon s. What? In the end, it's the popular kids who are sweeping up all the benefits. The gap will widen even further. Well, I never even dreamed of competing with someone like Lee Wai-young or Han Seungbeom. Our differences are like between heaven and earth. The lower-ranked trainees grumbled at the mention of additional votes being given to the top-ranked trainees. I wish Han Seungbeom would give me just 10% of his votes. He'll still get a debut spot no matter what happens. Even if he lost 20%, he would still debut, so give me some too. That's impossible. I have to debut in 1st place, even if I have to die trying. Even as a joke, I couldn't afford to share my votes. There's something that Kang Hyuk-woo used to say to me all the time. I made all of that for you. You should really be grateful to me. If it weren't for me, you would have lived as a nobody. This life served not only as a means of revenge, but also as proof. Proof that I was born a winner. Proof that even without Kang Hyuk-woo's help, the top position would have rightfully been mine. I'm going to flatten that bastard's nose. No. I'll grind his face into the asphalt. I'll kill him. As I suppressed all sorts of curses in my mind, I made eye contact with Yang Hajuan. He seemed to be holding back a laugh, his lips twitching as he looked at my face. What the? Ahem. Then, I will announce the 7th place trainee first. Yang Hajuan, who quickly regained his composure, read from the script slowly. The first recipient of the 100,000 vote benefit, the 7th place trainee is Trainee Baek Kiryang. He was the one who became the target of Frick's tantrum during the grade re-evaluation. As soon as his name was called, Baek Kiryang just stood there, staring blankly. The staff handed him a microphone to give a short comment, but he was too stunned to realize it. Here. Ha! When I firmly placed the microphone, which I had received on his behalf, in his hand, Baek Kiryang's shoulders shook. At your age, you should know better than to be so untidy in front of the camera. I tucked his tousled bangs behind his ear. When I patted him on the back, he turned to me with a scared look. Who? Don't be nervous. Speak your thoughts confidently. Ah, the military discipline Captain Seungbeom is taking care of him. Are you his parent? Yang Hajuan's joking comment caused the trainees to burst out laughing. Thank you. I will work harder in the future. That's a 0-point speech. Still unable to shake off his overly intimidated attitude, Baek Kiryang hunched his shoulders and mumbled. As soon as he finished his speech, he didn't know where to pass the microphone, so he waved his arms around, looking around in confusion. Give it to me. I calmly took the microphone from him and handed it back to the production staff. I guess I'm more affectionate than I thought I was. This Ajusi couldn't help but worry when he saw kids who are so weak and pitiful. Seungbeom, nice. The main PD, who had been stamping his feet in frustration over the wasted time, gave me a thumbs up. I responded with an equal thumbs up and stood up straight. And the ranking announcement that followed wasn't all that surprising. 3 guys whose names I couldn't even remember, and Seo Yutae at the top. Seeing that they were rambling on and on pointlessly over a result that wasn't particularly interesting, it seemed that they needed filler content. Alright, from now on. The moment you've all been curious about. I will announce the first place winner. Yang Hajuan, who received a sign from the production team to proceed, nodded and smoothly began reading the script. Finally, the long-awaited first place announcement. Lee Hwa-young might take first place in this competition. My performance on stage was objectively better than him. It was only natural. After all, I had been doing this for years. If I couldn't do better than Lee Hwa-young, I might as well retire. But there was something I couldn't overlook. The voting was done by watching the performances of groups A and B and selecting the member they thought did the best. Therefore, if you wanted to win the first place in this mission, you had to pull off a "look how great I am" move, just like Lee Hwa-young. If the difference in skill was obvious, it would be easier to get votes. And instead of focusing on the quality of the performance, Lee Hwa-young directed all the spotlight onto himself. I'd rather quit the program than perform a *TTY stage like that. But I couldn't allow myself to make such a low-quality performance. My career shouldn't have a single stain on it. The first place trainee is none other than trainee Lee Hwa-young. As expected. It was Lee Hwa-young who took first place. It was clear which side had created the better performance. Yet, despite that, it was strange to think that the victory went to the wrong place. Did the production team really not anticipate this situation? In any case, the result was in, and I had no desire to complain. Congratulations. Well. I smiled gently and extended my hand for a handshake with Lee Hwa-young. But in response, Lee Hwa-young frowned, as if he was not happy with the result. Why do you look so upset after winning? Everyone, are you all satisfied with the results of the on-site evaluation? Yang Hajuan, who had been watching Lee Hwa-young and I congratulate each other, smiled and said meaningfully. What? Is there anything more? Are we not done yet? At Yang Hajuan's remark, the trainees began to murmur. While it's really important to show the audience a great performance, what is the most important thing when it comes to being an idol? Broadcast. Seo Yutae replied, raising his hand in the air. Yes, that's right. It's how well you are evaluated by the viewers watching the broadcast. Actually, there's something I haven't told you. It felt ominous. All of the stages that were being filmed were being streamed live, exclusively for those who are subscribed to the JBS Plus service. Seriously, these bastards. This meant that they basically forced the viewers to buy the broadcasting station's premium service. Each subscriber was given a single vote after all the performances ended. And those votes have just been counted. So, the rankings will likely change as well. As Yang Hajun spread out his hands, an impressive visual effect unfolded on the screen, with the numbers climbing upwards. In the meantime, a number of names rapidly ascended the rankings. And so, the final rankings are as follows. And among them was my name. Whoa. Whoa. The first place changed. Unlike the on-site audience, the Plus subscribers didn't vote by each song. Instead, they voted for just one trainee after watching all the performances. Congratulations to trainee Han Seungbeom for taking the final first place. Hence, they chose the trainee who showed the best skills in the most perfect performance. It was an unexpected victory. And this kind of victory didn't help me much. If some trainees moved up in the rankings, there must be others who moved down. What? How is this even possible? Then, those who didn't stay in the top 7 won't get the benefit? I understood that this stunt was pulled to promote the Plus service, but that's just the broadcasting station's business. If you gave something to someone and then take it away, they might feel worse than if you never gave it to them in the first place. And the resentment of unfair treatment was always directed at the ones who got the most from it, not the ones who pulled the strings. Aren't they doing this just to push Han Seungbeom because he's from a big agency? They're trying to make Han Seungbeom the first place by any means necessary. The grudge would be aimed at the vulnerable beneficiary. I should have known they wouldn't just leave me alone. Just because I'm from a big agency, they're pushing me? What a load of crap. On the contrary, Yutae's ranking actually dropped. Ah, this is a bit. He's crying because his ranking dropped. But the facts didn't seem to matter to them. An openly hostile atmosphere was forming towards me. In this situation, there was only one action I could take. Putting a steel plate one on my face. What do you want me to do? I stared straight ahead, unwavering, and smiled. As if I couldn't see the reactions of the other trainees. There was almost no possibility that the broadcasting station would edit the evaluation method, which they had added to make extra money, to make it seem unfair. In other words, expressing dissatisfaction like the other trainees would actually be the perfect reaction to be used for evil editing. Wow, look at him. Not a single change in his facial expression. He's really heartless. How can a person be crying and he doesn't even spare a glance? Yang Hajun picked up the microphone, perhaps trying to cut off the negative atmosphere. However, before he could say anything, the production team stopped him with an X gesture. Even if the situation was going to get worse, the production team wouldn't step in to stop it. The potential for a juicy broadcast was too tempting for them to intervene. The more I watch, the more annoying it gets. I can't stand it anymore. While there were only murmurs and no one was stepping forward to speak up loudly, suddenly someone's voice rang out. It was Lee Danby. The boy walked right up to Lee Hwa-young. Nicholas Young, do you have a complaint? And he asked Nicholas outright. Nicholas Young, do you have a complaint? His usual cute atmosphere was nowhere to be found, replaced by a tense and menacing air, much like when he faced Yamada Hayato. Despite all eyes on him, Lee Danby stood unmoving. I don't. Lee Hwa-young, looking down at the child, smiled as if intrigued, then tilted his head and spoke. It was strange. In the current situation, the one who should be feeling the most uncomfortable, Lee Hwa-young, remained unfazed. Rather, it seemed like he felt happier than when he was in first place. Really? Thank you for your answer. As if he had never cared what Lee Hwa-young would say in the first place, Lee Danby abruptly turned around and looked back at the trainees who had been pouring out complaints to me. The person who should be most disappointed right now says he has no complaints, yet everyone else has so much to say. Anyone listening would think the subscribers was threatened with a knife to vote for Han Seungbeom. The performer who puts on a great stage gets a great result. Isn't that only natural? It was a statement that hit the nail on the head. In any case, the subscribers were free to vote for the trainees they thought performed best. This meant that there was no special pressure from big agencies or anything like that. If there was a problem, it was more with the method of the on-site evaluation. The subscribers' evaluation, aside from the way the results were announced and the order, was quite a reasonable approach. And if you have something to say, step up and say it openly. Bad-mouthing someone behind their back, no matter who's at fault, is just cowardly. As the trainees, lost for words, quietly lowered their heads, Lee Danby cheerfully ran back to my side. That feels so refreshing. Hyung. Congratulations on your first place. I really think you're the one who deserves that spot the most. As the atmosphere settled with Lee Danby's comment, Yang Hajun glanced down at the teleprompter, as if he was about to proceed. After checking the production team's comments, Yang Hajun smiled embarrassedly and awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Trainee Han Seungbeom. The reactions from the other trainees seem a bit negative. Is there anything in particular you'd like to say? Even though they had created this situation, the production team seemed to be enjoying it. Maybe they felt less guilty because they were using Yang Hajun's mouth to say those words. Several cameras turned to my face, ready to catch even the slightest expression of emotion. And everyone quietly watched me. No, how could in this situation dash? I stopped Lee Danby's outburst before it could be unleashed again. What should I say? What would the viewers and the production team expect me to say? They probably expect me to look intimidated or apologetic. I had a rough idea of what scene they wanted to see. But the image I'm going to build from now on is different. Why did you think it's so difficult for idols who came from survival programs to succeed in their main careers? It's because the program itself, which put every aspect of a trainee's life on display, ended up exposing the artist's weaknesses to the world. What parts of them were lacking, what they looked like before they were touched by the magic of the camera, and what personality flaws they might have. The rarely seen, raw appearance of celebrities was the key to the program's success, but in the long term, it was poison for idol careers. Nigerian Naira. People admired geniuses with natural talent more than those who grew through hard work, and they envied the born wealthy rather than those who rose from humble beginnings. Therefore, I would never apologize in front of the camera. I refused to show any signs of being intimidated. Trainee Han Seungbeom. At Yang Hajun's urging, I grabbed the microphone and held it near my mouth. It doesn't bother me. And there's no reason it should. After giving a brief answer, I immediately handed the microphone back to the production team, as if it wasn't worth talking about. I am a competent and busy person, so I don't have time to pay attention to the noise of insignificant flies. I made sure that this nuance came across without any hesitation. Wow, aren't you so cool? With his eyes widened, Yang Hajun smiled and responded to my answer by making an unscripted, teasing remark. Yeah, that's so Han Seungbeom. Woo Kong-won nodded and said. That's overkill, just be handsome in face. Don't be handsome in mentality too. I envy you. The trainees who had a somewhat friendly relationship with me, and who hadn't dropped in rank due to the subscriber votes, added a few words. Believing they had gathered enough scenes to provide viewers with a conflict, the production staff gave Yang Hajun instructions to continue. Yang Hajun, nodding his head, read the scripted line and uttered the scheduled closing lines. Now, let me conclude the presentation of the first mission. To all the trainees, thank you for your hard work. And with that, the first competition, which had its fair share of problems but also had parts that went smoothly, came to an end. After going back to the dorm, we stopped by the convenience store to grab a quick bite. Dinner was provided, so there was no real need to go to the convenience store, but the growing kids kept complaining about being hungry, so I had no choice but to be dragged there. I understand how you feel, but next time, you don't have to step up like that. Got it? And I, who wasn't really interested in food, was nagging Lee Danby about the situation earlier. However, contrary to my expectations, Lee Danby maintained a defiant attitude, showing no signs of remorse. I'll probably do the same next time. That's just how I am. I can't hold back from speaking up. I know. I get it, if you keep giving them that much to edit, you're only making things harder on yourself. I'm not having a hard time. People might curse at you once the broadcast airs. It's fine. It's not. A silent confrontation continued. Lee Danby, pouting in dissatisfaction, shoved a hot dog into his mouth and spoke. Hyung, do you know the trick to saying everything you want, no matter how rude, without getting cursed at. Well. Are you asking me, someone who has experienced the most verbal abuse in South Korea? The conversation had to last at least an hour. I'm only speaking the truth. There's nothing to refute. Perhaps thinking I didn't respond because I didn't have anything to say, Lee Danby confidently put forward his own answer. I said the right thing today. So, it's okay. It's not okay. I'm saying that I'm already protecting myself in the best way I can. If I had stayed quiet, I probably wouldn't have been able to sleep because it would have bothered me too much. I hate that more than being criticized. There was nothing more I could say after he said that. Adults simply had nothing to say when children were too mature for their age. I sighed heavily, opened the can of soda, and put it in the child's hand. Still, if something that you can't handle happens later, make sure to ask those around you for help. Don't try to solve it on your own. Yes, I will. I promise. Sensing that the nagging was coming to an end, Lee Danby smiled sheepishly and stood up. It seemed like he understood my point enough and was indicating that it was time to stop talking. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. You worked the hardest, Seungbeom Hyung. Go inside and get some rest. As I led the group to the elevator, we encountered a yellow sign. Elevator under repair. Please use the stairs. The store we were at was on the basement floor, while our rooms were on the 4th floor. Do we really have to climb the stairs to the 4th floor? I think so. Nothing is going my way. Of all times, the elevator in the dorm broke down just when we're completely exhausted. We had no choice but to climb the emergency stairs, where even the lights barely worked. Huff, Hugh. Don't breathe in my ear. It's creepy. It's so narrow. You should move over. With the noise of children's bickering as the background music, we struggled up the stairs and were finally able to reach the entrance. We stood in a small space in front of the door, panting heavily. Today was really tough. How can this happen? With 6 people crammed together, there wasn't much space. However, the light from the sensor-powered lights was so faint that, unless we were right in front of the entrance, we couldn't see our feet. Clean air. Please. The air was already bad enough, so I couldn't understand why all the entrances were tightly closed. Is it because it's winter? Danbia, hurry up and open the door. Ah, the lights are off, so I can't see the doorknob. Seungbeom Hyung. Please wave your hand on my back just once. Among the members, Zen was the tallest, but since it seemed like he might not understand Korean well, the kid pointed to me. Wait. The moment I stood on tiptoe and tried to wave my hand. Tack. Someone's hand pushed my shoulder back. Right behind me was a long flight of steep stairs. I felt a familiar sensation. The sensation of my body falling from a great height. In that fleeting moment as my body was being pushed down the stairs, my head started to spin like a fleeting phantasmagoria one. The hand that pushed my body belonged to a C-class trainee. Apparently, he was a trainee of an agency that had been founded by a former employee of RH Entertainment. F***K, I was so stupid. I got distracted by Nagi Zen. If I were to point out my mistake, it was that I had been too complacent. The first complacency was that I hadn't realized, despite dreaming about Kang Hyuk-woo every night and grinding my teeth in frustration, just how ruthless he was. If you want to make a debut at all, mix in with the crowd and push that guy down the stairs. Break at least one of his limbs. You know what I mean. He also wants to be a celebrity, so he won't want to make unnecessary headlines. The second complacency was that I had recklessly underestimated the methods Kang Hyuk-woo had used to eliminate his competitors. He's going to make it big. If he debuts through this program, he'll ride the momentum and reach the top. If our company wants to win, we need to take him down now. I absolutely can't stand to see SU Entertainment succeed. The third complacency was that I mistakenly believed I had put an end to all the gaslighting that Kang Hyuk-woo had continuously inflicted on the trainees during my previous life. For a pathetic guy like you to debut, there has to be a spot left open in the debut lineup. If you make Han Seungbeom drop out, I'll make sure you debut at our company. But if he's still around, you'll never be able to debut. Do you understand? I never imagined that the very faint voice I heard on my first day at Lucky Center was really Kang Hyuk-woo's. It was déjà vu. I definitely felt this way when I fell off the building. F***K. What I instinctively realized was that if I fell down from here, it wouldn't just end with a broken limb or two. I desperately tried to reach for the railing, but I couldn't reach it. Damn, foo dash. I stopped mid-sentence and snapped my mouth shut. I'm an idol. Fuck. Hyung. The members' faces were filled with horror as my body completely tilted into the deep darkness. Even the C-class trainee who had pushed me looked shocked. Of course, he was shocked. My body had likely been pushed harder than he had intended. A trainee wasn't some kind of assassin. There was no way he could manage to cause just the right amount of injury. That crazy bastard Kang Hyuk-woo. Of course, that piece of trash probably didn't care about the consequences. The moment I closed my eyes tightly and curled up my body to shield my head, a strange shout was heard. Lida. I'll protect you. What's that guy up to now? Lida. I'll protect you. With a strange, indescribable shout, Nagi Zen rushed toward me. It seemed that he started to move the moment the C-class trainee, Park Sang-jung. Bam! What the hell? I was shoved hard against the railing by Nagi Zen, who lunged diagonally and grabbed my waist. The fact that I was crushed beneath Zen, who was as tall and thin as a pole, was just the cherry on top. I might have gotten a few bruises from hitting the railing, but it was nothing compared to what I would have suffered if I'd fallen down the stairs. Oh my back hurts. I suppose I was a bit surprised. My heart was pounding so loudly in my ears. But I was okay. Hyung. Are you okay? The kids with pale faces rushed toward me. Among them was Park Sang-jung, who had pushed me. The audacity. Look at how pale his face was after he pushed me. Just by looking at his expression, it was obvious. He probably intended to push me gently, but I ended up being shoved hard, which seemed to surprise him. Oh, I'm okay. I must have slipped for a second. Since the children were all watching anyway, I had no intention of making things more unsettling. I gave them a reassuring wave and patted Zen's body. Thank you. I'm fine now. Are you really okay? Is there any injury? Zen, who had his head down the whole time, finally raised it and asked with a furrowed brow. Seeing his voice and hands tremble, he was unmistakably a fragile 19-year-old. A with circumflex and Omicron Thailand bot. The agitation reflected in his face made my conscience prickle. I shouldn't have judged a person by their appearance. It was clearly my mistake. No, but objectively speaking, he acted really suspicious. I'm not hurt anywhere, everything's fine, so don't worry. I quickly got the kids, who were looking at me with teary eyes, to their feet. And to prove that I really wasn't injured, I shook my body a little and got up as if nothing had happened. Only after seeing that, the children patted their chests in relief and quickly regained their composure. Perhaps because the visibility was so poor, it seemed that no one but Zen knew that Park Sang-jung had pushed me. I was really shocked. I almost got a heart attack. Me too. I thought there was going to be a big accident. Hyung, you need to watch the floor carefully. It's okay, Zen helped me. As I expressed my gratitude while patting Zen's dry hair, he shyly bit his lips and bowed his head low. I just did what I had to do. His face looked like a total thug, yet he's suddenly acting shy. The members all widened their eyes in surprise. Why have you been so quiet with us when you speak so well like this? I was worried that my Korean might be strange and that I might say something rude. The children, who were scared of Zen's face and atmosphere throughout the preparation for the first mission, burst out laughing. What? If that's the case, we can talk a lot from now on. I was scared for no reason just by looking at your face. Scared? I don't know. But I'll talk to you a lot from now on. 1. Amidst this cheerful atmosphere, there was one person standing off to the side, unable to blend in. It was Park Sang-jung, the criminal behind all this. He seemed to be questioning why I wasn't calling him out right now. The moment he pushed my body, I definitely made eye contact with him. He must have realized that I knew who the culprit was. Wow, this bastard. He's not apologizing. He glanced at me, but didn't say anything. I smiled brightly, covering the blood vessels in my forehead that were popping out in real time. Let's get to know each other tomorrow. Hurry up and go in, wash up, and sleep. Judging by the lack of any sign of any other people nearby, it was already late. We couldn't stay in this dangerous place forever. I pushed off the backs of the children, who were chatting with Zen with a sudden burning friendliness, and stepped off the stairs. Sweet dreams, Hyung. Okay. Zen, see you tomorrow. As the kids scattered to their respective rooms, I grabbed the shoulder of the guy who was sneakily trying to go with them. Then, I asked. Seungbeom, where are you going? His body started trembling wildly like someone who had encountered a ghost. Eventually, he even started hiccuping, making him look quite pitiful. Okay, what kind of bastard was he? I rummaged through my memory and came up with his personal information. Park Seungbeom. 20 years old. That meant he was already of age, and the only ones I could tolerate were only up to minors. You've got something to say to me, right? Where do you think you're going? Oh, Hyung. Please. You sound like a gangster. The words that Seo Yutae had habitually said to me came to mind, but they vanished within 3 seconds. For the sake of the adults' conversation, I opened the door to quiet stairs again and dragged him in. The kids are asleep, follow me quietly. Wait. What do you mean wait? Ignoring Park Seungbeom's desperate cries, I slammed him against the wall. After slamming the door shut, I smirked. How much did you underestimate people? You dare to push someone in front of everyone so easily, then act like you don't know anything. If I could give just one piece of advice to the children of a new generation, there's something I really wanted to say. If you want to gain the upper hand, hit their head first. Hey, you almost made someone cross the Jordan River too, how can you be so shameless and just walk away? Huh. Whack. I banged my head against the wall with him in between. The light, sensing the movement, fell vertically onto the top of my head, casting a shadow over my face. Park Seungbeom, who had collapsed to the floor, looked up at my face and froze, like a mouse in front of a lion. The program would last for months. I couldn't let him keep disturbing me like this all that time. So I had to show him. I'm a mad dog, and you're beneath me, so don't bark. Every time I banged my head against the wall at regular intervals, Park Seungbeom's body recoiled. The hiccups that had been interrupting his breathing had disappeared at some point. I really want to live a good life, but I don't understand why guys like you keep getting in the way. You should have known better. Didn't you get a hint of it while we're practicing together? My temper is like a dog's. I grabbed the face of the completely terrified guy with one hand and pressed my forehead against his. Ha! I heard him squeak as he sucked in fear. Seungbeom, say something. I'm so pissed off I'm about to snap, so at least try to calm me down. When I urged him to answer, Park Seungbeom finally opened his mouth and stammered, I didn't mean to kill you. I was just joking. It was a disappointing answer. I didn't expect him to tell the truth, but I didn't expect him to be so uncreative. Ha ha ha. Ha. Joking. I laughed out loud and immediately grabbed him by the collar, yanking him off the railing. God, I'm sending one over. Yeah. Park Seungbeom screamed in desperation, his arms and legs flailing. Is this a joke to you? Please don't do this. You said it was a joke. Save me. I was wrong. If you lie to me one more time, I won't let you off the hook. I picked him up and threw him backwards just before his body tilted completely. Then, I sat down in front of him, sprawled in the corner of the staircase, and glared at him murderously. It was Director Kong Hyuk-woo who ordered you to push me down the stairs. Isn't that right? As soon as the truth of the incident was revealed, Park Seungbeom sucked in a breath. His face turned pale, as if he had encountered some kind of god. Although I had a certain similarity to Jesus, in the sense that I had died and come back to life, it wasn't the correct answer. Oh, how did you know that? If you have the right connections, it's easy to find out. He makes trainees do all sorts of ridiculous things under the pretense of giving them a chance to debut, then discard them. Surely you didn't think he would debut kids who committed dirty deeds, did you? Of course, the first claim was a lie. Kang Hyuk-woo was extremely sensitive about any talk leaking about him. He controlled the mouths of those involved to the extent that it was almost brainwashing and surveillance, so there was no way there could be an informant. But other than that, everything was the truth. Kang Hyuk-woo would only take advantage of the trainees' desperate desires, and would have no intention of treating them with any respect as individuals. Discard them? Yeah. If something goes wrong, he just discards them. You know what kind of person director Kang Hyuk-woo is. More than anyone, he must be the one who knows best that he is being used as a consumable product. Park Sang-jung's eyes started to shake. Next, a decisive blow was needed to shake his heart. But whether you debut or not isn't up to him. It's up to me. What do you mean? There's someone who witnessed what you did. You know, right? What's the most important thing for an idol? Nagi Zen. Park Sang-jung must have known that that guy was opposing him and watching him. Therefore, he became a witness to Park Sang-jung's misdeeds. An idol is ruined once a scandal breaks. It seemed he had momentarily forgotten because he was blinded by the prospect of debuting. In reality, what he should fear the most is not Kang Hyuk-woo, but his own actions. Please, I only did it because Director Kang ordered me to. He told me to do it. Break at least one of your arms or legs. Realizing his situation too late, Park Sang-jung knelt and clung to me. I brushed off his arm and held out my hand. Stop acting pathetic and give me your phone. The conversation history is in there. He seemed to think that I wanted the conversation history with director Kang Hyuk-woo, so he hesitated while taking out his phone. It probably doesn't exist. Director Kang Hyuk-woo deletes the call records and conversation history every day. And, he also tracks your location. You really do have an informant. Ignoring Park Sang-jung's gaping mouth, I waved again, and the phone finally fell into my hand. So don't even think about messing with me. I answered dismissively, placed the phone against Park Sang-jung's face to unlock it, and started digging around to my heart's content. Director Kang Hyuk-woo. CEO Kim Chon-sol. Director Park Young-hyun. As expected. When I opened the address book, I saw familiar names. Kang Hyuk-woo was someone who valued connections with specific people greatly. There was a possibility that the names in this address book were connected in some way to my scandal and death. I engraved those names in my mind, pressed the keypad firmly, and dialed the number on my phone. Phone number secured. I deleted my number from the call log and threw the phone at Park Sang-jung. Ouch. I'll overlook it. Yes. I'll let you go. But in return, you'll have to pay the price, right? What do you want? When I call, pick up before the third ring. If I tell you to come out immediately. Why? Why, you ask? To keep an eye on you so you don't do anything stupid. I was too lazy to even think about keeping an eye on him. I was just trying to blackmail him, but if I told the truth, he might run away, so I told a little lie. I heard him mutter, "It doesn't seem like he's going to let me go," but when I kicked the wall with my foot, all the useless noise stopped. Now that the business is over, go get some sleep. If you show it in front of the kids, you're done for. I opened the door and gave a slight nod, and Park Sang-jung, who had been following my instructions, paused for a moment. He then hesitated and mumbled something else. I really don't have any ill feelings toward you. I just did it because that person told me to. I'm grateful for your help with the practice. I'm sorry. I wasn't curious about the circumstances of someone who tried to sacrifice others for his own gain. It just felt hypocritical for him to say such things now. Whatever. Just get lost. Ah, okay. Park Sang-jung narrowly avoided my kick and hurriedly returned to his room. When the fidgeting back of that guy's head disappeared from view, I exhaled deeply. Left alone in the quiet darkness, I pulled out the small object that had been in my pocket the entire time. I spun the lightweight object in my palm and pressed firmly on the protruding part. Please, I only did it because Director Kong ordered me to. Then a recorded voice came out of a tiny hole at the bottom. He told me to do it. Break at least one of your arms or legs. Thank you. I'm the one who should be more grateful, Seungbeom. I clutched the small recorder tightly in my hand and cleared my complicated mind. HAA. The things I collected in this way would never be used as legal evidence. But even if I couldn't use it in a courtroom, this kind of evidence was extremely valuable in breaking a scandal. By now, I had lost all faith in punishment through the legal system anyway. What was needed was not a weapon with objective persuasiveness, but one that could provoke and shock the public. I deeply realized it in my previous life. This isn't enough. To confront Kang Hyuk-woo, I need to gather more. This level of scandal probably wouldn't even faze Kang Hyuk-woo. This was nothing more than a small leaf. But if I kept gathering small leaves, someday they would grow into a huge tree. Let's go back. I put the recorder back in my pocket and walked down the deserted hallway back to my room. Lita. As I turned the corner, something tall popped out. It was Zen. Crazy, that scared me. Why are you still up? I pressed a fist to my thumping heart and opened my mouth. I have something to say. What is it? He hesitated, unable to easily respond to my question. Zen was the only person who knew what Park Sang-jung was planning. He was probably waiting out of concern that Park Sang-jung would do something dangerous to me again. Why? Afraid I'll be targeted again? I asked with a faint smile, and Zen nodded awkwardly, squeaking. I heard the phone call. He said he would do something bad to Lita. He didn't suspect anything, he thought I wouldn't understand Korean because I'm a foreigner. So, every time Park Sang-jung tried to get me, you stopped him? I'm disgusted that he's pretending to be a colleague after doing something bad to Lita. A colleague is someone who protects. I finally understood the strangely dismissive attitude he had towards Park Sang-jung. After eavesdropping on the conversation between Kang Hyuk-woo and Park Sang-jung, it seemed he had been on high alert, trying to prevent Park Sang-jung from doing anything the entire time. Are a Nigerian Naira. He's living a mean life. Foolish Park Sang-jung SSI. If you forget your humanity, you'll become a wild dog. What's with the way he talks? I couldn't figure out what he had learned Korean with. His vocabulary was perfect, but his way of speaking was strange. First, I had to thank him. And apologize. Anyway, thank you. I'm fine now. Park Sang-jung even stole my clothes and did all sorts of things. I thought you took them. Oh, it was me who took the clothes. I was about to apologize for the misunderstanding when he cut me off and said something out of the blue. You. Yes. No way. The coat that had been swapped with mine had a design that was quite sinister. So, I thought it was something someone had intentionally put there as a joke, and I mistook it for bullying. I shouldn't be thinking this way, but I couldn't stop recalling Zen's belongings in my mind. The tacky blonde hair, the overly flashy accessories. The sneakers that sparkled with every step. A gift. My most fashionable clothes. I like colorful things. Nagi Zen, who looked proud, said with a thumbs up. I saw Park Sang-jung putting powder on your coat. Lita's clothes had to be thrown away. You need to be careful with allergies. In short, he saw Park Sang-jung secretly smearing that powder on my clothes, and in order to secretly dispose of it, he gave me the one he liked the most from the clothes he had. As I stood there at a loss for words, Zen shyly drew a heart with his fingers. I'm Lita's guardian angel. Come and get your clothes back. Now I knew why Hayato Yamada couldn't get along with this guy. He really has a peculiar personality. Then, from now on, let's start the Survive Idol mini-sports day. The first competition had ended, and the next scheduled event was a mini-sports day. It seemed they were planning to assign teams for the second mission while also promoting the sportswear brand's PPL. Jay was in charge of hosting the mini-sports day. Good morning. He waved his hand cheerfully, acting like he knew me, so I just pretended not to see him. I didn't understand what he was thinking by acting like that. He could get cursed at for showing favoritism. Trainees who rank in the top positions of all categories will have the priority to choose their group members. Participation is optional, and trainees who wish to participate, please come forward. With bruises all over my body from the live show on the stairs, I decided not to participate. Fans would watch the broadcast captures down to the pixel level, so if I waved my arms and legs around freely, rumors would definitely arise. Bullying. 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 I had a designated PPL outfit to wear, so I was fully dressed for the occasion, from the wristband to the headband, but there was nothing I could do about it. Hyung, just looking at what you're wearing today, you look like you're ready to give your life for the sports day. Why are you not participating? Silence. As Seo Yutae kept acting obnoxious even though he knew it was because of the PPL, I pressed down hard on his head. Which trainee would you most like to bring along? Jae approached the trainees who had gathered to participate. Among them, he asked Woo Kangwon, who seemed likely to achieve the best results. Trainee Han Seungbeom. Ah, as expected. That's right. If it were me, I'd be tempted by trainee Han Seungbeom too. He's a talented trainee who can do everything from arrangement to choreography. Yes, I'm tempted. I'll do my best and give it a shot. Woo Kangwon waved at me and smiled. Fighting. I nodded briefly and waved back at Woo Kangwon. Meanwhile, Jae, who had moved again, held out the microphone to Lee Hwa-young. What about you, trainee Lee Hwa-young? I'll choose trainee Han Seungbeom. As expected, it was me. Lee Hwa-young had expressed his desire to team up with me throughout the program. You too, fighting. Oh, trainee Han Seungbeom is quite popular. He's getting a lot of love calls. Honestly, I didn't care who got the first place. Even if I didn't like it, I just molded it to fit my preferences. He doesn't really seem like he's interested. How can he look so uninterested? Let's hear what he has to say. It seemed like Jae was about to interview me, as the corners of his mouth twitched. I stared at him without blinking. If you called me over, you're dead. You come. My whole body hurt, and I absolutely hated going back and forth like a stray dog just because I was called. I will. Go there. Right answer. Jae came running at the speed of light and held out the microphone. More than half of the participating trainees chose trainee Han Seungbeom. Is there anything you'd like to say? I paused for a moment, then crossed my arms over my chest. Everyone, please don't fight for me. From the look on your face, I'm guessing you're just going to follow whoever wins. Ha ha ha. The trainees burst into laughter at my awkward heroine acting in Jae's tackle. What can I do? All the participants are nothing but the serious types, so I might as well make them laugh. The writer, judging that the required amount was already enough, showed us a sketchbook with the "start" written on it, signaling us to begin. Speaking of which, where's the main PD? The main PD was always present at important events like this, but he was nowhere to be seen. Do I have to eavesdrop again today? Am I trying to become an idol, or a human listening device? I didn't understand why they're making me go through this hassle when all it would have taken was a simple status window. It was quite frustrating because there were extremely few cases where meaningful information came through, even when I used the ability. It wasn't like I was fishing in the ocean. Go Minseek. Spin it. When I used the ability, the main PD seemed to be having a conversation with someone. I wondered why he was whispering so much, but when I listened, it was something that made sense. As I was mulling over what I had overheard, I heard Jae's shout, full of excitement. Then, let's start. Ready. Go. As everyone had expected, the first place went to Woo Kangwon. With most of the trainees losing motivation and slacking off due to the overwhelming score difference, the production team proceeded with a mission race, insisting that this was something they absolutely had to do. The point of the mission race is 30 points for first place. The rankings could change with this. Let's show some enthusiasm, everyone. 30 points is ridiculous. It was a score that could instantly flip the rankings that had been accumulated until now. In fact, the mission race was the main focus, and the rest was more like a waste of effort. Thank goodness Wu Kongwon is so mild-mannered. When it came to fandom business, nothing beat the mission race. Fans were always curious about who their child was close to and what kind of image they had among their peers. Ready, go. As soon as Jay gave the signal, the trainees at the starting line, full of enthusiasm, dashed off. Aya! Get out of the way. The one wearing a hat. Who's the youngest? Danby. It's noisy. The trainees, having checked the mission, shouted at the top of their lungs. Wu Kongwon seemed to have gotten stuck with a difficult mission, as he just wandered around like a bear. Ah, trainee Wu Kongwon. Is he really going to lose first place like this? He's not moving at all. The next highest ranked participant after Wu Kongwon was Lee Hwayoung. If Lee Hwayoung took first place in this event and Wu Kongwon finished in third place or lower, the overall first place would have changed. Lee Hwayoung is. When I turned my gaze away from Wu Kongwon, I saw Lee Hwayoung with an unusual flushed look on his face. The guy who opened the note immediately looked around, as if he had an idea of who it might be. Oh, Hyung. Nicholas Young looked at me. I think it's me. The one who can hit the highest note. Do Yutae, who was standing next to me, jumped up and down. Seeing him so excited, even though he couldn't participate in the sports event because of his sprained ankle, made me feel sick. If he comes, reject him. Then I'll feel sorry. I had forgotten something. Do Yutae was a fool, so he couldn't refuse. I sighed and stood in front of Do Yutae to stop Lee Hwayoung, who was running toward us. Do Yutae is now. Come with me. Huh. Before I could even say the words to refuse, Lee Hwayoung's hand grabbed my arm tightly. Ugh. And then, leaving nothing but a pathetic sound, I was dragged away. Was it me? Trainee Lee Hwayoung is taking trainee Han Seungbeom. I wonder if it's even appropriate to say he's taking him. If you're going to drag someone along, shouldn't you make sure they're following properly? This crazy guy just ran off, looking straight ahead and doing whatever he wanted. This rude bastard. Thanks to him, I couldn't even get my posture right and was dragged along, fluttering like a flag in the wind. Trainee Lee Hwayoung is the first to cross the finish line. I'll check your note. As soon as we crossed the finish line, one of the staff standing next to Jay took his note. As the staff unfolded the note, an awkward silence filled the space between Lee Hwayoung and me. I was helplessly caught, unable to push him away in front of the camera. HMPF. Let's kill. Jay was the only one laughing. I will announce the content of the note. Trainee Lee Hwayoung's mission is. Jay, who was handed the note, spoke loudly. It's either the most handsome or the most skilled one. I could easily predict that Lee Hwayoung's assigned task would be one of those two. I had to think of the reaction I should have when the mission was revealed. It was, bring your best friend. What? I was frozen like a stone, not able to react at all. With a mischievous grin, Jay came closer and placed the note in my hand. I support your shining friendship, huh? I slowly looked down and read the note. Bring your best friend. It was true. Lee Hwayoung looked at me with a face that seemed to ask what the problem was, blinking his eyes nonchalantly as if nothing was wrong. I stood there, dumbfounded, unable to say anything. You little brat, don't you have any friends? The results of the mini-sports event were as everyone expected, with Wu Kongwon taking first place overall. Lee Hwayoung did well, but it was impossible to beat a former athlete. The final mission race looked like it might change the rankings, but it didn't, as Wu Kongwon took second place in the mission race. He wasn't some Messi showing up at a neighborhood soccer game, he could have gone a bit easier. But when it came to sports, he was always serious. That was the highlight, for sure. Wu Kongwon's mission was bring the loudest person. Eventually, Wu Kongwon apologized by bending down at 90 degrees, then ran in while carrying Do Yutae on his shoulders. I had never seen anyone run that fast while carrying a grown man. Thus, as the top priority target among all the trainees, I ended up joining Wu Kongwon's team. Wow, Kongwon Hyung. You've got so many fans now. It's a bit embarrassing, but I should still be thankful, right? After finishing the mini sports day and group selection, I was finally getting some proper sleep for the first time in a while. It was possible because no new tasks had been assigned yet, and my body was exhausted to its limit. So, I didn't want to be disturbed by anyone. It's crazy. If it continues like this, you'll be totally in a safe zone for debut. Really? I hope so. But why did I keep hearing a chirping sound? I scrambled out of bed and got behind the two of them. Then, I covered their mouths. I told you, I feel awful in the morning. You're noisy. Aok. Seo Yutae, who belatedly noticed my presence, screamed and threw the tablet upwards. The tablet, floating in mid-air, landed steadily in Woo Kangwon's hand. Seungbeom, did you sleep well? Ha. Hyung, when did you wake up? The two people, with eyes as round as rabbits, looked up at me. Their hairs looked like a mess because they had just woken up. How could I not wake up with all that noise? Sorry, we woke you up. So, what's going on? Ah, it's Kangwon Hyung, you know the stage he did for Heart Boom. Last time. It was a huge hit. A huge hit? The stage itself was definitely a bit questionable, so it was a little puzzling that it became a huge hit. It hasn't been long since the first mission ended, and it's already a hot topic. The broadcast hasn't even aired yet. It was premiered to the Plus subscribers. They told them not to leak it, but what did they expect? The GIFs are already everywhere. GIFs? I quickly grabbed the tablet from Woo Kangwon's hand and scrolled through it, while Woo Kangwon flailed his hands. Oh, that one. A GIF of Woo Kangwon, decorated like a sticker photo, appeared. Pink blush, lace, ribbons, and heart effects seemed out of place beside Woo Kangwon's muscular frame. Ans. Woo Deco, meaning Woo Kangwon decoration, GIF. It seemed like fans, excited about the buzz, had decorated it. You're sexy. Thank you. I didn't know what to say. What could I say? I should give him a compliment. I wasn't sure if it's a good one, though. When Woo Kangwon sings those lyrics, it really feels like he's going to physically explode my heart. My heart is racing, but I'm not sure if it's because I'm scared or because it's cute. The biceps are talking to me. As I scrolled down the real-time hot keywords on SNS, I saw a series of reactions to Woo Kangwon's performance. Alright, at this rate, Woo Kangwon should be able to debut without any problems. It wasn't a great performance, it just became a hot topic because it was funny. I'm not sure if I should be happy about it. Perhaps feeling awkward that I was blatantly examining his photo, Woo Kangwon scratched the back of his neck. I firmly opened my mouth. Of course you should be happy. Opportunities like this don't come often. No matter how great your skills are, if people don't notice you, it means nothing. The quality of the performance and the increase in public recognition after the broadcast were two different things. The trainees who worked hard to prepare for the stage might feel a bit disheartened, but the public was drawn to things that were funny or memorable. Why else would companies continue to create noise marketing or B-grade sentiment advertisements? It was unacceptable to be so discouraged about something that others would pay for. I see. It became a hot topic because it's funny, but it's not funny in ridiculous way since it actually led to an influx of fans. You could use this viral moment to prove your skills. Thank you for saying so, even if it's just words. That Hyung is not the type to say empty words. Seo Yutae, crushed beneath me in the armrest, chirped. He was right. I had never falsely praised or comforted anyone before. It was a predetermined outcome that he would do well in the next competition since he was now in the same group as me. Woo Kangwon, who had slapped his palm with his fist at Seo Yutae's words, smiled gently. With Seungbeom's personality, that kind of encouragement would definitely be too much. What did he mean? I scrolled down some more, and noticed another account besides the ones I'd seen so often. Yun01. No, why does this account have so many followers? I clicked into the account and scrolled through the posts. The post with the most engagement was a retouched photo of me at the project launch presentation. Seungbeom, let's be together for a long time. Wow, isn't this that person? Frick's legendary fansite master. Her photo editing is super distinctive. Hey, shut up. At times like this, you're supposed to pretend you don't know. You're so clueless. So it's real. LOL, she must have bought the data and edited it since she's a latecomer. But who cares? She'll take a picture of him herself when he debuts. Welcome. Wow. A really famous person became your fansite master, Hyung. That's amazing. Do Yutae said as he poked his head out and looked at the tablet. A famous person? The person who took the legendary fan cam of trainer Frick. I have zero interest in third-rate idols. What Frick is famous for or what kind of fans he has is completely out of my interest. They say even a maggot has the talent to roll too, and it looks like there's even a legendary fan cam. I don't know. Hyung, you really have no interest in this kind of stuff. I'm only interested in my fans. That's great. Now they're your fan, Hyung. It's a headache. If they were that famous, there was a good chance Frick knew about them. I was worried about how long his stubborn, bull-headed resolve would last. Nice to meet you. Thank you. That didn't mean I wouldn't welcome new fans. I bowed my head to the account. Now that the group selection was over, it was time to decide on positions. Last time, I joined after almost everything was already decided because of Jay, but this time, I was able to participate in the position distribution from the start. I sat in a circle with the newly selected members and the discussion began. Personally, I think Seungbeom should be the leader. Hyung, you're the oldest member. Are you sure you don't mind handing over the leader position to me? I don't think age represents leadership. If someone else is better suited for the role, it's only natural for them to take it. I don't intend to play the age card. And since Seungbeom will be doing the arrangement, I think he should have the priority to speak. Woo Kangwon isn't bad either. As I observed while the position distribution was taking place, contrary to what he had said, Woo Kangwon was actually pretty good for the role. His attitude was generally positive, and he stood out for leading the members in a kind and gentle manner. I agree with that. Then should Seungbeom be our leader? Does everyone agree? I agree. I also think it's a good idea. Of course, I absolutely hated following orders from others, so I had no intention of stopping the leader position from coming to me. I think we get along so well. Exactly. I had such a hard time with position selection in the last mission. The members smiled happily at the peacefulness. Smile a lot. Starting tomorrow, you will bitterly regret choosing me over Woo Kangwon. Then the leader has been decided. Let's move on. The camera director, who read the No Jam vibes with Woo Kangwon team's gentle progress, left for another team. He left. I guess there wasn't much to film for us. What should we do? Should we grab someone by the collar? Kangwon Hyung, please just hit me once. We should make it to the broadcast. I'm sorry. I'm a bit scared of using violence on an ordinary person. What if I hit you wrong and you explode? It was a shame that the camera had left. What he just said was kind of funny. In order to be shown on the broadcast, there should be some kind of provocative scene, but this time, only the mild-mannered ones were chosen, so it seemed like it would be difficult. The only one of the members who spoke in a provocative manner was Nagi Zen. Zen. Come to think of it, Zen wasn't here. Where did Zen go? He went to the practice room A to grab the tablet. He's the only one among us who got the tablet. He told me he wanted Seungbeom to be the leader. I knew he would. I wasn't really curious about who he voted for as leader. We needed to decide on the main vocalist and main dancer now, but we couldn't do it with one member missing. When did he go? Well, about 15 minutes ago. We were in the practice room B. It took 15 minutes to get to practice room A, which was less than 20 steps away. That's way too long. Koreans were all about quick. Point 3. He's taking too long. If you open the door and go out, it's right there. I don't think he's the type to slack off. Should I go pick him up? No, I'll go pick him up. You guys go pick the song. Since I've taken on the leader role, I have to work. I got up and headed to practice room A. What should we do? Should we tell the PD? No, let's not make it a big deal. He's probably just talking to him in private. As soon as I opened the door and stepped inside, a chill ran down my spine. Something was off about the atmosphere. There were no trainees practicing, just a bunch of guys talking amongst themselves. We need to get some good footage for the broadcast, but what if we get caught on camera for interfering? It could be scripted. Oh, that's right. It's scripted. It was usually an ominous sign to see a group of kids whispering to each other without any grown-ups around. The production team couldn't leave minors unattended without a supervisor. They were content creators who also had a responsibility to ensure the safety of children. A trainer was supposed to be assigned to each room, but the trainer was nowhere to be found. The practice room A was unusually crowded with young trainees. Was there an accident? Anyway, I was planning to just take my child and continue the practice. The trainer would probably handle the solution once they arrive. Zen. Answer me if you hear me. However, no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find Zen, who was supposed to be in the practice room A. As I checked the faces of the trainees in the practice room one by one while looking for Zen, I could feel the children avoiding my gaze. Something happened to Zen. Zen. None of the kids would tell me about Zen's whereabouts. In times like this, you just need to grab one person and deal with them. Do you know where Zen went? He said he was going to the practice room A to get his tablet. I grabbed one of the kids and openly asked. The kid, feeling hesitant, glanced at the other trainee next to him, clearly looking for a hint. Oh, Tell me. Something happened. Can I tell him? I think it's fine to tell Seungbeom. While the kids who had been whispering among themselves came to an agreement, I continued to look around the practice room. The trainer in charge of practice room A must be. The trainer assigned to practice room A was most likely Frick. It was already ominous. The production team isn't here, so there's no one to stop him. What could we do? A child with teary eyes, as if tattling, told me. Zen Hyung got into an argument with trainer Frick and was dragged out. There's no cameras. But maybe it's scripted. He won't get in too much trouble, will he? I remember he said something about giving him a mental training. What? This industry, though seemingly glamorous, was built on a foundation of numerous injustices and suffering. Yes, up until just 10 years ago, it was common for agencies to use corporal punishment on trainees. Some agencies even broadcasted the scenes of punishing trainees on TV. Of course, during my time at RH Entertainment, I also witnessed and even experienced that kind of violence. It was clear abuse. Hyung, the Overture kids contacted us with a long message saying they really want to collaborate with us. What should we do? It seems like they want to get attention by linking up with our popularity. I don't know. I need to know their names before deciding whether to collaborate or not. And this violence followed the typical patterns, often passed down to others. From agency to trainee, from senior to junior. Once someone initiated it, it was unstoppable and contagious. They're from an agency famous for mistreating its trainees. One of the members there has a bad habit. He does the same things that were done to him to the juniors. Reject it. I knew it. Alright, I'll reject them. The series of violence was backed by the mentality that someone aspiring to be a celebrity wouldn't expose these issues to the public. That mentality actually worked strongly, and the senior celebrities knew this better than anyone. Where did he take Zen? It looked like they were heading to a place without cameras. To the right corridor. The victim has no choice but to keep their mouth shut. No matter how big they made the issue, the public would only focus on their scandal, not their skills. Every time they appeared on broadcast, if the reaction was something like, "Oh, isn't that the person who said they were hit by a senior?" then their career as a celebrity could essentially be considered over. While an established celebrity might be able to survive a scandal, a rookie would be completely consumed by that image and fall into ruin. Whether they endure it in silence or expose it to the public, both choices would cause harm to the victim. Trainer Frick insulted you in front of us, Hyung. When Zen Hyung heard it, he got angry at Trainer Frick and told him to apologize. And then, his voice began to get heated. I didn't want Zen to create a scar that he could never erase for the rest of his life because of me. Damn, where are you? I ignored the sharp pain in my chest and ran to find Zen and Frick. My body, which hadn't fully recovered from fatigue, felt like it was on the verge of collapse. Please, please. Zen was too honest, too naive. He was under the illusion that a better relationship could be built by honestly facing the other person and pointing out their mistakes. Frick was an overwhelmingly difficult opponent for someone who had never truly experienced the viciousness of this industry. He said the trainer was petty. I think he also pointed out that it's wrong to boost your ego by belittling others without elevating yourself. Trainer Frick got really angry, so we were scared and hid. That's not wrong, but why would you say it directly to him? Frick was indeed a petty person. He also had an inflated ego. But with his personality, he wouldn't be able to humbly accept advice from others. Especially not from a much younger trainee who hadn't even debuted yet. A with tilde and epsilon s. Found them. What did you say? Say it again. I said that your inferiority complex is painful to watch. As I ran around the corner, I caught a blurry glimpse of two figures. It's a pitiful life. To succumb to the convenience of violence is no different from living like cattle. Frick was gripping Zen's face with a clenched fist, and Zen was stubbornly saying everything he wanted to say. God damn it. Please stop. Luckily, seeing that there were no injuries, it seemed he hadn't been hit yet. I pushed my way between the two of them, shook off Frick's hand, and hid Zen behind me. Lita. Stop. Hey, you, back off. Who do you think you are, bastard, butting in and making a fuss? Frick let out a scoff, as if he was dumbfounded, and spoke threateningly. I am the leader of the team Zen is part of. I need to take him inside now. Isn't this enough? No. It's not enough. From the way this bastard is talking, he hasn't come to his senses yet. How can that be enough? You said you were teaching me mental education. This is not education. This is covering up the incompetence of the educator with physical violence. Zen, who was looming behind me, spoke like a rapid-fire cannon. Hearing it directly with my own ears, rather than just being told, was a much bigger shock than I anticipated. The strangely perfect vocabulary and the almost literary tone of speech felt like a critical attack on the opponent's psyche. This guy has gone crazy, seriously. You laugh at your senior. I blocked Frick's approach to Zen. Hey, get out of the way. You left the practice room unattended and just came here. The kids were making a ruckus. It's only a matter of time before the production team becomes suspicious and comes looking for us here. Do you really want this to escalate? Please calm down, let him go and we can talk separately. Lita, Zen, go tell the kids that you're okay, then go sit next to Kangwon Hyung and rest. It's alright, I'll finish the conversation and come back. The first thing you must do is separate the perpetrator from the victim. I gave Zen a word of advice and pushed him gently. Frick, realizing that his position would become awkward if Zen stayed in this place any longer, didn't interfere. Instead, he glared at Zen and issued a warning, if you spread strange rumors, I won't let it slide. Go and say nothing happened. But, Lita. Zen mumbled nervously at Frick's threat, glancing at me anxiously. Go. Hurry. I understand. At my firm tone, Zen reluctantly started leaving. Only after confirming that he was completely gone could I finally let out a sigh of relief. Then I turned to Frick, let's go inside and talk. People might pass by here. I opened the door to the practice room right in front of us and went in. Seriously, what's wrong with kids these days? Are you all out of your minds? As soon as we entered the practice room, he started voicing complaints, making it clear he thought I had come to calm him down and appease him. But there was something he was overlooking. My fists were really shaking, but I barely held back. I smiled brightly as I closed the door to the practice room. Then, I opened my mouth. It seemed he had forgotten, but the one who caused Frick to face all that criticism was none other than me. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Of your tendency to resort to violence so easily? What? Frick, having lost words for a moment, made a dumbfounded sound. Recently, I've noticed that trainer Frick often shows emotional agitation regarding topics related to me, so I've been thinking about the reasons behind it. If there's anything I've done wrong, I'd like to apologize. However, since I am lacking and have almost nothing, I couldn't find anything that could be considered a problem. Except for my fans who are really too good for me. When I emphasized the word fans, I heard the sound of teeth grinding. As expected. As I suspected, Frick's strange behavior seemed to stem from losing his famous fansite master. He already hated me, but this was the finishing blow. If that was the case, it would have been better if you had told me the source of the problem. What I meant was, aren't you acting like this because I took your fans? In a situation where it would be shameful to lie and deny it, or to admit it was true, Frick trembled all over. I am truly sorry for causing you pain. You. But next time, if you need to vent your anger, please take it out on me. Think about how terrifying it must have been for a 19-year-old who knows nothing to endure such persecution alone. How could he know nothing? Didn't you see the way that bastard talked? Frick spat, finally finding something to retort. I didn't hear the conversation from the beginning. I only heard the latter part, so I couldn't catch the wrong parts. If you tell me, I'll make sure to give him a proper explanation. The important point is not that I'll explain it, but rather that I heard the latter part and there was nothing wrong with it. A pitiful life, a life like that of cattle, an incompetent educator. I implicitly meant that there was nothing wrong with everything I heard. No one would know unless they were me or Frick who heard what Zen said. Frick probably wouldn't tell anyone what he heard from Zen. No, he couldn't. If he did, he'd only embarrass himself. Are you messing with me right now? Do I look like a joke to you? Not a joke. But you're not that intimidating to be afraid of. Ach. As I snapped back with a petty retort, Frick, unable to control his anger, let out a furious sound. Then, he shoved me hard on the shoulder. Come on. The moment Frick's hand made contact, my body was jolted with a thud, and I combined my strength with the impact, slamming hard into the mirror. Bam! The mirror shattered, and my hair scattered instantaneously. Ugh! I collapsed, gripping my back as if I had been seriously injured by the strong impact. What? I didn't hit you that hard. I was just trying to scare you. Frick's face had gone pale as he looked over my curled-up form, his expression filled with anxiety. Exactly, this kind of thing happens when you have bad habits. The Lucky Center was maintained by the production team, so even if they weren't using this room now, they would eventually find the broken mirror sooner or later. No matter how much of a jerk Frick was, he would find this kind of situation troublesome. Hey, are you okay? I had to keep up the sick act, whether he was anxious or not. Because. Where are you looking at in this situation? The camera was filming everything. Frick, who followed my gaze, finally spotted the small camera hidden behind the curtain, with only its lens exposed. Let's secretly put a small camera in and make sure it keeps recording. Since the trainees' fandoms are getting too big, everyone's being so careful not to make a mistake. Whether it's a trainer or a trainee, we need to catch one. What if they notice? They won't notice. Anyway, it looks more realistic if the screen isn't clear, so as long as it's captured, it doesn't matter if some parts are obscured. Birds hear the words spoken during the day, mice hear the words spoken at night. And dogs barking too is heard by Han Seungbeom. I knew that the camera had been running in this practice room even before this incident happened. I overheard the main PD and staff whispering thanks to my special ability. So, I purposefully lured him here, provoked him, and led him to commit violence. He was already known for his bad habits, so I knew he wouldn't be able to resist. Anyway, since the distance is far, the camera's built-in microphone won't capture our conversation. Therefore, there's no problem for me at all. Frick's face was filled with surprise as he discovered the camera, and he slowly turned his head to look at me. I smiled brightly. Then, in a low voice, I said, "Oh, I got caught." The camera was capturing the mirror. So, with my back to the mirror right now, the camera would only capture Frick's back and the reflection of my back in the mirror. What the F asterisk CK? Frick tried to quickly get up. He seemed to want to destroy the camera and its memory. I tightly grabbed the hem of his clothes and didn't let go. Get out of my way. If it were you, would you get out of the way? It was nonsense. I tightly hugged Frick's leg. Han Seungbeom likes warm hugs. This crazy bastard, you. Thinking that erasing the contents was the most urgent, Frick swung his fist at my head. Creak. In that critical moment, someone opened the practice room door and walked in. The punch that had already swung out couldn't slow down and struck my head hard. A chilling sound echoed throughout the practice room. The blow to my temple blurred my vision for a moment, but I could recognize the person clearly. I could recognize him by his voice alone. What are you doing? It was Jay that I was fine until I heard the door open. I wasn't too happy about it, as it was best to solve everything on my own terms, but it didn't hurt to have a witness or two. However, not everything always went the way I wished. What are you doing? It was Jay who opened the door and walked in. At the sound of his familiar voice, I immediately realized that the situation had gone horribly wrong. Damn, Zen. Zen was full of worries and too thoughtful. Even amidst all this chaos, he was able to judge that I shouldn't be left alone with Frick. So, the choice Zen made after returning to the practice room was. It was likely to inform the adult most friendly to Han Seungbeom of the situation. I was grateful, but at the same time, I wasn't grateful. Ah, Seungbeom. This was just an accident. Frick, who had spotted Jay, quickly moved away from me and approached Jay, looking panicked. He seemed to be trying to explain the situation. Even if you try to explain it now, he's already seen I got beaten up. How can you act like it never happened? Frick waved his hand and covered the shards of the mirror, perhaps thinking that the chaotic practice room needed to be hidden at least a little. But it was a foolish choice. From the beginning, Jay didn't even glance at the shattered mirror. He wasn't interested in it. Ever since he'd walked into the practice room, the only thing he'd been looking at was me. Jay didn't say anything. He just walked toward me, step by step. All those years I spent with that guy acted like big data, triggering a warning signal in my head. When he didn't say anything, it meant something was going wrong. Cold sweat began to form on my back and hands. A with ring above N beta S. There's nothing to swing around here, is there? I was confident that I could control him in most situations. I could just smack him on the back to knock some manners into him. But it was an exception when someone else was nearby, like now. It was a relief that there was no bat around. I didn't want Jay to ruin his career by getting involved in a violent incident. The sound of mirror shards crunching under Jay's shoe soles filled the silence. Eventually, the guy came right up to my face. Then his fingers lifted the hem of my shirt. The skin exposed between the rolled-up clothes was covered in blue bruises. It was the result of the body slam on the stairs. Is it him? He was asking if it was Frick who had caused the bruises. He didn't ask anything else. I swallowed hard and shook my head slowly. It was a gesture to tell him to cool his head. I'm fine. This was caused by a fall, not by what's happening now. There's no need for Trainer Jay to worry about my matters at all. Jay's eyebrows twitched. I told him not to go through all that trouble for nothing, but that guy seemed to have gotten upset about something again. Was it because saying it was from a fall sounded too much like an excuse? The guy, who had been silently staring at the red marks on my cheek and my bruised body, wiped his face with both hands. He staggered for a moment, then let out an unsteady breath. This is the worst. What's wrong with him? This kid looked like he wasn't in good condition. If I didn't send him out quickly, it seemed like a big problem was about to happen. I tried to gently push Jay's body towards the door, but this stubborn guy wouldn't budge an inch. If you could step outside for a moment. Before I could say anything along the lines of, I'll handle it on my own, Jay silently put his hand in front of my mouth. It seemed like he was telling me to shut up. He was much angrier than I thought. Okay. Seungbeom, if you're not feeling well, please go in and rest first. I'll explain it to the production team. As if trying to appease Jay, who clearly looked like he was in a terrible mood, Frick kept bowing and spoke. Jay, who had been staring at the ground to suppress his nausea, lifted up his gaze and glared at Frick. Here, this place is a bit of a mess. Trainee Han Seungbeom, you must have been a little surprised, right? Haha. I need to clean up a bit, so could you step outside for a moment? Trainee Han Seungbeom accidentally broke the mirror. Goodness, the discipline needs to be tightened up. I'll take responsibility and make sure everything is handled. I'll explain everything clearly to the production team. Seeming flustered by Jay's silence, Frick rambled on, spouting a string of poorly formed sentences, as many as he could think of. Even in the midst of all that, he kept glancing at the camera, as if he still wanted to get his hand on it. I was just startled and trying to protect trainee Han Seungbeom. Seungbeom, you must have been really surprised, right? I didn't know my hand would bump into you like that. Frick, who assumed Jay wouldn't notice, furrowed his brows and gave me a look. It seemed like he was hinting that I should agree with him. Eyes. Jay, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spat out a single word. Yes. If you look at him one more time, you're finished. Yes. Before I could react to his threat, a murderous warning was issued. Frick, not knowing what was going on, fixed his trembling gaze on the floor and cautiously observed the situation. It was impossible for him to know. To the outside world, I'm just Jay's one-pick trainee, but in reality, I'm the older brother who raised Jay, died without a word, and has only now returned. I couldn't tell him that, could I? Jongsuya. Yes, Seungbeom. The guy who grabbed my arm with one hand and pulled me up called out Frick's real name. When I heard the tone that clearly indicated he was assessing his kill angle, I pulled his shoulder closer and whispered in his ear. There's a camera, right here. Really? Jay glanced around, checking the camera's position, then responded indifferently. I'd said that out of concern, but he didn't seem to care. This idiot brat. Frick flinched as the sound of his shoes got closer and closer. Is life a bit more fun for you when you relieve stress by bullying your juniors? No. I had no intention of bullying him at all. I think there's some kind of misunderstanding. At Frick's foolish response, Jay gave a slight nod of his head. Then you won't mind if I do the same to you. Because I'm not bullying you. I've never done it before, so I don't know how to do it. Jongsuya, what should I do? Should I hit you for every bruise I find on his body? Jay lifted the corners of his lips. There wasn't the slightest hint of smile in his eyes. Should I do the same thing and get caught by a senior, and have my career in the entertainment industry ruined? I'll get kicked out of the program halfway through. I'm sorry. With his hands clasped in front of him as if in punishment, the frightened Frick finally gave the correct answer. Those who excessively emphasized the hierarchical order to their juniors were often the ones who became overly intimidated in front of their own seniors. Jay, with his unrivaled career, was undoubtedly a source of terror for Frick. I hate bastards like you. You're spineless, arrogant, and incompetent, yet you have a big ego. Jay repeatedly clenched and unclenched his left hand, as if his fingertips were numb. If I knew you would be this arrogant, I should have just not let it happen when the PD said he was going to cast you to spice up the show. Jay told me the other day that when he was first offered this program, he turned it down. But the main PD kept pestering him and begging so much that he eventually agreed. Jay, who was the top priority among all the cast members of the program, said that he was given prior information about the trainers and was even asked if he was okay with them. The production team's regard for Jay's importance was something all the cast members subtly felt, from his appearance order to schedule adjustments and overall treatment. There are few celebrities who can match Jay's level of popularity and career success. The production team must have been desperate to get him on board. In fact, Jay's collaboration stage generated far more buzz than those of other trainers, proving his value beyond any doubt. This also meant that his opinion had a significant influence on the production team. If you couldn't even manage to secure a decent schedule and ended up being dragged around as a scapegoat, you should have behaved yourself. This was your last chance. Please, please. Just this once, please tolerate my mistake. I will never do anything like this again. What else could it be if me leaving you alone until now is not tolerance? Tell him how this happened. Those bruises, I didn't cause them. Realizing that Jay had no intention of listening to him, Frick clung to me. It seemed he thought that since Jay was favorable toward me, he would listen to what I said. I don't know. I feigned ignorance. Unfortunately, I had no intention of stepping in front of someone who was willing to do a sword dance one for me just to protect a guy I despised. And, most importantly, something felt off about my physical condition. What's wrong with my body? My limbs felt heavy. Come to think of it, the sun is about to set, but I haven't eaten yet. I realized I was more sensitive and demanding than I thought I was. Group living with a bunch of guys was like a rat poison to me. In my previous life, my manager took care of everything for me, but now I had to take care of myself. I couldn't sleep well today because Woo Kangwon and Do Yuda were making so much noise. Between preparing for the program and dealing with people like Kang Hyukwoo, Jae, Frick, Zen, and Park Sang-jung, I had so much on my plate that I couldn't properly take care of my sleep and meals. In this situation, rolling around like this seemed to put much more strain on Han Seungbeom's skinny body than I originally thought. I will never cause any problems like this again. Please give me just one more chance. The panicked voice rumbled like an echo. It seemed like they had progressed their conversation tens of thousands of miles away among themselves. Mostly in the direction of ruining Frick's career in the entertainment industry. You crazy idiots, stop fighting. Beep. I started hearing a ringing in my ears, and now my vision was turning hazy as well. First of all, my head was ringing so loudly that I thought I'd have to shut them both up. It was because I've been beaten a lot by my agency, so I'm having a hard time. Sunbeam, please, have pity on me. Look at his body right now. How am I supposed to feel pity for you? Both of you, please calm down. I stepped between them and waved my arm. Finally, their attention focused on me. Just, calm down. I won't give in this time. Because I didn't put him in his place from the beginning, he keeps overstepping the bounds and causing trouble. I understand. I will live carefully and reflect on my actions. That's not the problem right now. Move aside. I'll handle this. Jay seemed to mistakenly think that I was trying to calm him down to avoid escalating the situation, just like when we were at RH Entertainment. I absolutely can't just let this slide. Sunbeam, I will truly reflect on my actions. Please. But that wasn't it. I was trying to say, please, just shut up, at least one of you, because my head hurts so much that I'm about to die. Not that. You bastards. What the hell did you think you were fighting about right now? You were fighting because of me. That precious person is in a terrible state right now, so why are you still fighting? Thud, thud. I felt a burning sensation on my face, and then I heard the sound of something falling to the floor. As I tried to focus my spinning vision, I spotted a pool of red liquid on the floor. Is it my head? At first, I thought my scalp had been torn open from being hit in the head. But no matter how much I peeked at the part where I had been hit with my sleeve, there was no blood. Jay, who sensed that something was wrong with me, noticed the blood on the floor. Then, he burst into a rage and grabbed Frick by the collar. You! How much did you torment him for him to be in this condition? Don't grab him, come to me. There's only one trustworthy guy here, but he's in that state. I never hit him there. What? Frick wasn't lying. The issue right now wasn't the place I was hit, but my overall health condition. I grabbed my throbbing head and rubbed the damp part of my face with the back of my hand. Then, red liquid started pouring out near my nose. F***K. The moment I confirmed the source of the blood, my body tilted. And through my fading vision, I saw Jay running towards me, his arm outstretched. Finally, he's coming. Han Seungbeom. So, in moderation. I told you to stop. You bastards. Before I could finish that sentence, everything in front of me turned pitch black. As I barely lifted my eyelids, heavy like a lump of mud, I saw a dark gray ceiling. Gray. Not white. I thought that when I opened my eyes, I would see the hospital ceiling. For someone who had collapsed, where else could they possibly find themselves when they opened their eyes if not a hospital? However, it was far from the white ceiling of a hospital. When I turned my head, a space furnished with gray-toned furniture unfolded before me. The ominous truth was that I had been in this place before. Yes, the place where I was confronted for a long time with a shard of glass. Hello, Hyung. Are you awake? Ah, crazy. You scared me. When I turned my head to the other side, Jay was sitting there. With a gaunt face and completely motionless, I thought he was a ghost. Is this your house? Then is this Hyung's house? I didn't understand why he twisted it like that instead of just answering. Was he in a bad mood? You didn't take me to the hospital and brought me to your house instead? Of course, I went to the hospital. I'm not a doctor, so I needed to know what the problem was. Did he collapse because he got hit, or because he was tired, or because he had an illness? Since this Mr. You-know-who didn't say anything, I thought I should consult a professional. Really? What did the doctor say? Body aches, overwork, stress-induced stomach cramps. And the doctor said you're malnourished. You got an 4 drip. Oh. It was similar to the rough estimate I made when I collapsed. Fortunately, it wasn't a concussion. It seemed like Jay had caught me well when I collapsed. I was still unconscious. How did you manage to get me out safely? Don't you remember? You were lying in the emergency room, then suddenly jumped up and said you wanted to go home. The doctor was terrified. Of course, I was too. I didn't remember anything that happened in the emergency room. However, since they wouldn't just send someone who hadn't regained their senses out of the hospital, it seemed like Jay's words were true. You couldn't even remember where your house was, but you kept insisting, so I tied you up tightly with a coat and brought you to my place. But guess what? When we got to my house, you just collapsed and fell asleep. RNB. You worked hard. Thank you. I caused such an inconvenience. I was suspicious, but I didn't want to point out this and that in front of someone who had worked hard for me, because that would make him explode. So, I just said thank you. What about the members of my second mission team? They must have been really surprised. They're practicing well under the guidance of trainee Woo Kong-won. They're worried about you, but they're doing what they need to do. That Japanese guy, despite his appearance, has a really delicate heart. I had a hard time getting him to stop his clinging and crying to follow me. Ah. I remembered that faintly. Lita, are you okay? Did you get hurt because of me? Seungbeom, don't worry. We'll prepare as much as we can. You have to recover well and come back. Is the person you're carrying right now, Han Seungbeom? I remember the other trainees holding on to me and worrying about me while I was being carried on Jay's back. Zen seemed to feel more guilt than expected, and Woo Kong-won appeared to act mature at first glance, but I could sense his anxiety. As for the last guy, I didn't know who he was. In short, it meant that I had to go back and resolve things as quickly as possible. Okay, then I should head back quickly. Is that possible? Jay asked me, smiling brightly. Was that a challenge to me, or a simple question? I couldn't tell what he was thinking because he was smiling. Is there anything else you're curious about? As I was glaring at his face as if I had just bitten something, Jay asked in a gentle tone. Is it just my imagination? He was oddly kind. The guy who had seemed ready to kill someone right up until the moment I collapsed suddenly became gentle, and it made me feel even more uneasy. What about Frick? Well, I guess he's probably crying and mopping the floor by now. Stop joking around. I'm serious. I told him to clean up the practice room and mentally prepare himself. Is that so? I pictured Frick sitting there pathetically, mopping the floor. I wondered why that kind of jerk always got caught by someone like Jay. Next question. You made sure to grab the SD card, right? Yeah, of course. Jay took the SD card out of his pocket and threw it at my face. It made a thud sound as it slapped against my cheek, then weakly fell onto my hand. Ouch. Because my Hyung was trembling and told me to grab the SD card. I honestly thought for a moment that you were my manager, not an idle trainee. Your life is on the line, yet you're worried about me getting caught with a weakness. Am I right? Jay's weakness? He seemed to be under some sort of delusion. He seemed to think I was trying to hide what he had said to Frick, but unfortunately, that wasn't what I was aiming for. Although, of course, I was worried about that too. This rude brat is throwing things at his Hyung's face. You punk, I've been raising you since you were a chick and going through puberty, how can you treat me like this? All those years of raising you were for nothing. Next question. Next. I had no more questions. I didn't understand why he kept asking me to ask something. I shook my head with a frown. Have all your questions been answered? If so, then let's quit the program. Jay, who had been smiling the entire time, suddenly said something shocking in a calm tone. Compared to his gentle expression and tone, the content of his words was so extreme that my head went blank for a moment. What's wrong with him again? Did you take your medication? I started to suspect he was having some sort of mental problem again. Coincidentally, it felt even more so because this place exactly matched the place where he caused a scene last time. As soon as he heard the question about whether he'd taken his medicine, the guy scowled, then forced a smile by twitching his eyebrows. As expected, all that cheerful smiling had been an act. Of course, Hyung. I'm perfectly normal right now. The only one who's not normal here is you, Hyung. Is someone who doesn't sleep, doesn't eat, and collapses from working normal? I don't think that someone is even a human. No, but this guy, the way he's talking to his Hyung is getting worse. I wanted to slap him on the back, but I owe him a lot today, so I'll hold back. First, calm down. I think you're just tired and your thoughts are becoming too extreme. It's not something to react to so sensitively. No. That's not going to work. Get off the program right now. And take some rest. I was an idiot for thinking everything was fine just because you were walking around fine after experiencing such a thing and dying. Why is he like this? I rested my chin and thought carefully, wondering why the hell he was acting like this. There must be some problem for him to be acting this way. And then, I came to one conclusion. Are you sulking? This rascal, he seemed to be sulking because he thought I was planning all sorts of things without involving him. Thinking that way, I asked him with a smirk, and a vein popped out on his forehead. I'm not sulking. If that's not sulking, then what is it? I hate it when someone who has done something wrong dismisses my legitimate anger with a silly word like sulking without truly reflecting on their actions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Got it. If it was no, then he should have just said no. Why did he need to make such a serious face and say something that long? Either way, I had to get back to the Lucky Center in a hurry, so I scrambled to my feet. You've got to be kidding me. I already said you can't go. But before I could get to my feet, he pressed his palm to my forehead, stopping me. After being treated like that, you're just going to walk away and go back to filming? I can't let that happen. What nonsense is that? Do I look like someone who's going to sit back and suffer? It's finally time to harvest the seeds I've planted, but now you're stopping me. No, at least not until those bruises have healed. Apparently, I had failed to properly explain that the bruises weren't Frick's doing. He seemed to think that I was in a very difficult situation that was too much for me to handle. But the situation was too urgent to deal with those misunderstandings now. In this kind of situation, the most effective method was to become serious too. This kid, who often got scolded by me since he was young, would immediately back off as soon as I created a strict atmosphere. Jay, I'm not joking right now. Do you think I went on that program with some half-hearted attitude? I know that. But you've been in this industry for years, you should know better. Broadcasting isn't a joke. Everyone here is working hard to make a living. But you're telling me to quit like a spoiled kid? What about my agency that trusted me and sent me there? What about the companies that invested in production costs after seeing my potential? What about Seo Yutae, who left the regular group of SU Entertainment to debut with me? Just like I did for you back then, I have a responsibility to take care of that child's life. I didn't want that. Not at the cost of damaging your health like that. His face darkened instantly at the mention of the past. Alright, after the stick comes the carrot. 1. Yes, you're doing this because you want to help me. I know everything. How could I not know how you feel? Yeah. Jay replied meekly. Actually, the one who caused this trouble was me, but the situation turned out as if that guy did something wrong. I really am a trashy bastard. I relaxed the facial muscles that had been set in a stern expression and smiled softly. I have no intention of releasing the video to the public. However, that doesn't mean I'm just going to let this slide. I was simply trying to give flesh and take the bones. What are you talking about? The program's ratings are skyrocketing, but a violent incident had occurred. It would be a huge loss for the broadcasting station to cancel the show now, so the production team would naturally want to shut my mouth first. But I won't just let them get away without gaining something. What did the production team do wrong? Of course they're in the wrong. They brought in someone with a bad reputation just for ratings, so why should they be forgiven? They should definitely be held responsible for doing something like that on a children's show. It's only because it's me that things are fine. If it was any other kid, how scared would they be? How about just exposing it? That's nonsense. Why would I want to become an idol that gets pitted by the whole country? Instead of causing trouble, I should just take everything I can. Why don't you stop being an idol? Don't be ridiculous. I have no other way to live. You go and talk things out with the CEO of Frick's agency. Make sure he can never make a comeback, ruin him completely. I'll go and negotiate with the production team. The first condition for negotiating was knowing your value well. Survive Idol, through its seasonal format, had been milking the show for several years and had reached a stagnant period. Despite everything, this season brought in even more buzz than the already legendary first season. It was truly a jackpot. It wasn't like the production team found any particularly novel or interesting elements. The reason this season was successful was simply due to the incredible star quality of the cast. And the beginning of all those waves was me. The production team will never give up on me. Cutting one Frick is the bare minimum, and even if I ask for more, they'll probably have to comply. The thought of what was about to come was already mouth-watering. How many years has it been? Let's show them our teamwork. As I rubbed my palms together and licked my lips, Jay looked at me with disgust. What are you just staring at? Let's get moving. To be precise, it's not really teamwork. It's just me bossing that guy around. Since he seems eager to help, shouldn't I gratefully take advantage of it? Ready, go. With a cheerful shout, I gave Jay's but a hard push. Trainee Han Seungbeom, can you come in this way for a minute? Is this time convenient? When I returned to the Lucky Center, the main PD welcomed me warmly. No, to be precise, it wasn't a warm welcome. His complexion was as gaunt as if he were on the brink of death. Clearly, he'd had a hard time dealing with various things after I collapsed. Yes, sure. As I entered the lounge prepared for the production team, chairs and tables came into view. Among the several chairs, a young-looking staff member was seated in one of them. Trainee Han Seungbeom, please sit down. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. When I sat down on the chair as instructed, the main PD sat across from me. I don't know where to begin. To be honest, we're quite flustered by this situation too. What do you mean flustered? You've experienced this before. It was just last year that a dance trainer had to step down due to drunk driving, so it's inappropriate for him to be complaining like this now. Of course, drunk driving and assault carry different levels of weight in the public's eyes. Please speak comfortably. Speak uncomfortably. Be as polite as possible and be mindful of my feelings. First of all, are you feeling okay? I was really shocked to hear that you even went to the emergency room. I'm fine. Trainer Jay took good care of me, so I'm feeling much better. I didn't know you were that close with Jay. He's not someone who easily gets close to his juniors, after all. Ah, really? He's dragging it out. Worrying about my health was just a matter of courtesy. If someone truly cared and felt guilty, they would have already examined my wounds. Well, just by seeing that they casted Frick, I could clearly see what kind of people they are. What he was truly curious about was how I became close with Jay and how I would react to this situation. To get to the point, the production team has had quite a tough time. Of course, we're not blaming trainee Han Seungbeom, it's just that this is the reality. We can't perfectly take care of all the trainees, so when an accident like this happens, it's naturally very shocking for us. RAE. It was the beginning of a typical gaslighting. If it had been another inexperienced trainee here instead of me, it's obvious they would have been intimidated, feeling guilty for causing trouble to the production team. In a place where a bunch of minors were gathered to film a broadcast, it was the production team who were naturally in charge of safety. Seeing how he tried to frame it as an accident rather than assault, it seemed like he thought I was a pushover. I see. I truly understand the difficulties the production team has gone through. You must have been really shocked by Trainer Frick's assault. When I pointed out the word assault precisely, the smile that had subtly lingered on the PD's face vanished in an instant. He furrowed his brows and let out a hollow laugh. It's as if he thought I'd be intimidated if he hardened his expression at once. Oh dear, if you're going to speak so aggressively, it puts us in a difficult position. We're human beings with feelings, so I would appreciate it if you could speak to me more politely. What part of that was aggressive, exactly? I was more than determined to hear the word assault come out of that guy's mouth. I tightly grabbed onto the PD's attempt to brush it off vaguely. It's a bit difficult for me to pinpoint that exactly. What I mean is, that's the overall nuance. You should be groveling for forgiveness, but instead you're trying to intimidate me. You get a 0, you bastard. I could feel their determination to never admit this incident as assault, no matter what. Furthermore, it was becoming apparent that he was subtly trying to assert dominance in the way he was treating me. It seemed they still believed they could control me, considering I was just a 20-year-old trainee, whose fate could change depending on their editing. Once again, I felt relieved that it was me, and not Zen, who was in this position. Then how should I explain it? I also need to explain it to my parents. That's. When the topic of my parents came up, the two production staff members exchanged glances. They looked anxious. What an adult feared the most when having a conflict with a younger person was the presence of the parents. I didn't think I could get any special help from Han Seungbeom's parents. However, the production team didn't know that, so they could be used as an effective warning. It's not such a big deal, is it? Do you really need to contact your parents? It might just cause them unnecessary worry. When you're staying so far away without any contact, parents tend to worry much more than you'd expect. Is that so? That's the case. We're not trying to stop you, but just to let you know, if your parents misunderstand the situation too seriously and force you to leave the program, the production team won't be able to stop them. In other words, it was a threat saying that if my parents made the situation worse, they could force me to leave. For a trainee desperate for a debut, it was a threat that couldn't be ignored, but for me, it was empty words that didn't faze me at all. Leave the program? I'm here to make amicable adjustments. Of course. Since trainee Seungbeom is an adult from this year, he has the right to make his own decisions. The PD, seeing me shake my head at the mention of leaving the program, gave a satisfied smile. It was clear he thought he already figured me out. Trainee Han Seungbeom, desperate for a debut, would be a fool who would follow the production team's orders without question. There was a camera we hadn't managed to clean up in the practice room where the incident occurred. When I checked, the SD card was missing. Did trainee Seungbeom happen to take it? Are you talking about this? I took the SD card out of my right pocket and slowly put it down on the table. Trainee Han Seungbeom, taking the production team's belongings without permission would be considered theft. This is something the production team will need to think about carefully. No, I lost consciousness. It was Trainer Jay who took the SD card. I was simply asked to return it to its owner. Then we'll hold Trainer Jay accountable. The production team wouldn't have the guts to go after Jay, so the whole charade was designed to make me feel guilty for getting him involved. The main PD handed the SD card to the staff member next to him. It seemed like it was to check if any data remained on it. I was told there's nothing on it. Is that so? The footage that was filmed is also the production team's valuable property, yet it seems it was deleted without permission. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he seemed to think it was a good thing it was deleted. A faint look of relief crossed his face. From the production team's perspective, the relationship between Jay and me was just that of a trainee and a trainer. If an unfavorable scene was filmed, Jay had no obligation to share that data with me. In the end, the data was completely destroyed without falling into the hands of Han Seungbeom. This seemed to be the scenario the production team had in mind. I quietly reached into my left pocket and pulled out something. It was a small USB. So, it's not exactly a substitute, but I've prepared a small gift. A small gift? Without answering, I pushed the USB in front of PD, open it. Sure. Following the PD's instructions, the staff connected the USB to the laptop and played a video. Frick's occasional, sharp yells were the only clear audio. Since we weren't wearing a microphone, the built-in mic of the camera couldn't capture much of the distant conversation. Bam! My body was slammed hard by Frick and the mirror shattered. The main PD gulped as he watched the scene. What the F***? The video ended with a shot of Frick hitting me hard on the head. I only cut out the parts where Frick were at fault. The main PD couldn't take his eyes off the monitor showing a black screen after the video ended. It seemed like he never imagined that the assault scene would be captured so clearly. I told you so. At the sound of my voice, the main PD turned his shaky gaze to me. I don't know why you called me in here without doing a proper investigation. Every time I tapped the table with my index finger, the main PD sucked in his breath. And the staff member who quickly figured out the main PD's intention quickly grabbed the USB. First, we'll take the video and examine it to verify its authenticity. Unfortunately, my patience had already reached its limit, and from now on, it was my turn. Put it down, PD Nim. Yes. You know that. If I only had that one, I wouldn't have brought it here. Going back and forth over that one thing won't solve anything. It seems that trainee Han Seungbeom is still young and doesn't fully understand, but edited evidence like this lacks credibility. Let's wrap this up peacefully here, shall we? If you want to insist on that, you shouldn't have coveted that USB. If you keep glancing at it like that, I can't pretend not to notice, because that video is your weakness, PD Nim. I pulled the USB out of the laptop and shoved it straight into my pocket. Then, I stared at the main PD. In this industry, the legal validity of evidence doesn't matter at all. What's important is how the public perceives it. Things like canceling the program or starting a boycott. Trainee Han Seungbeom, just a moment. Shall I say it again, PD Nim? I'm here to negotiate. What is it that you want in exchange for letting this matter pass quietly? The main PD, who had been leaning back arrogantly, straightened up his posture and nervously clasped his hands together. And after confirming that, I crossed my legs and exhaled slowly. A trainee was undeniably, without question, always in the subordinate position. However, from this moment on, I could clearly declare this. I am above, and you are below. I want this program to remain a program that helps me until the end. I'm not doing this to ruin everything. Are you saying that you want us to debut trainee Han Seungbeom, even if it means manipulating the rankings? The main PD, biting his lips tightly, glared at me with a preconceived assumption. No. I want a fair fight. That sounded like trouble. I was confident I could make my debut anyway. I had no intention of committing wrongdoing just to secure an easy path. Then what do you want? I don't want anything in particular. Oh, of course the perpetrator's departure is the bare minimum. If I must say, I think it would be best to maintain the current state. This state, where my reputation isn't tarnished by unnecessary edits. There's no need for me to endure the continuation of a program that insults me. From now on, if any conflicts arise, make sure to put some serious thought into the editing. If the editing drags me down, I'll grab your hair and drag you down with me. This was what I meant. As I spoke with a wide smile, the main PD gaped at me, looking stunned. It seemed like he thought I was going to ask for something huge. You shouldn't be greedy. I had a principle. The threat must be clear and definite, but the demand should not cause significant harm to the other party while being clearly beneficial to me. That way, there won't be any repercussions. Well, if there were any additional things to be upset about besides the editing, I was thinking of coming back and giving them a piece of my mind. I noticed during the first round rankings announcement, it seems like you're slowly starting to create a conflict against me. The main PD flinched. As expected. Being close to the unbeatable #1 position was an element that satisfied my fans, but from the program's perspective, it was undeniably boring. It was apparent they were trying to pull a sneaky trick, so it was necessary to put the brakes on. I will defend this unbeatable position until the end. My life had always been like this. Are you saying to edit it in a way that is favorable to trainee Han Seungbeom? If you put it that exaggeratedly, it puts me in a difficult position. I'm sure you've received a lot of requests from agency CEOs like this, right? Please make sure to present our child nicely. For me too, if you think just to that extent, it will be fine. Absolutely don't think of it to that extent. Always keep it in mind and tremble. I'll kill you all. I smiled brightly and held out my hand to the main PD. Shall we shake hands? For the sake of our warm coexistence. Yes. As soon as I walked out of the brief conversation with the PD, I started running like a madman. My life. I felt a bit awkward doing this, considering how I'd been trying to maintain all the airs and graces. But now was not the time to be concerned about my image. Please don't choose a Prism song. Please. Please, don't let it be a Prism song. The second mission was different from the first, and the trainees chose the songs themselves. I assumed a team filled with such hardworking and mild-mannered people wouldn't go out of their way to take risks. But then again, you would never know, would you? Although it seemed easy and comfortable to listen to, when you actually sang it yourself, there were countless songs that were difficult. Trainees, with their lack of experience, often made disastrous song choices. This happened because they failed to properly assess their own abilities as well as the abilities of others. I was planning to just deal with Frick and intervene in the song selection from the start. I really never imagined that I would faint like that. Ha! Hyung, look at this. A junior group covered our song. The Cursed Domination. There's a comment saying they were the ones dominated instead. Ha! Be quiet. Don't laugh at someone else's performance. How can I not laugh when they've ruined our song like this? If they had chosen a song from a group like Prism, who competed head-on with skills, they would have been walking down the path of self-destruction. This is crazy. I'm going through all this trouble because I'm performing with these chicks. You might think that simply avoiding it would be enough. In fact, the production team didn't include our song in the song list for the first mission. The problem was that most trainees entered this industry because they admired the highly skilled seniors. I opened the door to the practice room, praying that they hadn't chosen our song out of admiration. Sorry, I'm late. Lida. Seungbeom. Seeing them lined up in front of the mirror, it seemed like they were practicing well without slacking off. The members, who turned their heads like meerkats, flashed bright smiles and ran toward me. I'm so glad you came back safe and sound. I was really shocked when you suddenly collapsed. Are you feeling better? Hyuk, Hohuk, Uhyu, Lida. Stop it. Stop. Zen was crying, holding onto my leg without even being able to speak properly. I forced the useless guy off me and patted his head, comforting him like a puppy. Are nu empty set BS. How far has the progress gone? The production team asked us to submit the song quickly, so we decided on one for now. We were currently just learning the choreography for that song. What song did you choose? Not Prism. Not Prism. Not Prism. I cautiously asked for the song, hoping it wasn't by Prism. It's Motorcycle by Cracky Seniors. Ah. With Woo Kangwon's pleasant words, a wave of pleasure rushed through my brain. All the worries I had about the song selection throughout the day seemed like a lie. Wow. This is crazy. I liked Motorcycle. A lot. There was a time when I was planning a song that utilized motorcycles, but a junior group released it first, so I wiped away my tears and threw the idea away. This motorcycle was a song released by that junior group. Since I was trying to maintain my cool senior image, I was in a distress because I couldn't even do a cover stage of those adorable guys' song. Point 1. My complicated head turned into a flower garden in an instant. Our members have good physiques, so I thought a wild concept would be good. I pushed for it. Hyung, you are the best, Hyung. Yes, thank you. Seungbeom, you're really a cool kid too. I couldn't contain my joy and clung to his broad back, and Wukong-won, laughing softly, patted my head. But I'm a little worried about the stage direction. It seems like the stage budget will be quite high. Do you think the production team will approve it? If that's the problem, don't worry. I'll do my best to make up for the time I missed at the beginning. I'm Han Seungbeom, 20 years old. My specialty was ripping off the production team. Forcing myself to hold back the ideas that were already bubbling up, I calmly continued with the questions. How far has the choreography progressed? We've finished the choreography for the first verse. We've only been practicing for a day, so we haven't even touched the formations. I think the other teams are in a similar situation. Isn't this fine? I was very blessed to be in the same group as Wukong-won. It seemed like he had led the members, who were anxious in my absence, and conducted the practice very skillfully. Then, since the choreography for the second verse is similar to the first, we should be able to finish all the choreography by today. I don't think we'll have time for the second verse after I teach you all the choreography. I stopped dead in my tracks and stared at Wukong-won. What are you talking about? You guys will keep moving forward with the choreography for the second verse, Hyung. It was absurd to think they would waste the time to teach me the choreography. If I practiced on my own by watching the choreography videos, I could finish it before the other members complete the choreography for the second verse. What are you going to do then? A member, his eyes wide open, asked. An hour is enough for me. I'll finish it all by then. Then, I took the tablet from Zen's hand and started watching the choreography video. The members were blankly staring at me. Feeling awkward in the strange silence, I lifted my head and urged the members on. Why are you just watching me? Start. I've finished the choreography for now, but can you show me what you've practiced so far? I finished the choreography in less than an hour and went to stand in front of the mirror. First, I checked the choreography the members had learned, and then I had to catch the details that were wrong and match the sharp synchronization. At this stage, we can't plan the formations yet. As I had expected, we shouldn't have progressed to the formations at this point. It was better to set aside the formations for now and focus on improving the quality of the movements first. Are you done already? Yeah. The members, who had been practicing in front of the mirror, wiped their sweat and gathered together. Then, they huddled and started whispering among themselves. I thought he was just bluffing. I never imagined he could actually pull it off. We practiced all day long like crazy to learn it, but he's catching up this quickly. What an unfair world. This is the genius I've been hearing about. Lida, you're the best. I have faith in you. As I had said many times, learning the choreography quickly was not exactly something to brag about. What mattered was how well you performed on the actual stage. However, our rookie trainees here seemed to be simply amazed that I was able to finish learning the choreography so quickly. I'm going to play the song now. You have to dance like you're really on the stage. Yes. I'll show you how hard we practiced. I sat in front of the mirror and played the music using the tablet connected to the speaker via Bluetooth. Engine, on, light, on. Broom broom. Everyone, gather here. Let's go. Start the engine, see the blue light, let's go. Let's ride without fear. As far as we can go. As far as we can go. Moto motorcycle. Won't you enjoy the wind with me? Overall, it's not bad. They're not cutting corners either. The trainees in front of me started dancing hard to the song. It seemed that Wukong-won took the lead in teaching the choreography. Even though they couldn't follow all the details of Wu Kangwon's S-class level, the angles of the joints and the parts where they applied force were all very similar to Wu Kangwon's. Wu Kangwon's main skill is dance. He taught them well. Since I planned to take it lightly anyway, I didn't want to nitpick as much as possible. However, there was one problem that I couldn't ignore. Lita, what do you think? I worked really hard. Although it was partially because I had given him a heads up, Wu Kangwon basically had a good eye. He was able to spot trainees with solid basics, even if they had a low ranking. There was only one member that Wu Kangwon didn't choose on his own. Oh, did you work hard? That's right. It's a cool concept, and I wanted to do well, so I practiced all night. It was Zen. Zen, who joined the team last, still hadn't resolved the pronunciation issue, and his dance skills were sloppy. In particular, his hand movements were noticeably awkward. It seemed to be true that he had practiced hard. He didn't hesitate to perform the choreography, and he even mimicked the lyrics with his mouth. I can't say anything to the guy who practiced all night. However, I couldn't ignore that there was still a sense of awkwardness in his performance. This was inevitable, really. It seemed like Zen hadn't received proper training. Last time, I used choreography with rhythmic movements to erase as much of the awkwardness as possible, but when it came to this professional-level choreography, it was a disaster. What should I do with this child? Yeah, you worked hard. All trainees, please gather. We'll be moving to the gym. As I was deep in thought about Zen's dance skills, a staff cracked open the practice room door, said a brief word, and quickly left. They didn't explain at all why we were moving to the gym. All of a sudden. What's the point in being flustered? Let's go. Alright, the trainees who have entered, please stand by team for the second mission. As we moved to the gymnasium following the staff's instructions, MC Yang Hajun was standing on stage. He was pinching between his eyebrows with his fingers, which meant he had probably received another ridiculous script today. What's going on? We didn't receive any notice of an event. We just had a mini sports day not long ago, so I thought we wouldn't do anything until the second mission was over. Distracted by the unplanned event, the trainees chatted amongst themselves. I couldn't be sure, but seeing that they instructed us to wear the official uniforms, it didn't seem like a trivial event. Those damn production team. I had a vague idea. The more I thought about it, the worse I felt. The main PD, who confirmed that all the trainees had entered, nodded to Yang Hajun. Receiving the signal, Yang Hajun took a deep breath, as if his heart was heavy, and began reading from the script. Hello, trainees. Have you been preparing well for the second mission? Yes. I'm glad to hear that. But, everyone, in the euphoria of finishing the first mission, haven't you forgotten something? What? What did we forget? The trainees began to murmur among themselves. Following the instructions of the production team, who seemed happy filming this scene, Yang Hajun delivered the next line from the script. The second ranking announcement ceremony and the announcement of the first eliminations. The air in the gymnasium, which had been buzzing with anticipation, instantly turned cold. Those words meant that some of the trainees who had been working hard preparing and practicing for the second mission performance would be sent home. The trainees had assumed that the reason the ranking announcement ceremony had not yet been held was to give another chance to those who had not yet gained attention. The production team wouldn't have been so considerate. They simply chose this order to create a more dramatic scene for the broadcast. The reason I hadn't planned the stage formations today was precisely because of this. F***K, if this was the plan, why bother keeping the kids here for practice? It's just giving them false hope. From now on, I will announce the eliminated trainees. Motorcycle team, please come up to the stage. As we stepped onto the stage, the lights illuminating the entire stage went out. As the lights went out, Yang Hajun approached and patted the back of the trainee standing next to me. He seemed to feel guilty. This is ominous. My team consisted mainly of trainees who were easygoing and had sufficient skills to blend in. In other words, they were the ones who didn't get much screen time. It was not a good sign that Yang Hajun, who knew the entire script, was reacting like that. Bang! With a loud sound effect, a pin light fell on some specific trainee's head. The trainees at risk of elimination from the motorcycle team are the 4 under the spotlight. There are 8 members, and half of them are about to be eliminated. This is crazy. The trainees at risk of elimination from the motorcycle team are the 4 under the spotlight. 4. Woo Kang-won opened his mouth, clearly showing his bewilderment at the shocking announcement. Wow, what are they going to do? If there are 4 people, aren't they going to lose almost half? Whispering voices were heard from below the stage. I didn't get why they're making such a fuss, since they would soon be called up here to face the same thing. Well, there probably isn't any team with as many members at risk of elimination as ours, so I guess it's to be expected. Half. I sighed. The numbers were actually a bit more alarming than I expected. I roughly calculated the number of first-round eliminations from the previous season, and it seemed like we had more than any other team. It would be troublesome if so many people got eliminated like this. If the number of members had changed too much, it would have been difficult to reference the original artists' formations, and the members would have a hard time digesting their parts. There could have been issues with the mental aspect as well. With half of the members gone, there were few who could afford to joke around. Hey, guys. Look, even Woo Kang-won's face was already pale. The trainees who were marked for elimination had already closed their mouths. Oh. I couldn't figure out what was in Zen's head. After calmly assessing the situation, I felt terrible. I stared at the main PD and gave a faint smile. Are you out of your mind? The main PD pretended not to see my glare and bowed his head deeply. What's the point of being cautious now? Seriously, just go for it. Well, the content of the broadcast was probably planned in advance. They couldn't have changed it just because of me. Survival programs must include an element of reversal, and it's necessary to constantly impose challenges on the participants to create dramatic situations. No matter how much the public might shout that they wanted to see a good-natured competition, you shouldn't have naively believed that. If you planned a broadcast based on what the viewers said, that broadcast would bound to fail. Well, no viewer is going to openly say things like they have a trashy taste for shows that are vulgar and provocative. So, go ahead and trample on each other, fight dirty, and beat each other up. For Survive Idol to maintain its current level of popularity, it needed to constantly feature provocative material. Therefore, I had no intention of imposing any restrictions on making the broadcast itself deliberately crude. But this is beyond crude, this is just way too much. It was seriously annoying. It felt like they were playing with children's lives. Following the script, Yang Ha-jeon spoke to the eliminated trainee closest to him. Trainee Kim Yo-young, who has been marked as a trainee at risk of elimination, how do you feel right now? I knew my rank was low, so I had prepared myself to some extent. I honestly didn't expect the announcement to come today. I was hoping that I could make it through to the second mission. My team member answered Yang Ha-jeon's question with a halting, forced answer. Are a Nigerian naira empty set s? If you grabbed someone whose mind was already in turmoil and interviewed them, you could only get such answers. Perhaps the production team actually wanted that kind of response. If you were to be eliminated, what would you like to say to the members? Yang Ha-jeon, who looked as if he had already reached enlightenment, smiled like a Buddha and asked the scripted question. Then, the member who had a fairly sturdy build, though not as much as Woo Kang-won, suddenly began to breathe heavily. Hyuk. We prepared so hard together, but I was lacking a lot, Hyuk. I'm sorry. Are you crying? Ho-hung, Yo-young. Don't cry. Ugh, ho-hoo. As the guy holding the microphone sniffled, the crying spread to the other members. In the middle of it all, I couldn't cry with them, nor could I laugh. I just stood there like a stone statue. We practiced so hard, Hyuk, and this is how it ends. That's ridiculous. If it ends like this, I will trash the main PD. They're not the eliminated trainees, they're the ones at risk of being eliminated. There must be a reason why they didn't call out the eliminated trainees right away. They must have done something audacious related to the eliminated trainee. Yes, I've heard your thoughts carefully. First, the motorcycle team, please get off the stage. Ha! The members who had already been on the verge of tears suddenly stopped at Yang Hajuan's comment. Their faces showed complete confusion, as if they couldn't understand why they were being told to get down the stage when they were all ready to cry. Should we go down? Us? Yes, you can go down. Yes, go down. I dragged the members who didn't understand the situation off the stage. Even after we got off the stage, the members were still holding each other in a daze, unable to come to their senses. Huh? Are we not eliminated yet? Yes, you're not. Oh. I see. Good. Apparently, the shock was too great for proper thinking to function. Leaving the dumbfounded members on the floor, I calmly looked up at the stage. Next, I will announce the trainees at the risk of elimination from the very team. The announcement of trainees at risk of elimination would continue from now on. The trainees at risk of elimination from each team were announced sequentially according to the script prepared by the production team, and eventually, the entire process reached the last team. There are more trainees at risk of elimination than I expected. Yeah, it's not as many as us, but definitely way more than the first-round elimination candidates from last season. Hyulhook, so that means not all the trainees at risk of elimination will be eliminated. Yes, so stop crying. I was finally able to have a normal conversation with the members who had finally regained their human intelligence. Seungbeom is always calm and doesn't even get flustered. I'm jealous. As I had expected, the trainees at risk of elimination wouldn't be eliminated just like this. There would probably be some sort of revival process with certain conditions. The members of this team are too valuable to let go like this. They might have been too mild to stand out in a survival program, but if they had debuted as ordinary idols, they seemed like they would have done quite well. I was willing to take risks if it meant saving these guys. Since I had been continuously ranking first, if I took first place again too easily, the viewers might get really tired of it. Since words like, the winner is going to be Han Seungbeom anyway, were already going around, shouldn't I at least do something as extreme as a somersault off a cliff? Now, I've announced the number of trainees at risk of elimination for all teams. There's a reason why I didn't tell you right away which trainees are confirmed to be eliminated. All the trainees went down the stage, and only Yang Hajuan remained under the spotlight on the stage. Then, all the other lights went out. After announcing the trainees who were supposed to be eliminated and creating a dramatic atmosphere, the following developments were predictable. Survive Idol is structured as a competition where viewers bet on you. But what if you were to bet on yourselves? What, there's something like that. At the words that seemed to offer a possibility, a spark of hope began to appear on the faces of the trainees at risk of elimination. Yeah. You're talking about the trainee revival system for those at risk of elimination. It was as expected. I nodded and waited for Yang Hajuan to continue. Each team has a member with the highest number of votes, right? Yes. The trainee in question, as a betting player, is given the authority to choose as many of their team's trainees at risk of elimination as they want, allowing those trainees to continue with the second mission. I doubted my ears for a moment. Why was the member with the highest votes suddenly being mentioned here? There is only one condition required for the revival of the trainees at risk of elimination, it's to achieve the target ranking. Following Yang Hajuan's comment, image explanations about the gamble system were quickly displayed on the screen above the stage. If you want to revive 4 trainees, the team will have to place first in the team competition in the second mission, you have to place second for 3 trainees, place third for 2 trainees, and place fourth for 1 trainee. In short, if you want to save a lot of trainees, you need to get a high ranking in the second mission. And what if you failed? It was ominous. The trainee with the highest number of votes would decide the revival, so if they failed to achieve the target ranking, it was clear who would bear the cost. If a team achieves a ranking lower than the target ranking they bet on, the trainee player who placed the bet will lose 50% of the votes they earned. As expected, the cost bearer was me. I calmly massaged the stiff back of my neck with my palm as my blood pressure soared. So in the end, you're saying I have to sacrifice myself to save our team. You have 15 minutes to discuss with your team members. Start. There was no need for the kindness of giving time to discuss when there was only one person who would suffer a loss. Ha! As soon as the time for discussion was given, the gymnasium became a battleground. Please, we can do well. Can't we just take the second place? Please save me. The main content of the noise was the trainee at risk of elimination begging the trainee with the most votes. It's a system that's perfect for fueling conflict. I had hoped to push through with the performance, but the risk is greater than I anticipated. The problem was how many trainees I should save. While I was contemplating about it, the members approached me. Seungbeom, are you feeling stressed out? This child. Are you okay? I thought they had come to force me into sacrifice like the members of the other team, but they just rubbed the tip of my nose and gently patted my head. Huh. I got goosebumps from head to toe and stiffened. You're trying to shoulder too much on your own, for such a weak child. We're older than you. Lean on us. We understand how you feel. What is this nonsense? What is this, a scene from a youth drama? A guy as green as a newly sprouted leaf, a relief crop one, was touching my head. Touching my head. My head that was born as an older brother and lived as a senior. What a beautiful story. Even Zen was clinging to my back, tears streaming down his face. For a moment, I suspected it was a clever trick for reverse psychology. But their eyes were too pure. I didn't spend much time with the members. In fact, I should be the one to be blamed for joining the practice halfway through, so I couldn't understand why they were worrying about me like this. What the hell is wrong with these guys? I couldn't tell if it was simply because these guys' personalities were too good, or if something had happened while I was collapsed. It doesn't benefit you at all, so I don't think it's right for you to bear the loss just because of us. No matter what decision you make, we won't resent you, we'll never do that. So don't bet on it, Seungbeom. If we get eliminated now, it means our abilities were lacking that much. Don't feel pressured, make the best choice for you. It's okay. You don't need to worry about what others think. The members, with eyes that were moist and devoid of any ill intentions, looked at me with warm gazes. One of them even gave me a thumbs up and smiled. The atmosphere was so heartwarming, it felt like it could use a little extra bubble effect. I understood everything in this moment. Why the screen time of these relief crops was in such a poor state. Why was the camera director of our team following me around too often? These guys are F-King pushovers. I had already seen how hard they've been preparing, even in such a chaotic situation, and what kind of faces they had as they practiced. What do you mean it's okay? You said you practiced all night. And coming from the same kids who were crying about not being able to perform just 15 minutes ago, the credibility of those words was zero. I gritted my teeth and opened my mouth. Who says so? Then, the members tilted their heads, looking dumbfounded. Who says you're allowed to get eliminated? Huh. We're all going to the second mission, without exception. I don't need the members' opinions. Because that's what I wanted to do. Shut up and leech off me, you pushovers. After a noisy day with the introduction of the gamble system, the next day came without delay. Wu Kongwon is still sleeping. I have time left. I pushed myself up despite my tiredness, even though it was still early in the morning, before the official practice time. I should do some searching. At the end of yesterday's episode, there was a very short trailer about the introduction of the gamble system. It was a system that had never been done before, so it was necessary to see how the public would react to it. And I also needed to see how the public would react to the members. I have to take those bulky losers and make sure our team gets the first place at any cost. Lee Wei-young's team was the so-called Avengers team. Unlike Wu Kongwon, who selected members by also considering their personalities, Lee Wei-young simply chose trainees who were popular and would help with the overall votes. Not a chance, you cheeky Nicholas Wei-young Lee. The original Avengers team being destroyed by a team of nobodies was a trope in survival programs, and I needed to claim that famous scene even if I would die trying. Comfortably leaning on the sofa, I grabbed Du Yutae's tablet and started using it. Usually, he kept it close to him to check fan reactions, but today the tablet seemed to have been left abandoned on the table. Let's see the community reaction first. Community reactions tended to be more anonymous, so there were a lot of weirdos, but at the same time, raw and direct comments were exchanged. If you wanted to get clear reactions without any filters, it's more suitable to check the community. When I clicked on the most popular post, I saw an image that had been screenshot from the trailer, where a scene featuring another team was zoomed in to highlight the part with our team. Based on their positions and the camera angle, it looks like this scene is right after Han Seungbeom announced how many people he would revive, but the kids are all hugging him. Did Seungbeom really say he would save everyone? It's so heartwarming. A captain never abandons the ship. This is crazy. I'm so immersed in this. They look like penguins huddled together. Look at their size. Are those penguins or polar bears? No way, the captain is so tiny. How did this happen? He was such a manly man when he was next to Danby. Anyone who's next to Wukongwon looks like that, it can't be helped. 22, the smallest one, Han Seungbeom, is around 180 centimeters LOL. At this point, isn't this abuse to Han Seungbeom? The other kids are so muscular, it's driving me crazy. The motorcycle gang team's physicals are insane. It really came out as tiny as a bean. How did you find it? As the person who wrote the post said, the captured scene was indeed at the point when our betting had ended. Those guys who were as big as Namsan 1 rushed at me all at once, so I really thought I was going to die. My fans' reactions are better than I thought. To be honest, I got annoyed with the members living like pushovers, so in a fit of anger, I made a bold bet. But that wasn't the whole story. After all, the risk was just too high. A with ring above BS. Aren't those team members just pretending to be strong? The captain must have had a plan and chose to revive them all. I trusted the captain. You're calling a mere trainee captain LOL. It's a heretic. / Cut this bastard down. It's a heretic. / Cut this bastard down. It's a heretic. / A reckless person spraying water on a knife. GIF. The nickname fans gave me was Captain, and it seemed that I was perceived as someone who boldly took on any task and had a great sense of responsibility. Everyone has fallen for my wicked schemes. Haha. Idols were virtually the same as image battles. A solid character soon became attractive and attracted people. It seemed like I had built up an image of an alleyway captain. Then, in this case, if I prioritize my own survival and abandon my members, it would ultimately destroy the image fans had of me. Therefore, my decision was the right one. All Han Seungbeom's fans are lunatics. Amen. Amen, 2. Amen, 3. No, seriously, why are you guys like this? He's gone beyond being a captain, this is at level of a religion. Heretic. 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 I didn't know why this was happening. Next, I had to see the reaction of the members. I guess I should focus on Zen. To put it simply, I was most worried about Nagi Zen. The other members probably remained in a state of indifference, with neither praise nor criticism, due to their low recognition, but for Zen, reactions of various kinds were starting to emerge. But are Japanese people normally like that, with their heads kind of in Andromeda too? This is the first time I'm getting interested in a Japanese member, but he's just standing there dumbly like a goblin. Hello. I'm Japanese. I'm sorry if the sentences are weird because I'm using translation. It's rare. People like him. He's just particularly weird. Zen started gaining a larger fanbase after showcasing a quirky and eccentric personality during the first competition, along with becoming a trending topic on SNS as a snake-like idol. Nagi Zen is cute. I haven't picked a bias 3 yet, but for now, I'm eyeing him. He seems kind of good. Even so, he only got through the last mission without criticism because of Han Seungbeom's support. When you watch the fan cam, you can see he's a bit clumsy, so the next mission is likely to be a real challenge for him. 22 ha ha ha, and you know, physiognomy is science. He looks like he's about to cause some trouble soon. Just go on your way, damn it, why come over to someone who's eating deliciously and be like, ugh. Ugh. This must taste terrible. WTF you're doing? Mods, this jerk is ruining the atmosphere, ban them. And as recognition increased, sharp negative opinions seemed to appear in the mix of the various responses to him. It seems like there are people who have figured out Zen's skills are still lacking. Now was the perfect time to escape before the image of lacking skill became firmly established. There were no analysis videos on NeoTube yet. If he didn't get through this properly, the public would analyze and criticize every single movement, even slowing it down frame by frame. If people look at you with such a nitpicking mindset, no matter how much you grow, there will always be something to criticize, unless you're the main dancer. The person in question, Zen, likely wasn't thinking about this even for a second. But I strangely got involved in a lot of things with Zen, so I had a lot on my mind. Ouch, my head. I scrolled down further, clutching my head that was throbbing from a headache. I almost broke my head because I couldn't understand what the gambling system was about. They made the rules so damn complicated just to make a concept. Am I the only one who doesn't get it? That's because you're a total dumbass. Ah haha, hit gently. You're making it worse by hitting me like that. Our magnificent top two are so tolerant, they even embrace dumbass. Those two would probably kill me first if they found out I'm a dumbass, ha 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 ha. No, putting aside how complicated it is, what's the point of the national vote if this happens? I worked my ass off to vote, but now it looks like half of it is going to be wasted, damn. My baby is too kind, I think he'll end up betting out of pressure. Real. I'm literally praying right now. Please, I hope my kid didn't bet. Honestly, only Han Seungbeom fans and Lee Hwa-young fans aren't worried right now, Anyway, Han Seungbeom is going to take first place, so there's no risk for him, and Lee Hwa-young only picked well-known trainees, so there are no trainees at risk of elimination, lol. Can you believe this? What nonsense is this? Han Seungbeom's fans are worried too, you know. Stop trying to pit us against each other. There seem to be a lot of complaints about the new system. They went all out in voting, but if their chosen trainee bet to save the team members and end up getting eliminated, it's something that would seriously piss off the fans. The stakes are too high to make a bet just for the sake of good image. Therefore, the most efficient choice was to objectively assess the team's potential based on the practice done over the course of one day, and then choose the safest option for the number of trainees to be saved. That's exactly what Do Yutae did. Trainee Do Yutae, would you like to bet? Yes, I'll make a bet. Please tell me how many trainees you're betting on. 1 trainee. Then you'll have to win 4th place in the second mission. Are you confident? I'll do my best. Since Do Yutae is in the team, they'll be able to place 4th or higher. Thud. Tuck. While I was lost in thought, a strange sound came from the bathroom. I sighed as I put the tablet on the table. I didn't think it was the right time to be searching. As I walked to the door, I could distinguish that the muffled sound was the sound of something rattling, like a toilet lid being opened and closed repeatedly. Knock. I knocked a couple times. Do Yutae, open the door. There was no answer. It looked like he was pretending he wasn't in the bathroom. It was a foolish thing to do. The reason I woke up earlier than planned in the first place was because of the sound of Do Yutae tossing and turning in bed. He's not even a chicken that only hides its head, for. I already knew he'd gone into the bathroom. I had 2 roommates and Wukong was sleeping, so if it wasn't Do Yutae in the bathroom, then who was it? I was going to wait for him to get himself under control and come out, but the gagging sounds coming from inside were getting alarming. Do Yutae, I know you're inside. The doorknob moved slightly. He seemed to be hesitating with his hand resting on the doorknob. I knew this would happen. The problem I was worried about has occurred. When the discussion time was given, Do Yutae's team was the first to become noisy as soon as the 15-minute time limit began. Apparently, all the members except Do Yutae were said to be close friends. I remembered frowning at the commotion caused by them. They were forcing him to make a bet. At that moment, I made eye contact with Do Yutae. And I shook my head, clearly said this to Do Yutae. Don't bet. Assuming that the first and second place spots were already taken by my team and Lee Wei-young's team, the remaining spots were third and fourth. But even for that, there were too many competitors. So realistically, the most possible ranking would have been fourth. In other words, only one person could have been saved. Do Yutae's team has 2 trainees at risk of elimination, so rather than saving just one of them, it would be better to draw the line and not bet at all. But he didn't listen to me and chose to bet. To one trainee. He probably thought it would be better to save at least one person. That kid is just too kind. Everyone knew that choosing to save at least one person was more reasonable than choosing not to save anyone. However, in reality, it didn't matter which choice was more reasonable. Because the human heart doesn't operate on reasonability alone. Bam! Hyung, why did you wake up so early? You're like a grandfather. Ha! Did I use the bathroom for too long? Oh, I guess I just created a monster. Do Yutae, who opened the door late, smiled brightly and said. He smelled of cold mint. The corners of his eyes were red and watery. It meant that he had vomited, not the usual empty gagging, but a proper vomit. I stopped the guy who was casually trying to pass by me. Don't try to fool me. It won't work. Don't try to fool me. It won't work. The corners of his mouth, which had curved gently in response to my firm words, briefly twisted and then returned to their original shape as if nothing had happened. Is it because the members of your second mission team? Hyung, I'm really fine. When I asked about the cause of the issue, an unexpected answer came back. Another lie. That wasn't the truth either. There was no way he was okay. Do Yutae was absolutely not the type of person to be ostracized anywhere, but it was clear to everyone that he was an outcast among his teammates. After observing Do Yutae's team, I found that an excessively strong bond had already formed among them, but excluding Do Yutae. Why did you revive me? At this point, I'd rather just quit. Even if I shamelessly survive on my own and perform on stage, it's not enjoyable at all. What criteria did you use to decide who to save? Are you really that good to the point where you can decide someone's elimination? I told you we should save both of them. Was the votes that precious to you? You have plenty of votes. You have more than enough. But was it really that precious that you eliminated him? Your fans loved you because they thought you were kind. Do you think they'll still love you the same way once they find out that you are this kind of person? You're talking about quitting. You can't even speak up in front of your agency staff because you're shaking in fear. As a result of using my ability on Do Yutae's team members, that kind of topic was never brought up in the first place. It only made me let out a hollow laugh. It's so obvious they're wrapped up in their own little world, thinking they're so bonded that they should cherish each other. It seemed like he was overly immersed in the image of losing a friend and falling into sadness, showing an emotional side even in front of the camera and saying things he shouldn't have said to Do Yutae without hesitation. Anyway, since they ended up falling into the trap of the betting system as the producer team wanted, they had to be prepared for the evil editing to some extent. As I stood silently against the wall, the excuses flowed out of him. Everyone is kind and good people, but it's just that they weren't lucky, which is why things turned out this way. I believe that if they just gather their thoughts a little more, everything will be okay. I didn't say anything. The fact that he talked endlessly alone about something that wasn't even asked was likely not because he truly thought that way, but rather because of anxiety. A with a cute epsilon. He can't change his team members even if he tries to deny it. I struggled with whether it would be better to tell this guy who was trying to hold on to some hope the harsh reality, or to let him at least find some way to rationalize it. I heard that kids these days are really delicate. I lightly tapped my fist against the wall I was leaning on, almost like knocking. At that, Do Yutae shifted his gaze to my face. If you need help, tell me clearly that you need help. I'll help you. How? You know, what method works best on those kinds of people? There was a fixed method to make someone who was absorbed in a certain aspect of themselves come to their senses. You just have to give them a reality check. How ugly they were, how worthless they were. Is this really the time to play friendship games? If you can't do it, I'll do it for you. By the way, if we use the method you suggested, Hyung, will the members be able to get along well in the future? For a moment, I thought I'd misheard. Shouldn't I make it so they couldn't walk around without hanging their heads in shame? I wasn't a very good person. The distinction between what was mine and everything else was clear, and I was determined to eliminate by any means necessary anyone who dared to touch what was mine. What are you talking about? I'm doing it to make it impossible. When I honestly denied it, Do Yutae raised his eyebrows dramatically and stuck out his beak-like lips. I don't like it. It's scary. Scary? People who are ruthless like you, Hyung, can just get rid of people and keep going, but an ordinary citizen like me can't do that. Wah! If something bad happens to those people because of me, I won't be able to sleep. Finally, as if giving up on his insistence on pretending to be okay in front of me, Do Yutae whined and started crying his eyes out, just as usual. You can't sleep even now, you brat. You're still saying that you're fine with those bloodshot eyes. I won't be able to sleep anymore. Not at all. Do Yutae was the type of person who, after saying everything he needed to say to others, would end up having nightmares and feeling guilty. I knew what answer he was going to give in this situation. I can't just knock down everything simply because I find it frustrating, can I? This is really the song for the second mission that your team chose. It was clearly a song by Prism Seniors. Yes. You know better. There's a limit to what you guys can handle at the trainee level. But do you think you can do it when the team is so scattered? They're in a situation where their combined efforts would never be enough, yet their teamwork was so scattered. It was a hopeless situation. What you said you would do, Hyung. It's not just a matter of everyone scattering, it's almost like you're setting off a bomb. It would be better for the team if we get rid of the person who's ruining the atmosphere. Ah, that's enough. That's enough. You ruthless person. Do Yutae quickly covered my mouth. It seemed like he knew what I was going to say without even hearing it. It's the truth. I removed Do Yutae's hand from my mouth and spoke bluntly. Even if something difficult happens, if I just grit my teeth and push through, eventually it will be bearable. After all, this team is temporary. I just have to endure until the second mission is over. Noticing my crumpled expression, Do Yutae burst out laughing. Hyung, you really worry too much. It's not something to worry about that much. It's just something that will pass. I don't want to rely on you for this one. Then go get some sleep. That way you'll have the energy to practice. You really need to have some self-reflection. I don't want to hear that from you, Hyung. I'm already grown up enough to handle this on my own. So cheeky. As I let out a laugh and lifted my head, I could see the morning sunlight coming through the window. It was time for Wu Kongwon to wake up. It's not helpful to yell or get angry when you're trying to teach someone something. I realized that through my former members. Therefore, I vowed again and again that I would definitely teach the children I encounter in this life with a heart as compassionate as the Buddha's. But why do you vocalize like that? The CEO of our office told me to do it like this. Nong. 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 I'm going crazy. Every time Zen opened his mouth, it was driving me crazy that I could feel a sharp pain in the back of my neck. Compared to the first competition, where he didn't say a word, this was almost a welcome change. But listening to what Zen had to say felt like my brain was being invaded. Why are you clenching your fists like a baby? If you clench your fist tightly, you're halfway there in dancing. This is the philosophy of our office's dance trainer. With a strong fist, exceptional skill follows. Talking nonsense about a strong fist. This wasn't a martial arts school, what the hell did you mean? My strong fists trembled. I had no idea what on earth this guy's agency CEO and dance trainer taught him. Who is your agency's dance trainer? It's my CEO's younger brother. Ah, heavens. I got dizzy and looked up at the ceiling. In the field of arts and sports, once a bad habit sets in, it becomes quite difficult to fix. That's why senior singers were so eager to pursue those raw gems with no bad habits, and it took several years to correct even the smallest of habits. But they're actually teaching bad habits to him. I could tell even without hearing it. The CEO who, unable to fulfill his dream of becoming a singer, started an entertainment company but still couldn't let go of his passion for singing. Meanwhile the younger brother, lacking skills, struggled to find a job unless he was related by blood. They've shown off all sorts of useless arrogance in front of a kid who knows nothing. I assure you, there's a reason why you didn't succeed. There's also a reason why professional work should be left to professionals. Nagi. Lita suddenly calls me by my surname. I think this is how Koreans cut someone off. Kangwon-hyung, am I in danger of dying right now? When I called Zen in all seriousness, Zen went behind Woo Kangwon and hid. I'm not sure either. But I think he's pretty angry right now. Please save me. I don't want to die yet. If you don't get out of there right now, the situation you were worried about will really happen. As I glared at the guy menacingly and spoke, he nervously rolled his eyes and hesitantly stepped forward. Woo Kangwon just chuckled. I pointed at the floor with my finger. Then, Zen broke out in a cold sweat and dropped to the floor. Like a puppy being told to lie down. I'm going crazy. Not that. Sit down. No matter how angry I was, I never intended to tell a human to lie down. When I told him clearly to sit down, Zen knelt down with his forehead on the ground. Why couldn't he just sit down normally? Why is he sitting like that? Han Seungbeom is angry. Aha. Ignoring the whispers that reached my ears, I crossed my arms. Zen. Yes, I'm listening. How are your skills right now? Not good enough. Did you neglect your practice? No, I didn't. I worked hard. I really worked hard. The guy, who had been wary, squeezed his eyes shut and spoke. It seemed like he thought I was going to scold him for not practicing hard enough. Yes, you are working hard. I know that well. Then, the problem must be with your practice method. From now on, we need to change that. This can't go on. Do you trust me? I trust you. Can you throw away all your stubbornness and everything else and do exactly as I say? Throw everything away? Zen asked, looking dumbfounded. Yes. Empty everything out and fill it again completely, starting from scratch, in my way. What is there to be afraid of? There's nowhere lower to fall than you are now. I promise you, I will definitely make you shine on this stage. Do you trust me? Zen gulped and nodded determinedly. Strangely, this guy had an immense amount of trust in me. Was it because of the incident with Frick? I smirked, opened my mouth, and then handed over a piece of paper. Get up, then. And fill this out. Outing request form. Outing, request form. He read the words on the paper carefully. Write that you're visiting the hair salon. Are we going to a hair salon? If you wanted to show a dramatic change in something. It would work better if it's accompanied by an external change. I have already decided on the first order of change. Yes, I don't need your opinion. I will transform Zen from head to toe to suit my tastes. Because my taste is the public's taste. First, let's do something about that damn outdated hairstyle. I smiled brightly and pulled on the back of his neck. Then, his long body was dragged up. I lowered the microphone and whispered my plan into his ear. Then, Zen's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed. Oh, pick asterisk chew. That's not it that I had a really hard time after my conversation with Zen. Could you imagine trying to restrain a guy who was acting out, wanting to get beads stuck in his hair at a hair salon? I thought I was going to die of embarrassment. Humans are simpler creatures than we think, and even small changes in the environment or mindset can lead to big transformations. That's why the first thing I did was to change the style. Oh, Seungbeom and Zen. Did you have a great time in the hair salon? Whoa. What's going on? Ah. Who is it? You've really transformed. Seriously, you've transformed. Where did our Zenzen go and where did this fashionista person come from? Seungbeom, can you style me too? The way people around him looked at him also changed. I dragged Zen to the hair salon and packed all of his unbelievable fashion items into a box and sealed it. I told him to keep it as a memory but never to take it out again. After that, it was all practice, practice, practice. I can't believe I'm actually trying to properly raise a chick from scratch. At first, I just thought he'd be the kind of guy I'd cut off once the first mission was over. But as time passed, I started to feel like it would be a shame to let him go to waste. Especially after I'd put so much effort into decorating him. His unique face, tall stature, and husky voice made me feel that there was something different from the idols I had seen so far. If there was at least one person like him in the team, the group would feel unique. Zen was like a rough gemstone. It would take a lot of effort, but if you had the ability to polish it, you could obtain a valuable gem. It wasn't easy, of course. I work hard. I'm confident that I can do well. You're good with that kind of person, right? Please help me practice the dance break. Compared to Lee Danby, who boldly asked for what he wanted, Zen was at the level of a newborn baby. Lita, what should I do today? I will do everything according to Lita's instructions. It was to the point where I had to plan out all the specific practice details. Despite it all, I gritted my teeth and endured. It's true that Lee Danby was exceptionally persistent, but most of the kids didn't even have basic diligence. Zen, on the other hand, was a good kid who was very diligent in practice even though he seemed thoughtless. A beta. It was hard. As I held on to my small and precious patience and carried out the rigorous practice, my team was able to experience meaningful change. The first time, the members were surprised by the change, and second time, the trainees from other teams passing by glanced at us, so it was clear that we had made an impact. And today, for the third time, it was time to surprise the trainers. It was the day of the trainers' midterm evaluation. Let's do our best today for the trainers' midterm evaluation. It feels a bit embarrassing to say it myself, but I think we did well. I want to show our performance soon. The members smiled brightly while eating lunch before the midterm evaluation. It was a good sign if you were more excited than scared on the day of the evaluation, because it meant you had prepared well. Right? I was holding back because I felt a little shy saying that, but we're actually not bad. This is all thanks to Seungbeom for working so hard on the producing. He also did a great job with the stage planning. I replied, barely able to keep the corners of my mouth from arching up in pride. What did I do? It turned out well because you guys worked hard, Hyung. Hey, you're being too modest. Our Captain Han. You're awesome. You're handsome. Are you actually embarrassed right now, Seungbeom? You're kind of cute. The members burst into laughter and joked at my desperate humility displayed in front of the camera. I put down my spoon, rested my chin on both hands, and smiled. That's right, I worked hard. So, I believe my members will do just as well. There won't be any mistakes with the choreography or lyrics. Correct? The members just shut up and started scooping up their food. That's correct. The members, who were excited about the expectations, quickly regained their composure. Actually, I didn't mean to say they shouldn't make a single mistake, but rather that they should have a certain amount of tension. However, they seemed to be more scared than I thought. I'm not a goblin, so why would I get that angry? Of course, I'll let it slide once. Everyone's overreacting. Haha, ho ho, I laughed and put a spoonful of soup in my mouth. And then I thought about it. Can I really let it slide just once? As I pictured it, I could feel irritation slowly rising. If they really made a mistake, I felt like I wouldn't be able to hold back and would do something about it. That's just the way life is. It's better to refrain from lying. First, there's something I need to share with you. While we were sitting together by the wall of the practice room, waiting for the midterm evaluation to begin, Jay got up from his seat and spoke into the microphone. Didn't you sense something was different after the trainers arrived? Trainer Frick Nim. The trainees nodded to indicate they understood what Jay was trying to say and answered that Frick wasn't present. That's right. Trainer Frick isn't here. Unfortunately, Trainer Frick has stepped down from our program due to personal reasons. We trainers feel a bit heavy-hearted to have to share this news with you so suddenly. Jay lowered his gaze, his eyebrows drooping, and spoke with an extremely sorrowful expression. I almost burst out laughing at his pretense. Heavy, my foot. I could vividly recall him raging about destroying Frick, yet here he was, lying so smoothly and nonchalantly. I genuinely wondered who taught him to act like this. Ah, it's me. It was a moment of self-reflection. I raised that child as a fox cub. My mistake. But we will do our best to teach you so that you don't feel the absence of Trainer Frick. So please, don't worry too much. Yes. Yes. And just like that, the topic of Frick's departure was over. If anything, I almost felt sorry for him. The trainees never really liked Frick in the first place, it seems like he was completely hated. It seemed the production team was also quite displeased with Frick causing trouble, especially after they had already squeezed every bit of value out of him. It was blatantly obvious that they had kicked him out without even bothering with a polite goodbye. Well, what could be done? It was the consequences of his own actions. Okay then, from the first order, the motorcycle team, please come out. Jay, who had sat down and looked at the order list, called our team. Since I had a warm conversation with the production staff to adjust the lineup, our team was scheduled to go first. Oh, why is that team going first? We're screwed. Please don't let us be number 2. Please. I really don't want to perform right after them. Sighs were heard from both sides of the room. It seemed like other trainees watched us practice as they came and went, so they reacted that way. What, it's the motorcycle team that everyone's afraid of. Huh. Are they the Avengers team? Why is everyone reacting like this? No. The Avengers are Wei-Young's team. The trainers tilted their heads and expressed their doubts after seeing the trainees' reactions. I put the hood back on Zen's head and reassured him, be confident and do well. I told you this is important. Yes. This time, you need to get a proper reaction from the trainers to change your image. You know what I mean, right? I will make the trainers faint. Today was really important for us. Maybe even more than the actual broadcast. People might think it's fine at first, but if the trainers say it's not good, then they will think it's not. And when people think it's not good, but the trainers react so strongly positive, they start thinking maybe it was actually well done. After finishing all the preparations, I led the members to the center of the evaluation room. Then, I gave a signal in a small voice. 2, 3. Hello. We're the motorcycle team. The vocal trainer, who smiled at the loud greeting, grabbed the microphone. Have you been practicing hard? The members, unable to find an answer to the straightforward question, looked at my face like pigeons. Their expression seemed to say, he'll answer well. Yes, we've worked hard to prepare this performance. I barely held back my laughter, picked up the microphone, and calmly replied. This team's leader is Seungbeom. Seungbeom seems to always be the leader. That's right. But people with leadership skills always end up taking on the role of leader, no matter what. It seems like some people are just naturally talented in that area. I can already see that the members have a lot of trust in their leader, so it's likely that this team is well prepared. The trainers hadn't yet glanced at the document with our positions listed. I placed the L sticker, the leader's mark, in a spot where it wouldn't be visible. In other words, the trainers recognized that I was the leader without being told exactly who the leader was. The trainees from other teams who noticed this started whispering among themselves. Wow, everyone recognizes that Han Seungbeom is the leader just by looking at him. Whoa. They even asked separately who the leader of our team is. Each of these moments would help shape my image. And my goal for this second mission was to establish a solid image of leadership and stage production ability. Yes. Talk more. Thank you very much. I really appreciated them speaking so clearly into the mic, right when the camera was rolling. I wanted to give them a thumbs up, but I couldn't do that. While the trainers were creating a positive atmosphere, Jay was quietly watching me. Oh, shit. He's doing that again. As he scanned my body from head to toe, it seemed like he was checking to see if I had fully recovered. I did my best to avoid his gaze. Looking at this team's stage plan and prop request form, it's already crazy. From just this, it looks like they're preparing for a year-end stage. PD Nim, did you approve this? We received a lot of support. It's the best. Ha. The program must be doing really well. The main PD playfully made the shape of a coin with his fingers, and the trainers laughed out loud. It was fortunate. If he had shown even the slightest hint, I could have turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and eaten the PD alive. As for Seungbeom, he's a trainee I trust, so I have faith in him. I think Kangwon also took good care of the members. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they prepared. Alright, shall we start the performance? Yes. We gave a brief answer and immediately stood in position, adjusting our spacing according to the stage layout. The trainers were already smiling with satisfaction as they watched the members move quickly as if we had made an appointment. First impressions are important. If you lose focus and don't pay proper attention while we're getting ready, it's all over. If that happens, just consider it the day Han Seungbeom loses his mind completely. Yes. We'll move swiftly. It was the moment when the advice I had given the members in advance paid off significantly. When I raised my right hand to send a sign to the production crew, the preparatoire flowed out. On the day of the performance, we planned to use props for the opening of the stage performance. Unfortunately, it was difficult to replicate that in the practice room, so I gave them the appropriate sign to skip it. Vroom. The sound of a motorcycle engine roared past, followed by an adrenaline-pumping buildup. Boom. With the sound of a crash effect, the accompaniment suddenly ceased, and the members took their positions, sitting with their backs to the camera. Through that gap, Zen dramatically threw back his hood, roughly tossed his hair, and jumped towards the center, stepping on the backs of the members with his feet. Ha! The trainers froze in place, their pens slipping from their hands as they took in Zen's appearance. You can support this translation through by, huh? Is that Zen? A few of the more reactive trainers exclaimed, covering their mouths. Not surprisingly, they didn't recognize him. Before I worked on him, Zen's style was a mix of what people typically think of as a Japanese delinquent and a host. His tacky blonde hair, the oddly stubborn wax styling, and the dark eyebrows that didn't match his hair color, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a complete disaster. When I asked if this was a popular style in his home country, Zen said that even in Japan, people avoided him. You idiot, if people are avoiding you, you should think about what the problem is. Sticking to your style is fine. But we're idols. We have to do what people think is cool. So, I took everything away from Zen. It was an inevitable choice. I'm so lucky to have Han Seungbeom's aunt. Please take good care of him. He's a member of my team, but his hair is a complete mess. What? He's a member of Seungbeom's team? Then we absolutely have to do a great job. I requested a two-tone bridge style for Zen at Han Seungbeom's aunt's salon, leaving some of his blonde hair intact while covering the rest in black. The severely damaged hair was restored to a silky, flowing state with a hair treatment that the hair designer poured their soul into. The vibrant hair styled in a half updo was complemented by simple silver tone piercings and accessories that swayed with every movement, making his actions even more dazzling. Juniors, look at this. This is the gangster styling that fans really like. There wasn't a single person who actually liked a real gangster. This is going to be on the air. I brought the camera along to capture everything, from taking Zen to the salon to dressing him in new clothes, all to create the image of someone with good fashion sense. Once the perception of having expertise in fashion is established, it opens up a wide range of opportunities, such as fashion events and muse activities. In recent years, it could have been used as a means to enter the overseas market. However, there were limits to Han Seungbeom's ability to wear clothes well. Han Seungbeom's face is so stunning that it's hard to see his styling. Wasn't this exactly what they call mutual benefit? Zen got the cool styling, and I got the image of having a great fashion sense. Tsutakureruka, 1. A blast of intense beats and sound effects exploded as Zen grinned so coolly you could see his fangs. Zen nailed the killing part, then switched places with me and slipped into the back. It was time to perform the intense choreography in earnest. Engine, on, light, on. Broom broom. Wow. They arranged the choreography to be more difficult. Ah. Han Seungbeom is crazy. The trainers screamed as the dance break unfolded neatly, as if the dancers had become one body. Since there were two main dancer-level members and the overall skill level of the team was high, I modified the choreography to maintain the original artist's moves while making it appear more spectacular. This was a complete turnaround from the first mission where I simplified the choreography. Our Alpha Nigerian Naira Opes. This was the reason why I gave Zen the killing part. As a result of teaching Zen by correcting each and every angle of his joints, he had improved enough to manage most of the choreography, but he was still not at a level where he could participate in high-difficulty choreography. You definitely need to own your scene if you want to be recognized for doing your part. Luckily, our team's concept was a motorcycle, so we were able to emphasize the team's concept around Zen's bad boy vibe. Everyone, gather here. Let's go. Start the engine, see the blue light, let's go. Blow the horn. Let's ride without fear. As far as we can go. As far as we can go. The parts were generally evenly distributed, but Wukongwon was given relatively more parts. One reason was that the mood of the song blended well with Wukongwon's deep voice, and another major factor was that he didn't get easily out of breath even while performing intense choreography. I had some room to spare, but since I took the center position in most of the group choreography, I had to reduce my vocal parts a bit. I don't want to be criticized for taking everything for myself. A humble and well-behaved character like me could get criticized if I steal all the parts like Lee Hwa-young did. Moto motorcycle. I'll show you from now on. A new world. Anywhere you want to go. I can go to the end of the world. I will. Every time the other members performed their parts, the trainers nodded and drew circles on their evaluation sheets. It seemed like we were doing well enough, but that wasn't all. There was still Zen's part left. Broom broom. Make a wild noise. Run without brakes. As soon as Zen opened his mouth, the trainer's eyes widened in surprise. Since the first part had been more like narration, his sudden shift to a completely different vocal style was both unexpected and impressive. The sound Zen was making now has completely shifted 180 degrees from the previously nasal tone to what was known as the electric guitar vocal style. Japanese people are less sensitive to nasal sounds due to the nature of their language, but Korean audiences are different. If you keep this vocal style, you might face criticism about nasal voice and all sorts of other things. If you want to work in Korea, you have to adjust your style to Korean preferences to some extent. What is nasal sound? The sound that resonates from the nose. You and Japanese idols often use that sound. If you overuse it like that, even though you don't have a cold, it becomes tiring for the listener. It also makes your voice sound flat. Half air, half sound, too. Yeah, that's not going to work. It's hard to easily let go of habits built up over time, so instead of consciously removing the nasal sounds, let's focus on consciously using the vocal technique that's in contrast to it. I gave an example using J-pop songs that Zen was likely familiar with, demonstrating how the same part sounds different when using a nasal sound versus when not using it. I had Zen listen to songs by famous rock singers and those with husky voices all day long, and then made him imitate their songs. Start the engine, see the blue light, let's go. Thanks to this training, Zen established a singing style that intentionally rasped his voice to create an electric guitar-like effect, instantly capturing the listener's attention. Since his natural voice was already very husky, not only did he perfectly master this vocal technique, but the nasal sound, which had been one of his original drawbacks, dramatically disappeared. With the intense style, even his slightly awkward pronunciation became almost unnoticeable. Does your throat hurt? It doesn't hurt. Victory through mental strength. If you don't want to have the limit of your mental strength tested right in front of me, answer truthfully. It doesn't hurt at all. I just wanted to say that line. I was wrong. Zen's vocal cords were unbelievably strong, and because there weren't many parts, it was a feasible method. I really like it, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. With Seo Yutae as the top main vocalist, I thought that using Zen's unique voice as a seasoning in between would make the song even more diverse. This was the moment I decided to pick Zen as a member of my future group. Let's run without thinking. Don't worry. Don't hesitate. Moto motorcycle. The cool breeze is surrounding us. Next was the chorus, where the key choreography was also performed, so it was my part. I carried out my part without any issues and then made a camera appeal, looking at the camera awkwardly placed to the left of the trainers. Since this would end up on broadcast anyway, I thought it would be a shame to be too focused on just the evaluation. At that, the trainers let out a forced laugh and rubbed their foreheads with their hands. He's poisonous, this guy. Really, he's born to be center. How many years has this guy been training? How can a trainee be this good? The trainers made a rather sharp remark, questioning whether my experience was just for show. Of course, they probably said it without thinking much about it. I laughed and moved to the next formation. Wrap your arms around my waist and lean on me. But don't close your eyes. Moto motorcycle. You won't want to miss this sight. Running, shouting for freedom over and over again. Thank you. After finishing the song, the members gathered in a line and bowed together to greet. At that, the trainees from the other team, pale-faced, clapped with tears in their eyes. Our performance will probably be considered a legendary stage within the program. My overall evaluation was, it's not bad. But considering I performed with a bunch of squawking chicks, it could be considered a very successful stage. I nodded to the members, who were overwhelmed with excitement. It was a compliment on a job well done. Look at his expression. He's not even worried that we might give harsh feedback. It's obvious. That face is totally thinking, oh, okay. You like it. Oh, I can really feel it. One of the male trainers, who was quite arrogant, pointed a finger at me. Just when my inner old-fashioned self was about to come out, Jay quickly intervened. Huh, you really did well. Even in practice clothes, you look this cool, so just imagine how amazing you'd look dressed properly on stage. You've worked hard. Thank you. I bowed my head as a courtesy and thanked him, and Jay's jaw dropped. That brat. Seungbeom always seems to prepare for his stages perfectly, without anything to criticize. Watching him, it's almost awkward for our trainers because there's nothing to improve, it feels like watching a top idol with a lot of experience. Seungbeom doesn't get nervous, does he? No, he doesn't. I knew it. I'm jealous. I envy him. I want to be like that too. I'm always nervous. I didn't know how to respond to such words, so I just decided to bow my head. And, this time, trainee Zen has made a great improvement. The flaws you used to have are gone, and you're now much easier to watch. Who helped you practice? Practicing. Lita helped me a lot. I had a feeling it was something like that. I could see that you were relying on Seungbeom a lot because you kept following him around. Thank you. I'll follow him harder from now on. Oh my goodness. I got chills down my spine at Zen's resolve as he clenched his fist tightly. He was already sticking to me like glue, but now he said he would follow me even harder. I was already scared. Ha. That's good. And next is trainee Woo Kang-won. Regardless of how I felt, the trainers continued with their evaluations, checking the notes they had written down. I think Kang-won has figured out how to move his body in a way that looks even cooler. You danced well before, but now your style feels clearly defined. The dance lines using your solid physique are really impressive. Thank you. At the dance trainer's compliment, Woo Kang-won bent at a 90-degree angle and looked at me, smiling innocently. Why are you looking at me? If you heard a compliment, you should just be happy by yourself, why are you looking at me? As I searched through my memory, I recalled that he would carefully watch me whenever I danced and ask me to repeat certain moves. I had no intention of taking credit for something he had learned on his own. As I shrugged my shoulders, Woo Kang-won raised his eyebrows and smiled, as if there was no helping it. After that, the praise for the other members and the team as a whole continued. With the midterm evaluation successfully completed, we looked forward to the rehearsal day with excitement. Today was rehearsal day, the day before the actual show. We took the bus and headed to the broadcast station as a group. When we opened the waiting room door and entered, a shocking scene unfolded. Eek! It's broken. It's okay, Miss Ji-young. I brought extra. It seems like the support has increased since the program became a hit. The waiting room was crowded like a battlefield, and all kinds of fancy costumes and props filled the room. Typically, dry rehearsals were conducted without full costumes or makeup. However, since these trainees needed to go through one round of feedback from their trainers, it seemed they were practicing in full gear to get a better sense of the performance. Since the trainees from the team that refused to place bets were eliminated, the number of trainees had significantly decreased, but the waiting room was still cramped. So, I left the waiting room to get some fresh air while waiting for my turn. I'll just have to make it back in time for my turn. After walking aimlessly, I found a perfect resting spot. It was a place where I didn't think a single person would ever come, but I liked it. Jae-hyung, I really can't do this. Hyuk. Hyuk. But then I heard someone's voice nearby. Judging by the occasional sob, it sounded like someone was crying. Jae-hyung. I stopped walking for a moment when I heard a familiar name. What should I do? Hyuk. The voice belonged to Yang Ha-jeon, and the other person he was talking to seemed to be Jae. Hoo, people keep commenting on my Instagram telling me not to mess with children's lives. It's not like I'm the one writing the script. I once overheard the trainees talking. Yang Ha-jeon was an actor who quickly rose to stardom with his warm visuals and beautiful voice and is continuing his successful career. To think that the national opera is going through emotional distress and crying like this. I hurriedly left the scene, knowing it would be troublesome if I got involved. However, without even having 10 minutes of alone time, Yang Ha-jeon walked over to where I was. What the hell? With eyes reddened like a rabbit's, he wiped his eyes with his sleeve and staggered, seeming completely unaware that I was nearby. It was quite pitiful to see him staggering, not even knowing which direction was the right one. Abs. Wouldn't his fans faint if they saw this? He looks fine on the outside, but the inside is even worse than Lee Danby. Oh, I'm sorry. I stood still in place so that he wouldn't have to avoid me, but he still bumped into me. Ugh. My black shirt, which I wore as daily casual wear, was soaked with Yang Ha-jeon's tears. How are you going to survive in this harsh world with such a careless attitude, you brat? I wanted to scold him like that, but since I was a junior now, I held my tongue. I held Yang Ha-jeon's shoulders firmly and straightened his body. Be careful. You'll get hurt. Then, eyes filled with tears stared at me wide-eyed. This must be why they said birds of a feather flock together. His appearance reminded me so much of Jae when he was a child. I lifted the back of my hand and wiped the corner of his eye with my knuckles as I spoke. Don't cry. Stop. Yes. Satisfied with Yang Ha-jeon's dazed response, I patted his back a few times and then started walking away. At that moment, Yang Ha-jeon called out to me in a hesitant voice. Seo Seungbeom. Yes. Fighting. I'll be cheering for you. I wondered what he was going to say, as he called out with such seriousness, but it was just words of encouragement. It was a bit odd for a senior to say to a junior, though. You were feeling so down just a minute ago, and now you're all energetic again. What national opera, you're still acting like a child. Thank you. As I chuckled and spoke, Yang Ha-jeon covered his mouth like a girl and looked at me. Feeling like my face was about to be pierced, I quickly left the place. So cool. It seemed like he was muttering something from behind, but I didn't think it was anything important. You can go down from the stage after listening to the motorcycle team trainer's feedback. Unlike other teams that made a lot of mistakes, our team was able to finish the rehearsal without any problems. The members said they were more nervous watching me in front of the practice room mirror than during the rehearsal itself. Perhaps that kind of mindset helped more than I thought. As we lined up for feedback, the trainers took the microphones one after the other. Trainee Han Seungbeom's face is absolutely insane. He looks like an ice prince. I'm already feeling scared when I think about my face appearing on the broadcast, alternating with his. What should I do? Just accept it. I'm just going to be satisfied with not being caught on camera with Seungbeom. This is a moment when I'm truly grateful for my trainer status. All the trainers showered me with compliments about my face. I was wondering why they were suddenly gushing about something they've seen countless times, and then I realized it was because of my makeup. Thank you. Unlike the official song theme stage, which aimed for a natural look, and the first mission that pursued a cute vibe, this time I had quite intense makeup on. The deep, shadowed makeup intensified Han Seungbeom's icy aura, making him appear almost ethereal, and the gray contacts added a touch of otherworldly charm. It feels like my eyeballs are going to pop out. The dry and dusty stage made my eyes ache, but I could bear it if I could achieve this level of results. The stage direction feels like a year-end award ceremony, so I think the original artists would feel really proud. Once Han Seungbeom takes the lead, it's all game over. And overall, since the average height of the members is quite tall, there's a certain vibe. To be honest, with this concept, no matter how good-looking the faces are, if the height and proportions aren't right, it won't look cool. You really picked the right members. It was obvious. This was exactly why I wanted Wukongwon as a member. That overwhelming presence, born from natural physical attributes, could never be replicated through training. Since we were all over 180 centimeters tall, walking around in a group created the illusion of making everyone around us look small. When they heard the compliments about the team's vibe, the members, who had been standing there looking so cool, broke into silly grins and looked at me disarmingly. Their eyes were asking for more praise. Ugh. When I gave a casual nod, the disappointed ones let out groans of frustration. Their body was so bulky, I had no idea why they were behaving like that. Yeah. So cool. In the end, when I gave them a compliment, they broke into such bright smiles that it felt like you could hear a "sayalala" sound effect. Then, the trainers burst into laughter. Seems like everyone is dying to get a compliment from Seungbeom, huh? Yo Young-ah, do you want to be recognized by Seungbeom? Yes. Ahahaha. Aren't you answering a bit too naively? Yo Young-ah, you were just standing all cool a moment ago. You should stick to the concept. Yes. Charismatic gaze. I'll do my best. Ahahaha. Ah, this guy is really funny. I really like this team. They're the dark horse, but the team chemistry is insane. Since there wasn't much to criticize about our team, it seemed like they were just filling the time with jokes, and the banter kept going. And sensing that we had filled enough time, Jay slowly started to wrap up the atmosphere. The dance and the live performance are both perfect. You've worked hard to prepare. Good job. You can go in now. Thank you. When I entered the waiting room, Do Yutae's team, who had finished their rehearsal earlier, was there. While the other teams looked drained, seeing them constantly chatting made me feel something was strange. They can't be that thoughtless. There was no way they had delivered a satisfactory performance in the trainer's eyes. They must have received harsh criticism, yet they seemed completely unconcerned. Where is Do Yutae? But Do Yutae was nowhere to be seen among the cheerful members. I thought something was off, so I walked up to them and asked, "Where is Do Yutae?" Ha ha ha. When the trainer said, "Why is the stage like this?" I broke into a cold sweat. If you're going to break out in a cold sweat like that, practice harder. Ha ha ha. No, no. The one who should be practicing isn't you, it's Do Yutae. Honestly, the person who sang the worst is definitely him. They were too busy chattering to notice me. I looked around with a refreshing smile. Since ancient times, celebrities have always had to check if cameras were installed before measuring the killing angle. No cameras, no microphones. Okay, let's go. I took a step forward and stuck my head between them. And then, I started my verbal attacks. Who is the worst at what? Han Seungbeom. They opened their mouths in horror as they finally noticed me. I looked straight down at them and said, I think it's funny that you're criticizing an S-class when you can't even get into the A-class. I'm not criticizing. Who are you? If you're an S-class, I should know your face, but I don't recognize you. I ignored their excuses and turned to face the guy who had just been so excitedly insulting Do Yutae. Then, I noticed the name tag around his waist. D-Class, 56th place. Kim Jong-won. It wasn't even funny, but I couldn't help but laugh. It was more of a dumbfounded laugh. It's you. Do Yutae saved you. He saved you from getting eliminated, but now you're just cursing behind his back. That's... Come on, Seungbeom. We're friends, let's not pick on each other like that. The members' meaningless excuses were cut off, and one of the guys in the center of the group approached me. And he casually put his arm around my shoulder. He was someone I had never exchanged a word with before. I looked down at his name tag and saw a leader sticker on it. Song Han Seungbeom, so this guy is the leader of this group. If you're going to defend only Do Yutae like that, it hurts my feelings. I'm your friend too, you know. We're both 20 years old. Cut the crap. It wasn't just a joke to brush off the situation. It was more like a dirty desire. He pretended to be close to Lee Hwa-young throughout the filming period, but ended up being ignored, and now it seemed like I was the target. To put it bluntly, his actions made me feel offended. Just tell me where Do Yutae is. Don't say that like that. Sit down for a moment and then go, if you want to know where he is. Song Han Seungbeom gently placed his hand on my shoulder and pressed down hard. He was trying to get me to sit down. Just as I was about to shake off his hand, I heard a familiar voice. Why is Han Seungbeom friends with the likes of you? It was Lee Hwa-young, who had just come in from rehearsal. Song Han Seungbeom, visibly flustered by the sharp remark, forced a smile and responded, we're all friends. You, me, and Seungbeom. Lee Hwa-young, who blatantly sneered, seemed to have lost interest in Song Han Seungbeom. He immediately turned to me and said, the props room. What? He's in the props room, the guy you're looking for. He doesn't look well. I turned and left as soon as I heard that. Thanks. Song Han Seungbeom was none of my business. Lee Hwa-young basically had no interest in others. Nevertheless, for him to talk like that meant that Do Yutae's condition was quite bad. I was walking at a fast pace, and the next thing I knew, I was running. Bam! I finally arrived at the props room, where a member of Do Yutae had mentioned, and opened the door to enter. But there was no one in sight, let alone Do Yutae. I quietly focused my senses and heard a sniffle coming from below. The guy was crouching in the corner of the props room, tears streaming down his face. This is strange. Strange. I'm usually comfortable with this note. It should be easier. This is weird. I can do well. I should be doing well. It was obvious that his condition was not normal. As I approached and knelt before him, his shaky gaze finally turned to me. Do Yutae. He was sitting still, but he was panting heavily, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. Tears fell rapidly from his eyes as he looked up at me desperately. Hwa-young. Breath, ugh. I can't breathe well. I can't. I was at a loss for words, staring at his face that seemed to be pleading for help, not knowing what to do. F***ck. I only sent this child away for a moment, but what am I supposed to do when he returned in this state? One of the many reasons why this happened was me. In fact, with Do Yutae's skill, he could carry any song on his own and successfully complete the stage, no matter how much pressure there was. However, the song that Do Yutae's team chose this time was Prism's Domination. And that song was something I wrote to say F***ku after I got into a head-to-head fight with the main vocalist. Hyung, are you crazy? It seems like you already are, seeing that you even thought of putting so many high notes 5 in a row in a boy group song. Where on earth is the breathing section? Our great Seo Yutae said that he's all grown up now and can do everything by himself without listening to his older brother. So, a song like this should be a piece of cake, right? Scared? To sum up the outcome of this sibling quarrel, Prism's main vocalist, Seo Yutae, ended up gritted his teeth and flawlessly sang the song. As much as I hate to admit it, I lost the battle of wills against that guy. However, other idols were different. As the song became a massive hit, Domination gained a reputation as a public execution song for idols. It was a song that no group other than Prism could ever pull off. The reason was that idols, regardless of their years of experience, who attempted a cover performance of that song ended up delivering disastrous stage on the broadcast, with cracked notes or missed beats. There's no way trainees could pull off a song like that. Trainees often couldn't accurately judge their own skill level. As a result, they would carelessly pick cool and popular songs, leading to disastrous outcomes. Yutae had previously avoided Prism's songs, so it was probably the other members who decided on the song. I can't breathe well. What should I do? Tomorrow is the performance, Hugh. The shaky breath scattered sharply through the confined space of the props room. He didn't show it at all at the dorm. It was just recently that he put on a cheerful face and said he could handle it on his own, but I never imagined his condition would deteriorate this much. His hands, tensed with excessive force, were trembling uncontrollably, but could not clench into a fist. His pale blue face was covered in cold sweat. Hyung, I still have to practice. Hyuk, I think I have to go practice. I'll go. As if signaling danger, his whole body was screaming in agony, but he was still worried about the tomorrow's performance. I can't put any strength. He forced himself to his feet, then collapsed to the floor. I was at a loss for words. It was a total mess. You can do well. Just do what you practiced. Calm down. When you reached this point, such words couldn't be heard. I made his upper body lean against mine, then I held his hand tightly and placed it over his chest. The inside of the broadcasting station must have had the heater running full blast, yet Yutae's hand was as cold as ice. Damn, his fingertips are cold. The cause of hyperventilation was excessive stress and anxiety. I had to calm him down. It's all right. Try not to breathe from your chest, like you do when you sing. You'll be fine soon. Listen quietly to when I inhale and exhale. And follow along slowly. Trust me and follow me. The child, who was confused and anxious, closed his eyes tightly at my words. He seemed to be trying to listen to my breathing. I slowly inhaled, paused for a moment, and then exhaled again, slower, over a longer period of time. After a while, as I felt my chest rise and fall, Yutae gradually began to match his breathing to my pace. A new. Ha. Once his breathing had settled, the guy, his limbs hanging limp, turned his head to look at me. Then, he mumbled absent-mindedly. What? What was that? Seeing him ask such a clueless question, it seemed like he was starting to feel a bit better. Light hyperventilation. Just slow down your breathing and calm down, and you'll feel better. I replied briefly, running a hand through his messy hair. Yutae was lying limp, his limbs completely weakened, and I was holding onto his shoulder, causing his hair to become disheveled. I was genuinely worried about what would happen if someone walked in. Aha! I originally had a simple personality, so I didn't know exactly what was going on, but this situation was definitely not something I could easily overlook. This kind of hyperventilation syndrome could resurface at any time unless the anxiety and stress that pushed him to the edge are resolved. And if he didn't have the good fortune of having someone he could rely on by his side, like today, the situation would quickly worsen. Just like I did in my previous life. What did I just think? For a moment, I felt a sense of dizziness along with a headache. I couldn't quite remember what I was thinking just now. I pressed my throbbing temples and stayed still for a while, then Yutae slowly crawled toward me on his knees. Hyung, From the way he started subtly looking at me, I gathered that he was planning to go back to practicing the song. It wouldn't work. At least while my eyes were open, I would never let him go. I cupped Yutae's cheeks with one hand and opened my mouth. Yutae, do you remember what I often said? Can't you answer? A good song cannot come from bad breathing. He, who had been stalling time by avoiding eye contact, answered in a very quiet voice. And? When practice, prioritize quality over quantity. That's right. Do you think you're in a state where you can practice with those two things in mind? No. As if sensing my intentions, Yutae slumped and lowered his head. I let out a deep sigh and released my hold on his cheeks. Given his current condition, no matter how much he practices, he would only strain his vocal cords without achieving any results. He should know that better than anyone, yet seeing him push himself like this only made me sigh in frustration. What happened during the rehearsal? As soon as I asked a question whose answer I could already predict, Seo Yutae flinched as if he'd been hit right on target. Unable to withstand my sharp gaze, he slowly began to spill the beans one by one. During the rehearsal feedback, the trainers said the songs sounded sloppy because of my part. They said the performance was ruined because of my greed. Why did your greed have anything to do with it? The difficulty of the main vocalist part was hellish, so it was only natural that it looked sloppy. The trainers should have already known that, so I couldn't quite understand why the word greed was used. They said the difficult parts should be left to those who are good at them, but in addition to the main vocal part, all the high-pitched parts were given to me. The trainers didn't know the situation, so I think they just thought I was being greedy and took someone else's part. And you just listened to that without saying anything? The evaluation atmosphere is already a mess, so if they see us pushing blame onto each other, it'll be even worse. The members probably tried to blame me, they definitely wouldn't have taken my side. Ha! I felt like ripping my chest open and pounding my bare chest like King Kong, letting out a loud roar. But I was a modern human being with intelligence, so I held back. What about the live MR? I told you MR was out of the question. You must have the recorded file, right? At my question, Seo Yutae folded his hands politely and kept his mouth shut. It seemed like this was something he didn't really want to talk about. But I had no intention of letting it slide. Tell the truth. The members said that if the AR is used, it's not a real performance, so they told the production team while I wasn't around that they wanted to do it live. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. I forced out a laugh artificially. If I hadn't done so, I felt like my head was going to explode. F***K. I finally figured out the reason why Seo Yutae, who had a steel-like positive mentality, crumbled apart so miserably. When performing intense dance moves along with singing, 100% live performance was truly difficult. Especially if you're a trainee. For parts where the upper body moved a lot or when breathing became too heavy, the pre-recorded vocals had to be subtly used to support the live performance. But our Seo Yutae's team members seemed to insist on a clean MR, even though they weren't the ones singing. And on top of that, for an idol execution song. They really went all out bullying a kid, huh? It's amazing how meticulous those young people can be. They have everything in place. Greedy main vocalist, professional spirit. Ha ha ha. Seo Yutae's eyes began to shake wildly at my furious laughter. Hyung. Calm down. I was going to overlook it. I was planning to let them off hook because of Seo Yutae's expression. I was going to forgive them. And yet, how dare they? Deep breath, take a deep breath. The situation seemed to have reversed. Seo Yutae, who had become contemplative, was now trying to calm me down. I stopped laughing. And I looked at Seo Yutae. I need to have a talk. I'm going now. Are you okay on your own? Yes. I said I'm going to have a conversation. Who are you having a conversation with, huh? No, never mind. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I don't want to get involved in what Hyung's doing. There are things in the world that are more beautiful when you don't know about them. Seo Yutae, who was unconsciously about to ask me about what I was going to do, abruptly covered his mouth and shook his head frantically. It seemed like his cowardly soul was instinctively rejecting it. Yes. It's better not to know. You're wise. I said with a bright smile. I headed straight for the entrance to the audience area where the rehearsal feedback was taking place. The production team seemed to be busily preparing something, and the trainers were sitting in front of the stage, passing the boring waiting time. Found him. My target was Jay. That guy was casually sitting with his legs crossed in the middle of the trainers, playing with his phone. This isn't the time to be doing that. As soon as I thought that to myself, he rubbed the back of his head and looked back. Our eyes met. There was no need for a long conversation between Jay and me. I pointed in front of me with my index finger and touched my neck with my thumb. It was a hand signal I'd used often with Jay in my previous life. Hook. As soon as he realized that, the guy got up with a loud thud. Shall we take a short break? The trainers are exhausted, and the trainees seem too nervous. Let the production team sort things out, and then start properly again. With a plausible excuse, Jay halted the filming and quickly started running. The composure he had shown while leading the trainers and guiding the feedback was nowhere to be seen, and he was now visibly flustered. I left him behind and headed straight for the parking lot through the emergency exit. Seriously, I'm losing my mind. I heard Jay's voice in the back of my head, but I didn't answer. I was planning to have a quiet conversation in the car anyway. Then Jay's footsteps quickened. The sound of his frantic footsteps echoed loudly in the quiet parking lot. I stopped in front of his car. Less than 30 seconds later, he arrived. Jay quietly took out the car key, opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. Then, as if he were being punished, he looked down at his own hand. You're falling for those little brat's tricks. A little fox like you. You might as well tell me the earth is flat. I sat in the passenger seat and didn't say anything. I was trying to calm my rising anger. Is he the kid that you cherished, young? Having noticed the reason why I was furious, Jay lowered the ends of his eyebrows and asked quietly. I was wrong. The meaning of the hand signal was, you're F*********** up now, so get out immediately. You can support this translation through Buy Me a Coffee. Translator's Corner. In case you're unfamiliar. MR, music recorded. Recording without any singing, just the instrumental music. Like in karaoke. So, when 100% MR is used, the singer is singing everything. AR, all recorded. Recording where both the singer's voice and the instrumental music are all recorded, so it's kinda the same as music you would stream on streaming sites just being played. 100% AR is what people call lip syncing. Live AR, recording where both singer's voice and the instrumental music are recorded. However, unlike AR, it's recorded as if the singers are singing it live, such as by including breathing. Like you know how usually before a concert, there's a rehearsal. The singers will pre-recorded the song during that time. Live MR, live AR, except some parts are left blank where the singers can sing live. So, basically the members of Do Yutae team said they're going to sing the whole performance 100% live without using any pre-recorded vocals. Which was absurd because the song they performed has such complicated and intense dance choreo on top of so many high notes that in the hushed silence of the car, no one felt inclined to speak. One person was watching the situation, and the other was mentally drawing the patient's character for the 18 times. When the silence dragged on for a while, and I grew tired of the miserable sound of the heater, I spoke up. Try it, explain. Jay flinched in surprise at the short remark. Like a child instinctively preparing to be scolded. That. I'm sorry. I didn't know that he was not just someone from the same agency, but someone that Hyung cares about. You didn't know. I didn't say anything. The other trainers did. You didn't say anything. They were all excuses. I wanted a convincing explanation, but there was none. Every time I asked a follow-up question, that guy's body crumpled up, as if he was about to crawl into a mouse hole. Then, as if searching for a way to escape the situation, he started blinking his eyes at an abnormal speed. I grabbed Jay by the back of his head and roughly turned his face towards me. Don't even think of racking your brain in front of me. I can see everything. Yes. Jay, who was completely exposed to my murderous gaze, tried to avert his gaze and turned away from me. There's no way someone like you wouldn't have noticed. You're quick-witted enough to even suspect my identity, When I later looked at the part assigned to Do Yutae, it was a complete mess. Despite having the same number of people with the original singers, they completely changed the parts distributed according to each position to their own liking. They gave all the high notes to Do Yutae and took away the parts that seemed easier to sing. There was no way Jay didn't notice this. They made a song that's already hard for the main vocalist even harder, and on top of that, they didn't even use any AR, just MR, and you didn't say anything. Don't piss me off. Nues. Up until the midterm evaluation, the parts weren't like that. They suddenly changed it among themselves. I was surprised too when I came to the rehearsal day and saw that it had suddenly changed. Tomorrow is the performance, so I can't tell them to change the parts now. You have to point it out. That way, you'll know what the hell happened that led to this mess. You just assumed it was Do Yutae's greed and that's it. I'm not the one who said that. You said you didn't say anything. What is that if not being a bystander? As soon as I cut off his excuses, he pouted. He was probably thinking he had his own reasons for it. Hyung, sometimes it's necessary to develop the ability to decline on your own. Part distribution is something that will continue even after debuting, and it's clear that the kid is also at fault for not clearly expressing his opinion. You little brat, you. When you're in Prism, you didn't want to lose the parts to your Hyungs. Huh? When is it when you come to me crying so hard? I immediately yelled at him for his excuse. Seeing him talk back like that without remembering the time when he was young and inexperienced, it seemed to me that he still hadn't come to his senses. I've never done that. I won't talk back. I understand. When I glared at him with all sorts of insults, he finally came to his senses. I couldn't tell if he's being clueless or just playing dumb. Was he on my side or my enemy? A bunch of 20 and 21-year-olds are ganging up on a 19-year-old, and you're just watching it. The adults around them who didn't stop this situation are definitely responsible as well. And you're no exception. Aren't they all pretty much around the same age if they're 20, 21, and 19 years old? Why does talking to this brat always make me so angry? In an atmosphere that was close to bullying, Do Yutae probably didn't have the space to clearly express his opinion. What would the trainers, who only come a few times a week to give brief feedback, know? But seeing him say such thoughtless things made me feel like my insides were about to explode. But Hyung, is there anyone in that team who sings well, other than Do Yutae? I think it's better the way it is now. Be quiet. I held my throbbing head and calculated the situation for a while. I can't change the parts drastically now. As Jay said, the members of Do Yutae's team are terrible at singing. I had to boldly give up my obsession with the best option. If I wanted that, I should have interfered from the very beginning. What I had to do now was not to stick to idealism, but to find a way to make the best adjustments that could yield optimal efficiency in the short period of just one day. I finally found a decent main vocalist and was planning to take him with me, but what the heck is all this trouble? Who was the one with the best basic skills among Do Yutae's team members? I should catch him and rob. Once I cleared my head of the deep worries I had been dwelling on. When I lifted my head after organizing the deep thoughts I was lost, I finally heard other sounds. This kid was humming a tune while I was grinding my head. This brat, his mood is going up and down again. I felt like crap, but there was no time to point it out. I slapped him on the back and grabbed his ear. Ouch! Without showing any signs of surprise, Jay, who had been hit, grinned and leaned in closer. I began to quietly tell him the things I wanted him to do. First, catch the leader over there. I'll take over from the middle. Yes. Got it, okay. I understand. Jay, who nodded as I gave each instruction, gave me a thumbs-up sign of understanding. If you understand everything, run. Don't act like a kid. I will obey your command. Jay exaggeratedly bowed, smiled politely, and then started running like a dog. There were only 2 minutes left of break time, so he had no choice. After Jay returned, rehearsals and feedback for all the teams were conducted, followed by a second round of feedback on Do Yutae's team's rehearsal. I usually try not to say much because I don't want to make the trainees feel discouraged, but I think I need to address this. Jay, looking genuinely troubled, briefly pinched the space between his eyebrows with his fingers and skillfully set the mood. In the first rehearsal, Jay had been silent the entire time, so when he suddenly grabbed the microphone, the trainees on stage exchanged confused glances. Why was the part distribution done this way? It's too much to simply assume this is because trainee Do Yutae's greed. One person shouldn't have to carry this much burden. The leader, who was also the ringleader of the main group who had been harassing Du Yutae, grabbed the microphone with a gentle smile in response to Jae's sharp question. Because we believe everyone has different strengths. Some trainees are good at hitting high notes, some are good at showing off their charm, and others excel at dancing. I believe that in order to present a great performance, the best choice was to assign each person the part they can do best, and the current distribution is the result of that. Hearing him speak those seemingly convincing words without hesitation, it seemed like he was someone who knew how to talk his way out of things. There's another fox cub here. It was really unpleasant to see him chattering non-stop, like a fish that had found water. Trainee Du Yutae did take on a lot of parts. However, due to the nature of the main vocal position, it was unavoidable, and I understand that the original artist, Han Seungbeom from Prism, handled even more parts. We arranged it with consideration for trainee Du Yutae, but is there any part that the trainer finds unsatisfactory? From the way he was speaking, it seemed like he was skillfully presenting a logically coherent argument, weaving a clever distortion of the truth, and appearing to be adept at steering the situation in his favor. The reason there's so much talk is because it wouldn't be believable if you didn't explain it in such detail. Du Yutae was foolish, but he wasn't the kind of idiot who would passively let someone take his own share. I started to think that the main reason the situation had worsened to this point was probably that bastard's fault. The main vocalist part was originally a lot more, isn't it fair to say that it's been distributed more evenly than the original artist? One of the dance trainers muttered. It was proof that there were already people who had fallen for his political tactics. However, trainee Song Han-seo seems so at ease. He's also very good at talking, even though he's still a trainee, he already acts like an idol with 5 or 6 years of experience. My skills may be lacking, but I think I was able to appear that way because I worked hard. Thank you for the compliment, Trainer Jae. That's not a compliment. If that side has a fox cub, then this side has a fox cub with 9 tails. Jae, who had instantly understood the other person's true nature, smirked with a glint in his eyes. Yes. I'm saying that even I, who's been on stage for over 10 years, get out of breath when I sing this song. But why can trainee Song Han-seo sing it without even gasping for breath? That's not a compliment. Compliments are for when you do something well. The atmosphere among the trainees sank into silence at Jae's words, who rarely gave criticism. I see what you mean. I'm sorry. I think I misunderstood for a moment. I'll think about that part a bit more. It's something I hadn't considered. Thank you for helping me improve. Song Han-seo, calmly lifting the corners of his mouth, kept talking non-stop. In fact, it was nothing more than repeating his usual actions to pretend to be calm, rather than actually not being flustered. However, Jae neatly ignored that and continued speaking his mind. It's a song that should leave you out of breath and sweating, but the members here look perfectly fine. If there are people who seem fine, then obviously there must be someone who's carrying that difficult load. And I can clearly see who that person is. Trainee Du Yutae didn't express any objection. It was something agreed upon by the trainees, so it's a bit puzzling when you make it sound like we forced it on him. Song Han-seo immediately got defensive, perhaps feeling exposed as Jae had seen right through him. Seeing his inner thoughts revealed so quickly made it clear that he was still quite young. How stupid. Jae still didn't mention which trainee was shouldering the burden. Despite that, if Du Yutae's name came out of his mouth first, it would be like admitting that he knew about Du Yutae's struggles all along but pretend to be oblivious. If you were having such a hard time because of us, you should have told us, Yutae. People will think we're the bad guys if you do this. It's not that. There was a hint of irritation in the words he spat at Du Yutae under his smiling face. Du Yutae seemed flustered by the situation itself and could not properly respond to Song Han-seo's words. I believe there may have been a misunderstanding on the trainer's part, as you may not be fully informed of what's happening among the trainees. Jae, who had watched the entire scene, let out a sigh and exchanged glances with the surrounding trainers, chuckling softly. Then, he shook his head. He's really stubborn, isn't he? This kind of nuance was conveyed. The conversation hadn't properly concluded yet. With no decision on who was in the right, Jae's reaction caused Song Hanseo's argument to be dismissed as mere stubbornness in an instant. The rest of the trainers simply watched Jae's expression and let out faint laughs, like office workers who synchronized their laughter with the boss's. And then, just in time, I walked in. Jae called out to me, who was obviously just a passerby. "Ah, trainee Han Seungbeom. Yes. Can you come over here for a second? I have something to ask you." I tilted my head for a moment, as if I had encountered an unexpected situation, and then went up towards the stage. And I was handed a microphone by the staff who had adjusted the camera angle. "What do you think? Since you're close with trainee Do Yutae, you must have known something about the atmosphere of this team." Jae, smiling brightly, asked kindly in a tone that encouraged me to speak freely. As if he were talking to an ordinary trainee. I nodded in response, and opened my mouth to speak. "Please understand that, as someone who cares for Do Yutae, my words may lack objectivity. There is no objectivity, but you will listen to what I have to say. Let's attack. Please understand that, as someone who cares for Do Yutae, my words may lack objectivity." Yes, of course, I'm asking because I know that well. It's okay to speak comfortably. I'm just curious about the atmosphere among the trainees, trainee Han Seungbeom. Jae smoothly went along with my bait. I bowed my head once like a polite child and then opened my mouth again. I couldn't sleep well lately. I kept hearing him coughing every night, clutching at his sore throat. It was nonsense. I don't sleep well by nature, I'm sensitive. HNG. Do Yutae, who was standing next to me, made a dumbfounded sound as if it was the first time he had heard it. Fortunately, it was a very soft sound, and since there was no microphone, it seemed like only I could hear it. It was natural. Do Yutae was simply feeling the pressure of not being able to perform to his usual level on stage, but there was no real problem with his vocal cords. There was no way someone with strong vocal cords like him would develop nodules to this extent. Just keep quiet. I nudged him with my elbow, and Do Yutae flinched and lowered his head. He seemed to understand my intentions. Do Yutae has always been like that. Pretending to be cheerful in front of the camera, pretending to be okay in front of people. How hard must it have been for a child, whose whole world revolved around singing, to suddenly not be able to do it? I had no intention of telling anyone that Do Yutae had suffered from hyperventilation. So, I made up a fictional incident to emphasize the damage he suffered. In truth, it broke my heart, and I was also angry. I couldn't believe that my Dongseung-won was struggling like this, but all I could do was stand by and watch. I don't cry in front of the camera. This was a rule that I set for myself since long ago, when I first debuted. However, there was one exception to that rule. An exception that it's okay to shed tears of a real man, tears that I shed because of passion, not because I was having a hard time. Tears shed to express gratitude toward the fans, or tears shed for a colleague. These would rather be helpful than harm my image. For that reason, I would cry, now. As I lowered my gaze and squeezed out the tears, Han Seungbeom's long eyelashes fluttered naturally. Actually, before I came in, I had tried my best to hold back blinking, making my eyes red and sore. Rab. I raised my head diagonally, as if I didn't want to show that I was about to cry. Because diagonal shots would look beautiful. Some people like to see you cry. There were weirdos with unusual tastes whose hearts race for strange things, so sometimes it was necessary to satisfy their demands. The tears that had gathered beneath my reddened eyes glistened in the light before falling. Then, the production team began to murmur. "This is crazy. This hasn't been edited, right?" As soon as I shed 2 or 3 drops of tears, Jae, who copied my expression in 0.1 seconds, nodded vigorously with moist eyes. He's picking up on my intention and playing along. You are truly kind for putting in so much care for your fellow trainees. It seems our trainee Han Seungbeom must have gone through a lot of emotional hardship. Yes. Do Yutae, who was watching me cry from the side, suddenly reached over and wiped away my tears by poking the corners of my eyes with his wrist. Hyuhung. What is this? I almost stopped acting for a moment. It was completely unexpected that Do Yutae would join in on this ridiculous tear show. Hyuhung, I had no idea how you were feeling. I said I could handle it by myself. Wah, Hyo-hung. Just a moment ago, he was completely dumbfounded by the lie I told, so I didn't understand why he's crying again. My guess was that he's either the type to cry along when other people cry, or he was trying to help with the acting. Wah, Hyo-hyung, you care about me so much, wah. Do-yuta hugged me, tears streaming down his face. My casual clothes had already absorbed tears for the second time today. Shit, I'm never going to wear this shirt again. A darker mark was left on the black shirt, exactly where Do-yuta's face was. It looked like a ghost photo. Let's talk about the live MR now. The trainers were already completely taken in by our tearful acting and were looking at us with pity. It seemed like now was the perfect opportunity to bring up the Mr. issue. When I first saw the part he was given, I thought it would be too much of a strain on Do-yuta's voice, so I suggested using a live MR. If the members weren't going to help, at least that would lessen the burden. That's strange. The stage we saw only had the MR. What's going on? I don't know. He never told me about that part. All I know is that there was opposition from the team members. Oh my, they're not the ones performing the high notes, are they? Trainee Song Hanseo, can you explain the reason for this? In fact, the only thing that happened was opposition from the team members. There was nothing more to it, but I intentionally spoke vaguely for fear that it might seem like Do-yuta had told me everything in great detail. We wanted to show the fans a sincere performance. While Jay and I were having a lively back-and-forth conversation, Song Hanseo, whose expression was gradually souring, quietly replied. Jay sighed as he leaned back against the backrest, as if he had expected this. Ah, a clean MR-only live performance sounds great, isn't it? Since the original singers did it that way, you probably feel like you should do the same, right? I think you can even be called the live master. Among idols who have already debuted, there are many who use live MR. Do you think it's because they lack sincerity? No. It could be due to sound issues, or if the choreography is difficult, there are situations where it's unavoidable. Hyung, I can't give up the live master title. Even if I have to bleed from my throat, I'll do it. What are you talking about when you lost your voice because you caught a cold? If you really hate using AR that much, let another member handle it. I guarantee, those words are a lie. It felt like just yesterday when he threw a tantrum demanding to do a live performance regardless of the circumstances, so what's this nonsense about? You can't even handle your own part properly and pass it off on other, yet you insist on only using MR. What's that if not arrogance? Do fans want to see a failed performance? Well, as the original singer, I personally don't think that's right. I suppressed a satisfied smile. That fox cub, whose child he is. He's really good at playing politics. I guess it's time to wrap up this situation. The production team must have already gathered all the materials to drag Song Hanseo and friends into ruin. Any further involvement would be a waste of time. If I didn't get out now, I'd have to stay until they heard all the feedback. What I can say for sure is that all decisions, including the part distribution, were never made in a fair manner for everyone. Do-yuta was hurt, and I think it's too irresponsible to put all the blame for this situation on this young child. I defended Do-yuta with a meaningful remark, then bowed and left the stage. On my way down from the stage, I made eye contact with the main PD. I bowed my waist but kept my eyes fixed on the main PD as I gave my greeting. Edit it properly. The main PD, who smiled faintly as if he understood, nodded his head quickly. Great. In the end, I waited until the Do-yuta team's rehearsal was over, and got into the same vehicle as them to go to the Lucky Center. I wanted to observe how the members of Do-yuta's team would react. Hyung, I promise I won't pretend not to know about your worries anymore. I'll listen to you properly. Do-yuta, with his eyes swollen and puffed up, mumbled as he grabbed my sleeve. He seemed to think that I stayed behind and waited for him because I was afraid he would be bullied. Whatever. I sighed and replied roughly. While the vehicle was moving, I could see how the pyramid inside was formed, as the members of the Do-yuta were spending their time. The trainers cornered us as if we forced it on him. They must have been the group that ostracized Do-yuta. Two of them were comforting the leader, Song Hanseo, and one was getting angry in their behalf. Han Seungbeom, you've really worked hard. How could they do this to us? We were just doing our best. Can you believe Do Yutae just stood there and did nothing? What a joke. He should have spoken up and denied it. Where is he now? The guys who boldly raised their heads, intending to hold Do Yutae accountable, looked around. However, Do Yutae would never be found, because I hit him behind me. Why don't you just keep quiet? I grabbed Do Yutae by the shoulders and pulled him down, then glared straight at them. My gaze was telling them to stop doing stupid things and stay still. Han Seungbeom isn't even on our team, so why is he here? Ugh, why does Do Yutae have to be close with Han Seungbeom of all people? Ah, if only there weren't any cameras, I'd flip everything over. I could hear the members sitting up straight and muttering in small voices. You can't even look me in the eye, but you're trying to act tough. Most of the trainees wouldn't even dare to talk to people like Lee Hwa-young or me, who had both nasty personality and high popularity. Even without the cameras, the situation probably wouldn't have been any different. Oh, that was a mistake. I have a good personality. Hyung, thank you. My left hand kept moving up and down. Every time Do Yutae sniffled, my hand would sway along with him. I pulled the handkerchief from my pocket and threw it at his face. If you keep crying, you'll go on stage tomorrow with an ugly face. Again. You keep talking like that. It's because it breaks your heart to see me cry, right? I know everything. Ugh. Seungbeom. When I returned to the Lucky Center and opened the practice room door, the members turned their heads toward me like meerkats. Then they rushed over in a crowd and hugged both Do Yutae and me tightly. Seungbeom, did you do well on the additional filming? You worked hard. Ahu. Someone save me. In my previous life, I was reasonably sturdy and could handle it, but Han Seungbeom's body was so frail that I got exhausted every time something like this happened. You worked hard, Yutae. Quack. Do Yutae let out a sound like a steamed bun bursting as he gasped for air. He's not even part of our team, so why is he joining in the hug? Seeing Woo Kangwon looking at Do Yutae with a worried expression, it seemed that Woo Kangwon had already explained the general situation. Well, a guy who goes out to exercise every dawn couldn't possibly be unaware of Do Yutae's condition. He must have just pretended not to know. It was around 5 a.m. when Do Yutae occupied the bathroom. Woo Kangwon, who usually woke up at 4 a.m. to do his morning workout, had unusually stayed in bed longer that day. It's okay. It can be solved to some extent. I patted Woo Kangwon on the side and said in a small voice. Then Woo Kangwon patted me on the back and laughed, "Thank you for your hard work." Aha. I rolled my eyes, trying to suppress the goosebumps that had risen from being treated like an awkward brother-sibling while rolling my eyes. Then, I quietly slipped away so the other members wouldn't notice. After all, there was still work to be done next. Even if the MR had been somewhat resolved, there was still a lot of burden on the parts. In that case, it would be best to find someone who can help. I had my sights set on one person. Someone who was exceptionally weak and wasn't part of the leaders group. The person who kept fidgeting his lips while glancing at Do Yutae. Baek Kiryang. He was the one who had been verbally attacked by Frick and had cried while trembling, the former S-class. I grabbed Baek Kiryang's neck from behind and rested my forehead on his shoulder. Hello. Then, I whispered. Do you feel less guilty when you're far away by yourself? Especially after you just stood by and did nothing. In summer, this kind of thing often happened. While wandering outside, you entered a store, and the store clerk pointed a finger at your shoulder. When the question, "Customer, did you intentionally place that on your shoulder?" came your way, it was only then that you noticed it, a strange cicada perched on your shoulder like a parrot. Eek. That's exactly what happened now. Baek Kiryang screamed and tried to run forward. But I had already grabbed him by the neck, so I didn't let go. Kiryang Hyung. When I called his name, he trembled like an aspen tree, as if he had seen a ghost. As a bonus, he flinched and avoided my gaze at such close range. I asked, "Do you feel less guilty?" "Well, what are you talking about?" Baek Kiryang hesitated, glancing around nervously, and answered in a voice as small as an ant's. I knew all along that you kept glancing nervously at Do Yuda on the bus. No. I didn't. I don't know. You didn't see him. On the bus, he checked Do Yuda's complexion every 10 seconds, and on the rehearsal stage, even though he couldn't say a word, I saw him open and close his mouth dozens of times. What didn't? For this type of guy, triggering guilt and pushing strongly would work well. You pretended not to see it even though you clearly knew what kind of situation Do Yuda was in, right? Because you were scared. He had a naturally good temperament, but lacked the guts to fight back against unfair situations, a person who was easily swayed by those around him. That was Baek Kiryang. Kiryang Hyung. He's a bit shy, but he's really nice. He even gave me some snacks. I think he feels a bit sorry for me. You didn't say a word during the rehearsal feedback, you hand him a few snacks and expect everything to be forgotten. I'm afraid things will get worse if I step in. I am not the kind of person who can be of any help. I'm telling the truth. As I stared at him intently, he eventually started shrinking into the corner. Even though there was no escape route to flee to, he seemed to be running away blindly because he was scared. It seemed true that he wanted to help, but couldn't because he was afraid it would only make things worse. My current goal was not to punish the one who had committed the wrong. Therefore, Baek Kiryang's intentions for only watching the situation were of no concern to me. With grave new Omicron. Punishment should be postponed until after the second mission is finished. What mattered was the fact that Baek Kiryang was feeling guilty and that he was an S-class skilled trainee. I withdrew the fierce anger I had been directing at him and smiled brightly. I'll give you a chance to make it up to him. Huh? Do Yuda said he likes you, Hyung. He doesn't even resent you. You're lying. I'm not lying. Are you just going to leave such a kind child alone? Don't you want to help him from now on? It would be nice if I could. Baek Kiryang looked at me, his eyes shining as if he had found hope. Would I really be the one to give him hope? The show is at 7 p.m., so there are 28 hours left. Okay, let's figure it out in 28 hours. Of course, sleeping was not included in the calculation. Where would there be time to sleep? We're under an immediate crisis right now. The day dawned, and the day of the second round of the competition finally arrived. While I had control over the order of the trainer midterm evaluations, I couldn't do anything about the competition stage, so once again, our order was last. I took a break while waiting for the stage to proceed in order, but I was still tired. I've got a real knack for messing up my own fate. It was directly due to the aftermath of the early morning practice. After my conversation with Baek Kiryang yesterday, I spent the entire night reassigning the parts, constantly pestering both Baek Kiryang and Do Yuda. It was a relief, or should I say fortunate, that my team members, who had already completed all the preparations perfectly, were fast asleep early, their skin covered in sheet masks and other skin treatments. There was only one change I could make in the short period of a day. To create a space for Do Yuda to breathe properly. It may seem like a small change at first glance, but this is the most effective method. After all, the high-pitched part still had to be handled by Do Yuda. As the members of Do Yuda's team had claimed, he was the only one capable of handling such high notes. I had Baek Kiryang practice singing parts of Do Yuda's lines, making sure to stay within a comfortable vocal range. The idea was to have two people singing the same part as if they were competing, and to make sure they had enough space to breathe. It gave a different vibe from the original song, and since it looks like there's some teamwork starting to form, the stage quality has improved, at least. I didn't know whether Baek Kiryang originally had no say in the team, but he had been given very minor parts, regardless of his ability. Ironically, having Baek Kiryang share parts with Do Yuda actually created a more harmonious sound. He really does seem like a total pushover. He can sing that well, but he's satisfied with such a small part. Baek Kiryang used to be an S-class, so his basics were solid, and he was able to sing the suddenly increased parts comfortably. Even though it was a part he was singing for the first time, every time I saw him sing it as if it had always been his, my blood pressure skyrocketed. And yet, he seemed completely oblivious. I memorized it all. Whoa, Hyung, that's amazing. You've already memorized all my lines. Even the parts where we double up. What about the choreography? I just memorized it. Memorizing all the lyrics in such a short amount of time was a bonus. I was really starting to wonder if it's a universal rule that people who wear glasses were bound to be smart. Now, the domination team and motorcycle team will take the elevator in order. Please check if everything is in place with their outfits and makeup. Yes. That's how it was. I was really busy making revisions to do Yutae's team's performance and continuously taking care of my own team members without rest. I might die from overwork in this life. I didn't understand why there were so many obstacles when I was just trying to bring in some decent people and make a debut. I closed my eyes tightly and opened them, then stood up and lined up the members. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was to check if there were any missing members. Since the trainees still didn't have a manager, the leader had to take on all the responsibilities that a manager would normally handle. Okay. Everyone's here. Let's head to the elevator. No one forgot to go to the bathroom beforehand, right? No. How old do you think we are? Okay. Close the elevator door. Yes. Ding. The elevator dinged to a halt as it reached the floor where the stage was located. And as soon as the elevator doors opened, we couldn't help but hold our breath. The venue for the first round of the competition was a gymnasium modified to resemble a concert hall, so the presence of the audience could be faintly felt even in the waiting room. But this second round was different. Euphoria came to me, making me drunk. Wah wah. Wayang ah. As soon as the doors opened, it felt like a whole different dimension unfolded. The intense heat and the relentless cheers of the audience overwhelmed me, and for a moment, I felt breathless. This could be a bit of a problem. When I went to the waiting area behind the stage, as expected, Yutae was nervously shifting his gaze around and arguing with the staff. You need to be on standby soon, you can't go anywhere right now. Really, just for a moment. I'll be back soon. I grabbed his arm and he turned around, startled. Hyung. What's wrong? I think I need to go out for some fresh air. I'll be right back. Yutae answered my question by trying to pretend to be okay. However, it was clear to me. The anxiety was making it difficult to breathe again. He must have been trying to get out because he thought he would feel better if he got some cold air, but it was uncertain if that would actually work. The problem wasn't the air quality, but his mental state. I grabbed him as he tried to sneak out and turned him around. Even if you go out now, nothing will change. You can't leave. Someone as slow-witted as Yutae needed to be told of his situation. His current unsteady breathing wasn't just because he wasn't feeling well. You're having trouble breathing right now because you're scared. You're scared of that song. Prism's domination boasted an incredibly high level of difficulty. The high notes, which seemed like they could tear the singers apart, were the most famous, but if that was all there was to it, it wouldn't have earned the nickname Idol Execution Song.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.